Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you.
Yeah.
We usually start with, what are you taking? When was your last seizure? And when were you diagnosed?
Okay. So I am taking 450 lamotrigine twice a day. I'm taking 200 zonisamide twice a day. And right now they got me on a little bit of Topamax since I got out of the hospital to help me sleep.
I'm on
And then
lamotrigine 200. I was just
What
going
was
to,
that?
sorry, throw that out there. I'm on lamotrigine 2 times a day. So after this is done, I was going to ask you about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then I was diagnosed when I was a little bit after I turned 20. I started losing track of time really bad and forgetting who people were. And so my grandparents actually put a nanny cam in my bedroom and they found out I was having nocturnal seizures.
Sorry to hear that.
And then those eventually turned into tonic clonics, and then I don't know if you would call them like focal awares or where you kind of like just miss little blips.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're talking about. I've waken up other places and stuff.
Yeah, they're not very long. They're short. They're only maybe about like 10, 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, I've missed a bus stop doing that. I was like, I feel it coming, I feel it coming. And I was like, we're on the next stop. It's just the next stop. And when I came out of it, we had passed the stop. So I just
Yeah.
laughed it off. I was like, oh shit, all right.
Yeah,
Turn
the
the
tonic.
10-minute walk into a 16-minute walk.
Yeah, the
But,
tonic suck because I have about like 3 seconds after I hear it, and then I'm locked in and it's over. And then the last time I had a seizure was on I don't know if I would consider it a seizure. So I had one on Tuesday. I had one on Saturday. No, yeah, Saturday morning last weekend. Then I had 3 tonic clonics in a row that Saturday. Then I had another tonic clonic that Tuesday. Then my post-ictal phase was having some weird issues, so we went back to the hospital. They did a bunch of tests, released me, and then I was having issues with straining and vomiting, and I couldn't drink water and hold food down. And then that next Saturday that we just had, I was having a whole bunch of just convulsions and shaking. And so we ended up going back and they said that I had a seizure then. They weren't sure what kind, but
Yeah, that can definitely be frustrating, that initial diagnosis. And how often do you feel like when you go to the ER and you get discharged so soon afterward, it's just like best of luck? You don't
yeah,
really know what to expect.
luckily the last one this weekend on Saturday, they held me for observation, which was nice. And it allowed them to push up my EEG and my neurologist appointment. So it kind of lit a fire under their ass.
There you go.
Yeah. So that was kind of convenient there. But I just hate being in hospitals in general because it always leaves a crick in my neck.
Oh yeah, they do not have some memory foam pillows.
Yeah.
Now, curious though, this Topamax, you said that's a new one for you?
So it's just a temporary. So I don't
Okay.
know. It's I guess it would be similar to like a Valium.
Right.
It's like a low grade Valium. So it's just for nappy time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a little nighttime sleep aid.
So what's your experience? Do you think you get enough information, do you feel like, about your medications? Especially the
So
ones you
I
have to be
have
on long term?
Yeah, so for those, when I got on them, I was having a lot of issues, kind of forgetting information and stuff, and I was moving a lot. So I was changing neurologists. And so what my current wife actually did, she went and got all the information from my neurologist and actually printed it out, and we have a folder, a binder of it, now. So when we change medications or things like that, we have a binder of what the medication is, the side effects, and not the exact like timings, but like when it needs to be taken during the day.
Do you keep like the little pill thing? I have one. Are you good at? Are you
So
forget your
so
pill
yeah,
box?
I got mine is I have it's a big ass box thing that's under my sink. It's a 30-day, and you can pull out the individual slots.
I just noticed that I thought it was Friday, so I took my Friday pill this morning instead of my Tuesday pill.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose track of the days right now too, because I just got put on medical leave.
Oh, where do you work?
I actually do sales for an industrial air compressor company.
Nice.
So we sell like really high horsepower air compressors, like in the hundreds of horsepowers. So it's usually in the oil, gas, and petroleum and manufacturing industry, like so forges that make like railroad tracks.
Hey Techno. For new people, we usually start with what are you taking? When were you diagnosed? And when was your last seizure?
Hi there, my name's Mary. How you guys doing?
All right,
Hey, how's it
yourself.
Doing
going?
great, thanks.
I came, Pookie, I came once before and it's very upsetting because I I still haven't I've been too scared to go to the neurologist again. But I'm taking right now, trying to control it, trying to see what my triggers are and tracking them and I'm having like 20 or 30 a day. It's um they're real small, but it just comes and comes and comes and comes. And it's stuff like metal mouth. It's stuff like I get goosebumps that go like down the side of my leg. And it'll just come, and my lips will go numb, and I'm not doing anything. In fact, I didn't even know that this is what it was until I got an MRI for something else, and I've got just this big lesion in my right hippocampus, and looks like it's eating quite a bit into the amygdala. And so, yeah, apparently I've had this probably all my life. I'm having a hard time coming to terms with it. I'm taking CBD. I do not take THC. I quit that because I had an addiction problem with that for something else. But I take CBD. It seems to help somewhat. Cutting out caffeine seems to help somewhat. Getting rest seems to help. I'm just trying to understand what the hell it is. And this has been a total mind fuck because I've got other issues. And I didn't even know this. It was because I was so clumsy. I've got cerebral palsy. This is all hypoxia. This is all in utero hypoxia. And so it was something else. I was clumsy and I couldn't fix it with Tai Chi or martial arts or whatever. And yeah, so that's and then on top of that, if that's not enough, now this was like 4 or 5 years ago, I've got a moderate autism diagnosis. I didn't even know. I just figured I was a nerdy girl. I didn't realize I was that impaired. And so I've got 3 things going. As you know, probably, Pookie, you're pretty well learned. A lot of people with autism and CP have got epilepsy of some sort. But yeah, I'm just, I think I'm having them all through the night. I get real hot and real cold, like 10 blankets isn't enough. I feel wind underneath. It's a total hallucination. So it's a total sensory hallucination. I mean, that just goes on and on and on many times a day, burning my brain out that I didn't even know. And then sometimes I'll get little twitches. Again, it's not serious like you guys have, but it's the fact that it consists mostly of my waking hours, and then the other neurological, neurodevelopmental stuff. I'm having a hard time dealing with this. I just totally
understand.
fucked, totally fucked. And I've been on, because see what it is. This is what I think it is. I've always, like, all my life I felt bad. And I would go to my parents like, like I want to kill myself. And for some reason, I mean, having a good day and then all of a sudden it comes. So that feeling of doom, all that, I don't have deja vu, but I do have feeling that nothing is worth a shit. I want to be out of here. And it's always been there. And I've gone to doctor after doctor after doctor. And, I've been put on 11 different meds and they've ended up poisoning me. So I haven't been on them in a long time, just ayahuasca. And that seems to help for a few months.
Hold on,
And then
you're not taking pills?
No, not yet. Not yet, because this is all real new.
Oh, okay. How new?
Huh? This
How
is
new?
like, well, all my life new, but I didn't know it new because
Oh, okay.
I found out by getting another diagnosis. So I'm tracking everything.
Okay.
And I realized that my entire life has been a mental screw, my entire life, because these make me very suicidal. And it's not like I'm having a great day. See, that's the mental screw thing. It's like, I am having a great day. I am in 12-step program. I'm thankful. I live in a wonderful place. You can see a beautiful home. I'm grateful as fuck. I'm fucking grateful. And I have approached this every single type of therapy, but I'd just be walking down, especially if I'm fatigued, walking down the street, beautiful day. And then it's like, God, nobody loves me. I want to die. And then it goes away and I feel kind of sick and
Been
tired.
there.
Yeah. And it's crazy. It's crazy. So all this, thinking I was crazy, okay, thinking that there's just something wrong with me, I just have to live with it, that it's these focals that are just coming. And so I'm just having a real hard time rectifying my life. I'm 53 and I've had these all my life. And I thought there was something really wrong with me, that, well, maybe it was autism, maybe it was this, maybe it was that. But now that I'm tracking these and I understand, man, I got a big ass lesion, and I don't know, I'm scared because I've had really horrible luck with pharmaceuticals before. Yeah, I don't know, don't know if I'm making sense, but that's where I am at. I'm a focal. It's mesial temporal lobe that the problems are at.
You're not having tonics?
Yeah, very, very myoclonic, just maybe once a month. I mean, just real quick. Okay. See, that's why I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I didn't know a lot too until I started doing this. And then come to find out, I've been having focal seizures for over 10 years and didn't know what was going on. I just thought I was just blinking and ended up in another place or whatever the case. Yeah, I thought
is that my screw? In that, I mean, like, oh my God, I thought I was crazy. Oh my God, because I've worked really hard on my emotional health and I couldn't figure out why I have such a great life. And I'm really thankful that I would get these episodes. And yeah.
So is that so like what she is explaining, like those episodes that we have in that sense of like that doom, those tingly feelings that we get that leach over the back of our heads and down our bodies and behind our eyes, and those senses where we just hear the same noise over and over again and all day, and um and other things like that, and can't concentrate, or those times, those senses of doom when you just want to run off with no kind of sense of direction. You just kind of not even, I wouldn't even explain it as giving up, just gone,
Hmm?
just wanting to be gone in that sense of doom sense. So
Yeah.
all those, and I grew up having those feelings, and I never I still don't understand. I haven't told my neurologist about this or anything, but I'm trying to confirm this right now. That is this something that's a part of seizures and something I should be explaining to them, because I didn't know that, because I mean my family, sorry, I choked on a freaking almond. Um, my family, growing up, they were that type of family that didn't believe in the whole autism, ADHD stuff. And I kind of grew up around that mindset until I became an adult and got out in the world and really witnessed it. And so talking, and talking, getting on these pages and talking to people, it's kind of making me thinking I should explain to my neurologist or possibly go and getting those testing.
Yeah, I say you write down everything and you get notes and you go in there with all your notes and don't let them overtalk you, because they will. Know your body. Let them know that this is what's going on and something needs to happen, and don't let them say, okay, we can do this. Suggest what you think might be right. Don't let them tell you whatever and just give you pills just because they will. Just
Yeah.
pills for it or change your dose or whatever the case. You
Well,
don't
yeah,
because
and I know
someone who taught me to advocate for yourself. Because for a
yeah,
long time I was just
and
accepting whatever they said.
yeah, and I know it's not going to be something that's going to be completely, I mean, no, the main part of it's going to be seizures. I'm not the type of person who wants to get on any of the other medication. I like to be on the least amount of medication as possible. And so I know that it's going to be needed to solve with either psychiatry or counseling or something like that. And so that's another reason why I'm glad I found this page and some other areas where I can express myself in that sense, because those are ways to have to that keeps me from going down those roads.
Well, that's
Well,
great. I mean, as long as you can keep yourself out of the rabbit hole, just maybe don't write off the doctors yet. If you can find a an actual professional physician who listens to you, takes an
Mhm.
interest in what you're feeling, not just physically, but mentally, then
Mhm.
maybe they can give you just a broader perspective of what the options are, because it really does feel like a hamster wheel once you get between the specialists and they just kind of, trade pills and get you on that treatment plan that doesn't seem like you're actually being treated. But if you
Mhm.
find the right one, they might bring up surgery. If your seizures are lessened or taken care of with one of those procedures, then maybe that will in turn help ease a lot of the, psychiatric issues too. It's
Okay.
pretty incredible sometimes when you find the right doctor, what they can do for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
What were you saying, Techno?
well, yeah. I mean, it's just you think you're crazy, and you don't know why, and it's been my brain burning itself out. See, that's the thing about these focals. I think that makes them quite insidious is because they are mistaken for psychiatric issues. And if you've had them for decades and decades, I mean, or like for 10 years, like Pookie had, um, then your brain's been burning out kind of secretly on the sly. Tonic clonics, myoclonus. A lot of times you can tell what's going on. But with these, it's like you just think you're crazy. I'm rewriting my entire life. I'm rewriting, what I thought was just kind of a hopeless, like, I obviously I've got emotional dysregulation that literally nothing, no type of approach. These are seizures.
I understand.
Never feel hopeless. Never feel hopeless. One step at a time. What were you saying, Pookie?
I was just saying, that when I told my doctor that, I've been going through these focals, because I found out they were actually focals once I joined Reddit and I figured out and started talking to so many people. And I learned that I've been having focals for 10 years. And when I went to see my neurologist, it was like 3 days before he retired. And he was really angry that I had been going through that and didn't point it out to him for 10 years. And I didn't know what I was going through to even explain it. I was ending up in different towns, like you said. I forgot your name. Thorn.
Mary.
What did you say your name was?
Josh?
Mary.
Josh.
Josh.
Mary and Josh.
Yeah, Josh. What you said earlier, like blips of like 20 seconds and you're somewhere else. I did that blip you're talking about, but it wasn't 20 seconds. Had to be hours. Because I've ended up in other towns and I've ended up in other houses that weren't mine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lucky to make it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll get I always thought of some sort of dissociative disorder or a PTSD disorder that, of course, a lot of us do have PTSD. But once that was treated and it just kept going on and on, yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. So another thing that we do as a kind of tradition, you could say, in each meet is ask an icebreaker question of sorts. So
Hold
for
on
today,
1 second. Sorry,
okay,
Kate.
go ahead. Yeah, you're good.
Another one of those blips you're talking about, Josh?
Yeah.
I had one. There's a couple funny ones I wanted to bring up. There was one where I was at the train station, and as the train was coming, I backed up off the platform, and when I came to, I was taking a selfie, and everybody was already on the train, and it was pulling off. That's one I don't mind you laughing at. Then there was another one where I was in my room, and then I was thinking I'm thirsty, and next thing I know, I'm in the kitchen holding a cup, pouring juice, and the juice is overflowing and stuff. Yeah, so those have been my focus, and I don't exactly know how long those last because when you end up in another room, it's hard to tell, or when you end up 17 miles away from where you were before, then you can't tell.
Those
Why?
are called absence seizures.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was real absent.
Yeah, the only goofy one I really had with the absence one was I was walking down the hallway, and I guess when I had it, I needed to go to the bathroom, but instead of going to the toilet, the trash can was on the other side, and so I went in the trash can.
Yeah,
That's understandable.
yeah, that's understandable.
It wasn't number one though.
Even easier.
Yeah.
It's easier to clean up.
This is why we
No,
get
it
arrested for
wasn't.
stupid shit.
It wasn't. We lost the trash can.
Oh, well.
Worth the sacrifice.
Yeah.
They got trash cans for $2 and $3 at Target.
Yeah, but that one wasn't. It
Oh,
was a nice trash can.
oh yeah, I understand you there.
The details you can't help but
my wife
remember.
wasn't happy about it. I didn't really care. My wife wasn't happy though.
Oh, I understand why she wouldn't be happy.
Yeah.
Another thing was, I forgot. How's your memory?
So it's a, I don't know if it's bad, but it's weird. So I have memories of parts of my life that are very, very distinct, but I would almost explain it like how chess pieces move on a chessboard.
I don't play chess and I never have. Please explain. You got to go deeper into that one.
Oh, okay. So different pieces on chess. So it's not like checkers, where checkers only move in a single direction. Different pieces on the chessboard move in different directions.
Okay.
And so you have a memory in my childhood that's really finite, but everything else is gone. And then it blips over to a different direction. That's another very, very distinct memory. Very, very super distinct that I can remember almost photographic. But everything else around that can be years and years is just gone. And so sometimes it's my short term's more like rapid forgetting, like in little more like hour or 2 hour blips. But the long term, I'll have like small times that I remember memories or like very distinct memories of like coming out into the post-ictal phase. I guess it would be more like PTSD memories than anything, or like traumatic childhood experiences that I remember. But
I remember my childhood. My short term is ridiculous. It's over with. I gave up on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you've got mesial temporal lobe damage, then it can put out what looks to be PTSD. That's not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And
So,
you can have PTSD on top of that. You can have PTSD. I mean it gets real confusing.
Outside of the epilepsy, I did have a pretty traumatic childhood. And so there's a lot of that memory that I remember from that. And some of that, like in terms of abuse and things like that, I don't know if any of that related to the seizures, like physical abuse and things like that. That I don't know if any of that related to the seizures or anything, or things that I've done on my own. So, or it could be both. So, yeah.
Well, it's easy to understand. We will never truly have all the answers, but rest assured, I go by the hypothesis that everything that happens truly makes us who we are, brings us to where we are today. And thank you for coming here.
Do you guys know exactly why you have epilepsy? I know why I have mine. I was run over by a car. And then eventually I had to start having seizures. So I don't have like mesial temporal lobe or right temporal lobe. I just have soft brain tissue on the right of my head. They call it encephalomalacia. It's just going to be there. They're not going to take it out to fix it. It's just there. It's good for the brain. It's a good part of the brain, they said. So they're not going to remove it, but it is soft and delicate. So when I get hit on the right side of my head, it could be a big deal.
Yeah, no, I've had a 3-day at-home EEG and a week-long stay-in EEG, and I've only had one MRI, and they haven't picked up anything on it yet, but I've been on probably about, I don't know, I'd say 4 or 5 different medications, and they haven't picked up anything yet, but I have another EEG, a 3-day at-home on October 10th, and then a neurology appointment on the 23rd. And then after that, I'm supposed to get another MRI, which I don't have a date on yet.
For me, it was hypoxia. You know, both the cerebral palsy I didn't know I had, and this nonstop vocals that I didn't know I had. It was a pre-birth injury that I didn't know. I didn't know until the neurologist looked at my MRI and told me that. So, yeah, a lot of surprises.
Definitely. It's the least of, health is not predictable. We can definitely all agree on that.
Yeah.
So on this one, yeah, go ahead, Josh.
I got a question for you. Is epilepsy related to Parkinson's?
Hey Siri. No, I'm just kidding.
I know, I should have just done that in the first place.
Yes. Only
It
that
is.
it's a neurological disorder that occurs in the brain. And it's basically similar because it's, an irregular discharge of electricity. But
Okay.
epilepsy is definitely a different pattern in those discharges, which is exactly why an EEG can distinguish different types of epilepsy from Parkinson's or from even Alzheimer's. But Alzheimer's
Yeah.
shows up on MRIs more than in EEG. But
Yeah, the only
yeah,
reason I'm asking on that is because my mom found out she's probably going to be getting Parkinson's within the next couple of years. And then we have Alzheimer's that runs in the family, so I didn't know that if that was going to be something I needed to worry about in the near future.
well,
She
You
yeah.
can
doesn't
look
have
at it as
she
something that
doesn't have
lowers your
epilepsy.
seizure threshold.
Yeah, she doesn't have
Oh, yeah.
epilepsy though.
Oh, that's good. But
Yeah.
yes, you definitely have some things to be concerned about. Oh wow, my heart goes out to you. But yes,
Yeah.
the similarities, it's like I feel, once they told me, I think I was maybe 55, and they told me that my chances of early onset dementia were like 500 times higher than a normal, somebody that doesn't have epilepsy. And I'm like, I'm not interested in that. But then I started, I started having a lot, excuse me, a lot of myoclonic jerks that we just couldn't explain. It's like, okay, we're fixing these things that need to be fixed, but my body is still doing these weird myoclonic jerks. And one of the nurses a couple years ago, I just found out that she said that I had it's called a Parkinsonian gait, which is the way you walk. And she noticed it when I left, that the way I walked was almost like someone with Parkinson's. And I'm like, oh, you know, um, maybe that's just the arthritis in my hips, right? I don't know. I don't know. But I do wonder, knowing that I am more susceptible to dementia, does that make me even more susceptible to Parkinson's? I don't know. And especially like with you, Josh, you're talking the genetic factors that you may have for those. Yeah. I every
wonder if you're
every everyone that takes medicine, especially um um AEDs,
Uh-huh.
will develop uh Alzheimer's or the other one. I don't remember.
Parkinson's.
Yes.
I had something about Parkinson's. It says while epilepsy does not directly cause Parkinson's disease, research suggests a potential link between the two conditions, with individuals having epilepsy at an increased risk of developing Parkinson's. Distinct conditions could be epilepsy and Parkinson's disease
See? I was
are
right.
separate neurological disorders. Epilepsy is characterized by recent seizures, while Parkinson's
seizure.
is a progressive neurodegenerative disease that affects movement due to dopamine deficiency in the brain.
See, I was right.
And
So
what
how
were you
do I
gonna say?
stop?
Yes, the drugs. It's the drugs.
So which ones are considered the AEDs?
Lamotrigine, levetiracetam, that goes by Keppra. Sodium
Well,
valproate.
piss and vinegar.
Yeah, right.
Plenty of them.
But yeah, it's anything that's an anti-seizure, anticonvulsant, and it's like, gee, You couldn't find a way to help us without making it worse. I mean, seriously.
That's why I take drugs.
But
Drugs.
some of these
No.
articles are so suspicious about how they say that it unmasks, you know, taking those AEDs over time can just unmask the subclinical Parkinson's. Like they really do try to reinforce it. Like
Hey,
you already have the
This
Parkinson's.
is
These drugs are
this
just
is
bringing it to life, essentially.
medicine. I'm
So
sorry,
some
Kate.
doctors try to push it like that too.
I know.
Oh, trust me, I'm getting to the dispensary next week.
Yeah, it's
I'm
like
gonna get a ride out there.
They
this is
better frickin'
medicine.
buy me a
The
sweet
pills I pick
cane.
up, this drugs. Yeah.
Hold on, go ahead, Josh. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said they better buy me a sweet frickin' cane if I get Parkinson's.
There you go. And knowing your family history is definitely a benefit. Because you want
Yeah.
to, if anything, if you find one of those physicians that is an epileptologist, literally an expert of, with seizures, then it's even better to understand, have somebody well versed, have other patients that they're treating with, more of these ailments. So yeah, it's always good to have that information because you can use it.
Yeah, it kind of sucks down here in Texas because like there's such good doctors down here, but the healthcare system is junk.
I'm from Texas.
Oh yeah, what part?
Laredo.
Oh, I'm Houston.
We're close.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in Fredericksburg.
Oh,
So Twisted, any
Closer.
suggestions on the shit healthcare?
San
I mean, is
Antonio.
it really that different than the rest of the country?
San Antonio or Houston has the best healthcare.
Yeah, I mean, so unfortunately, like me and my wife right now, we make like just over the cusp to get the decent health care. So they want to charge us arm and a leg.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because unfortunately I'm in sales. So they until the whole Trump stuff where they stopped taxing commissions, then because once they stop taxing the commissions, then it won't be reported. And then I won't be that'll get taken off the income.
Okay, so as of right now, it's getting credited towards your income, making it look like you make that much more.
Yeah, it was like when I got kicked off of disability for an overpayment because I was waiting tables and I was doing it part-time. I was only doing it like 3 days a week, like 4 hours each day. But I was making such good money in tips that they screwed me off.
Have stayed there.
Huh?
You should have stayed there.
Yeah, but I mean I'm making more money now.
Oh, okay.
But now that I'm on medical leave and I'm kind of in limbo about losing my license, which I travel for my job, so I might have to and I'm making payments on the car, so I might have to sell that one back and get a cheaper car, get a cash car.
Oh.
And then
Yeah,
just
assets are tricky.
Yeah, because we have a truck too. So we'll have that one, but we want a car to get better gas mileage. So I'll let my wife use that.
I don't drive, so
Yeah, I didn't drive for like 6 or 7 years, and then I got my license back like last year. And so I went and got that job, and I was like, freaking sweet. I got this awesome job. I'm making commissions. I'm doing all this. And then last week, all that crap happened, and they're like, oh, according to our company policy. I'm like, son of a bitch.
no.
So
Surprise,
we'll
surprise.
see. Yeah, we'll see if I can get some accommodations to do some inside sales, but it's a small company.
Okay, well, at least you definitely have some, plans
Yeah.
in the works, options. That's always good to have something to look forward to.
Yeah, it's always a fight.
There you go. So the icebreaker question for everybody today. If you could be the best in the world at one thing, what would it be? if I could be the best in the world at one thing, I think it would be understanding people, some kind of psychology thing. What about you, Pookie?
Psychology is cool and all. There's nothing like being the best at playing a piano. I would like to learn some kind of coding or whatever, like learn how to do solar and make solar and do stuff like that and be the best at stuff like that.
What about you, Josh?
I'm
I
gonna make a car company, and it's gonna be named Grand Mile.
Yeah, no, I love art, but I am a horrible artist. So if I could be the best at anything, I would love to be the best tattoo artist.
I would like to be I would like to be the best small business person because a lot of us cannot work full-time jobs. It's very tenuous. And so developing skills as a just a small business person that we can work on our own time.
Mm-hmm.
Got the
Yeah.
start a
I
car
want to be
company.
the best. Yeah, the best at growing my medicine and my food. That's
Oh,
all.
how great is that? Yeah, I wish I could grow food. I want to learn eventually. But Angel,
I want to be the best dad.
oh
Aw.
nice, that's a good one.
Aw.
And
Okay.
Twisted.
I'd like to be the best person ever.
The question was if you could be the best in the world at one thing. You think being a person?
That's my final answer.
I think being a person is being the best person is a thing.
Okay, that works. We're not getting a different answer out of Twisted.
Yeah, I think I'd be the best electric car maker.
Okay,
Be like the
that
2026
would
Tonic
sell.
Clonic. The Maya Clonus comes out next year.
Definitely get better designs.
Instead of the
Self-driving.
instead of the Hyundai Accent, it'll be the Hyundai Absence.
Right.
Oh,
You know?
jeez. The 2026 Tonic Clonic.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just laughing. I'm like, oh, L1 and the SI joints sounds like a great band name, but that's an
Exactly.
injection I have to get in my back.
Man, I'd totally buy a Maya Clonus.
Yeah. Lincoln MKZZZZZZ.
Endless possibilities.
I gotta go, guys.
You'll
All
come
right,
back later. We'll be
we'll be here when you get back.
Or Insomniacs.
Hopefully.
You know it.
I will also be back. I'll also be back, guys. Thank
We'll
you.
be here.
See you then. Love the hat.
So I got something here, you guys. It says how long to give a drug before you know whether side effects will fade. It says I'm super early on this journey with my 18-year-old son. He has been having myoclonic jerks mostly in the morning for about 2 years now and had a car accident this summer due to them previously. He had left like they were too sporadic, quick to affect his driving. He has never had a tonic-clonic so far. He and I had talked to his doctor several times about it and never really got anywhere besides get more sleep and take some vitamins. I thought they were more of a tic and had no idea they may be epilepsy related. Finally got a referral to a neuro, and he was pretty certain of a likely diagnosis. So we're now working with to confirm whether it is or isn't JME, juvenile myoclonic epilepsy. He has had an MRI in a week and a sleep-deprived EEG in 2 weeks. In this meantime, neuro put him on 500 milligrams of Keppra. This is day 4, and it is left my son feeling pretty miserable, angry, bad headaches, trouble sleeping, achy, and in quote off. It has limited his myoclonic jerks by a lot. I have to call into his doc, but I'm wondering, as I know finding the right med can be quite a journey. Is there any wisdom you guys can share about how long to give a medication that to get the best to navigate your whole journey? I
How long
didn't
did you say?
pay
2
attention
weeks?
for ages, so I wouldn't know.
She
I didn't
pointed
pay.
out that he was only taking it for 4 days, and she just wanted some insight.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's Keppra. It's frickin' Keppra. But
Yeah.
I mean, she's
Yeah.
got to tough it out a little while longer on that, to see how things go. Because I mean, once the Kep rage wears off, if it does, then if it's working out for him, then it's working for him. But if it doesn't, then they need to reevaluate what's going on. I mean, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
You just gotta fight the battle. I mean, epilepsy is my arch nemesis, but man, Kepra's a dick.
Well, you
No
can't
kidding.
forget too, it does affect people differently. So for me, it's a
Yeah.
month. After I was titrated to the final, the gold dose, I
Mhm.
did feel less changes after a month. But for some
Yeah.
people, that can take 3 months. A patient that's 18 years old can definitely take longer or have some, quick switch side effect type situations where you're still growing. That
Yeah.
boy is
Yeah.
not done developing, and even
Yeah.
at this age,
What was
A
the
because
dosage
you're on
mind
the
again?
Keppra for a
isn't
year.
fully developed till 25. So
That's what they tell you, but I I don't think it's still way late. I don't think it's way later.
Yeah. What was the dosage he was at?
And they didn't give the dose, just that he had been
Oh,
taking
okay.
Keppra for 4 days,
Yeah. Yeah,
and
because
that's
I was on
early.
1500. Um, and then that stuff it was causing crazy mood swings like she was explaining. But then it was just making me like just sick. That's all that stuff was doing. So that was miserable. The lamotrigine and the zonisamide is treating me pretty good right now. Some days are better than others, but the only thing that sucks is like sometimes it's hard to eat because it makes a lot of food just taste like junk. Like a lot of things I used to like, especially when it comes to like meats and breads, it just tastes like sand.
Yeah. What about you, Angel?
Mhm.
Did that zonisamide or this medication titration situation ring any bells for you? Like, how long did it take you to feel like you adjusted? What advice basically would you have for an 18-year-old and a mom?
for Capra, oh wow,
Yeah, I
that's a
mean,
whole
for just the
virgo.
beginning of the journey and at all.
Capra wasn't even my verse either. But it takes a bit. It takes the titration period takes a bit. You have to adjust to the one of the main things that every epilepsy drug causes is a drowsiness. You have to adjust to how strong it is, and then just like the mind games. For me at 18, oh, that would
Yeah,
have been
that's a tough one.
that would have
Just to be able
been
to stay on something consistently is
yeah.
half
Yeah,
of the
that too.
challenge.
I was 20 and that was tough, but 18, you're coming into your adulthood. You're getting out of high school. You're going into college. That's a tough one. I mean, at that point as a parent, it's like even with the mood swings and stuff, you just got to be supportive.
I'm a guy. I was on Kepra you could swore I was the one on PMS.
Oh my gosh, right? When you mentioned titration, I wonder if that dose was properly titrated for that 18-year-old to have a reaction like that in 4 days. That doesn't sound like a proper titration. I wonder if this doctor just threw them onto the therapeutic dose without, yep, because that's very common when that happens. Like when a primary says, well, let's just put you on Keppra, and this is the therapeutic dose. And they don't realize that titration is very important, But
That's a good point because sometimes the doctors are go all gung ho in there and then they don't take account body weight, age, all those things like that.
right, or the titration. It does
Yep.
take a while for our brains to accommodate those drugs. They're very dangerous. But that's what that sounds like. It's too soon for that level, that intensity, and it just sounds like it's I don't want to say overdose, but improperly titrated, maybe. But it's also used as a diagnostic because if it's not working, that's one thing. And that's where you want to let the doctor know. It's like, we're having these unwanted side effects. So is there something else that we can take right now, So it's that communication with our doctor is very, very important. But yeah, it kind of sounds like an improper titration. Dang, that sucks. I'm thinking about my life when I was 18.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's gotta be scary to have noticeable changes 4
I
days
just got
into
off
it.
the
That
Vimpat,
sounds
and
like, yeah.
that
What did the
that was
Vimpat do to you?
titrating off the Vimpat too fast will make you, like, it will send you into that. Oh, it gave you that Keppra type feeling, like, oh no, 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 no.
Right.
It's like
Yeah, that's
you need to
Something is
slow it
wrong.
down.
oh my gosh. That was like day 2, but he dropped me by 100. He did a 25% drop. And I'm like, okay, that's appropriate clinically, but no, I can't do that. Let's slow it down. And he's like, no, let's see what happens. Oh, now he knows not to do that, and it's like, yeah, let's not do this anymore. But yeah, the coming off, I don't know if I'll ever be able to come off of Vimpat. That heart arrhythmia, yeah, I was like, I don't even have, I didn't even know what I needed to get myself back to baseline other than to just take my Vimpat, and that's what I did. I literally said, I am no longer taking Xcopri. This is what happened. Here's this. Showed him the chart, for my heart rate. I will be returning back to the original dosage of Vimpat. You can call me if you like. And he called me the next morning. And he's like, wait, I'm the doctor. I said, yeah, I know. But been here, done this, ain't doing it right now.
And
Because I
you are
knew
the
I had,
patient.
yeah. And I'm like, I had to have surgery. You can't put me in a position where I need to see a cardiologist over a heart rhythm issue because of a AED. We can do this after my surgery. And that was the only reason I said, okay, wait, let's not do this. But that was that reaction that I had to the Vimpat was the same. It was like, like Keppra on steroids and my heart rhythm. It sucked. And I think Mark had the same thing happen. But yeah, how do we get off these drugs? Yeah.
Yeah, with mine, I've been waiting forever for the insomnia to fall back. It's not happening. It said wait for it. It said the question was, how do you wait? How long do you give a drug before you know whether the side effects will fade? Insomnia is not fading. It's just getting worse. I'm staying
Yeah.
up longer and longer.
It's different with everybody.
Yeah, lamotrigine, it causes insomnia, and I didn't notice for a while. Sometimes I just be playing video games for so long and just never notice the time is flying by. But eventually, when I wasn't playing video games, I noticed how not tired I am when I'm just laying down, trying to go to sleep, laying down for hours, eyes closed, but not sleep.
Overthinking.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It gets kind of frustrating when you're laying there and you're just laying there and you can't go to sleep, and time's flying by and I just can't fall asleep. It sucks.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad that last time I got out of the hospital, that hospital doctor gave me that Topamax. I mean, it still takes a while to go to sleep, but I mean, at least it happens.
So you take Tomax along with what you're taking?
So I don't usually, but this last time out of the hospital, because he saw I wasn't sleeping and stuff, he's like, hey, go ahead. He's like, I'm going to write you one script for this. He's like, take it after you leave to help you go to sleep. And because I was having all these other issues from the seizures and stuff too. And I mean, it's still, it takes a minute to fall asleep, but once you lay down and you're lay down, you close your eyes, turn the TV off and do that, it'll happen. I was actually quite surprised.
Do they use that medication resistance term with you?
Yeah, like I've done, it takes quite a bit of Valium to knock me out, which I'm surprised because Topamax is a low dose of Valium, or it's kind of like a low dose of Valium, but it's a different medication. They had me on Zoloft too. I know that doesn't help you sleep, but they had me on another sleeping medication. I forgot what the heck that one's called. I have it somewhere in there. It's expired. I'm not really a big fan of taking medications in general, but yeah, I definitely recommend mentioning Topamax and see what the doctor says about it.
I'm not a fan of pills, so it's like anything to do with anything other than epilepsy, I can deal with.
Yeah.
It's like I have a little pain in my hip from previous surgeries. I just deal with it because I don't want to take any pills. And if it ain't hurts that bad, I don't want to have to take a pill just because, or to dull the pain or whatever the case for a little bit.
We've been taking pills since we were little, Pookie.
Yeah, no more pills.
Well, they said you're down in the Bay Area too, so you got some other medication. Yeah, I used to live in Lake Tahoe.
Oh, nice. Yeah, they have some alternative medicines here. But I do have these comments here, and one here says, day 4, give it 2 weeks. Another one says, the question I want to answer it is, after 10 plus years of being medicated on a variety of medications, how do we even tell when we have side effects? What is normal? Right, totally with you. I've been using lamotrigine for decades without serious side effects. I've had to adjust the dose up and down occasionally. I need to go up a dose. I'm on zonisamide. I got told by a pharmacist 5 to 7 weeks. I found that to be true for the brain fog a bit. The weirder side effect of the metallic taste took 2 weeks to fade. Wow.
I know exactly what he's going through.
This won't be the most popular comment, but I really think that to be on the safer side, your son shouldn't drive. Your post reads like, in quote, hey, don't worry. I'm really good at knocking back liquor and getting home safely. Check out my hand. I'm completely steady and I can walk a straight line without a problem. for his and the public safety, epileptics should not get their license. How do you feel about driving?
So for me, I'm kind of both ways about it. I'm actually going through some internal conflict about it. I do think they should be able to have their license, but I do think they need to be conscious and responsible about it. So, like what I'm going through, I didn't have seizures for a couple of years, and I had conversations with my doctor about getting my license back. And we made the decision together that it was okay to do that. And which it was a lot of conversations because a couple years prior, I had totaled my car into a tree. But over a couple of years, they let me get my license back. But this past week, I've had a couple of seizures. Even though I didn't have them in a car, I'm still taking the time to seriously debate, and will have a conversation with my neurologist whether it's a good idea for me to still drive, or do I need to surrender my license, or does she need to take my license? Because I don't want to hurt myself or anybody else.
I don't want to hurt anyone else. Couldn't live with myself if I'd done anything like that to kill someone with a car. That's literally a 2-ton weapon. So yeah, I'm not gonna drive, and told myself just not gonna drive again. I told her the car hit the center divide.
Yeah, I got in the median, and then there was a tree there, and I hit it, and it took out the whole passenger side. And luckily, there was sheriff coming that way, and he saw it all happen.
Luckily, we're still here.
Yes.
Talk about it.
What was the other part of the question? He was talking about the lamotrigine, and he was having issues with that. With when can you tell the either the
when to tell
personality
when the side effects will fade.
Uh-huh.
You never know when the side effects will fade. I've been waiting forever.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard. It's even hard to tell in a sense, because it's hard to tell when your emotions change and kind of finalize after coming off of that kind of titrating level. You know what I mean? Because you have a part where you begin before you start taking it, and then you have a part where you end after you're titrating when you start taking the medications. And then you have that roller coaster in between. And so it's kind of hard where you were at that beginning and that end, and then the seizures in between.
I know what you mean. It's a rough life we live. But I do have another question. It's a seizure question. My 20-year-old son has 4 seizures in the last year. One of them was while driving, and he had a minor accident. The doctors just keep upping the dose of Keppra to the point where he's taking 2,000 milligrams twice a day. He had a brain MRI that was clean and an EKG that showed no abnormal brain waves anymore. That he had when he was in high school. The doctor looked at my wife and I, and told us the medicine was working. I looked at her like, "Are you kidding? We've been here 4 times this year. The latest episode was last night at work. The ER doctor suggested a cardiologist, and it could be related to sudden drops in blood pressure and irregular heartbeat. This is the first we've went down that road. He mentioned it can produce seizure-like symptoms and fainting spells. Has anyone else found something like this to be true? Has anyone else had any thought it was a seizure turnout or something else? My son is really upset, and we're just trying to find real answers. Thank you." 4,000 milligrams of Keppra a day. I can see why you could see many problems with that. Just to start off, jump into 4,000 milligrams a day.
For someone that young, that's quite a bit.
Say that again?
I said for someone that young, that's quite a bit.
Angel says 2,000 is amateur. What were you on? 3,000, Angel? You were on the max dose?
I was on 4,000 milligrams a day
Oh,
with
okay.
500 milligrams of lamotrigine.
Okay, yeah.
They
When
wanted me on 6,000 4 weeks after the pregnancy. They wanted me on 3,000 in the morning and 3,000 twice a day.
I mean, at that point, I feel like they're just trying to sell stuff.
They don't know the side effects. They just know what the research says about it. So, don't ask, don't tell.
I don't know personally what goes into like what they were saying about the cardiology and the fainting spells causing seizure-like symptoms, but like you said with the Keppra, that's a lot to just rock out on that kid. with with that with the doctor, if she doesn't feel comfortable with that, can get a new one.
I'm gonna go through some of these comments. One says, "Look into POTS." A friend of mine has POTS, and he's had the same heart problems, but only one spell of a seizure-like episode. After doing my own research, that's what I believe my problem, and I'm trying to get tested for it. Hope this helps a little. The fact that they have him on 2,000 of Keppra twice a day is nuts. Watch rage. Another comment says POTS and cardio-related issues can cause convulsive syncope that can look a lot like seizures. If that comes back negative, they may look into functional non-epileptic seizures, but make sure he's definitely not epilepsy before they diagnose.
Another thing that they mentioned too,
First seizure at 31. So I just had my first one a few days ago. Then tonight I got symptoms, but another never came. Now I can't sleep in fear that I will have another one again. I just need some help or experiences. When you have, what is it called? An aura, it doesn't mean one is always coming, but an aura is actually a seizure. So you got to watch out for that. An aura is the seizure, not a warning. I used to think the aura was a precursor, but come to find out, it's not. It's actually a seizure itself. So watch out for that. You got a long ride ahead of you. I've been had this since I was 16, so that's 20 years, and I was 16. So I feel for people who get it later in life, because then they get their license taken, and then some people, they get their independence taken and they got to move back home with their families. So that's really rough. I lost it at 16, and then my mother just took care of me since then. So when I turned certain ages, I just didn't. I was just like, my mom is helping me out. Advice for this, you guys? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 33 and I'm still having seizures, man. It's tough. I mean, every day's a struggle, but I mean, it's we all gotta get through it, and we're all here in this together. And it's hard when your life gets uprooted, but that's why we're human. We're able to adapt, and we're strong and resilient, and we're able to adapt to a plethora of different situations. And that's what we need to try and do, whether we need to work as a pack or work as a warrior, like that gentleman just mentioned.
How long ago were you diagnosed?
Me?
Yeah.
Shortly after I turned 20.
Oh, okay. So
13 years.
We have to be together with this, show them all this. All of us are going through this, and not just one.
And that's something I'm still just learning how to do. And some days I forget how to do it. And but like I said, we're only human.
Yeah. How's your eating? Do you like, because my diet, I forget to eat a lot. So
Yeah, I do that. I actually kind of screwed up this morning. I didn't forget to eat. I just did it late. I took my meds first and then I started power cleaning the house because I didn't have anything to do today. And then everything started feeling like I was walking on a boat on the ocean. And so I was like, oh crap. And so I ran to the fridge and grabbed made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and grabbed some fruit and snacked on that.
Wish I had a banana right now. I like bananas.
You
But
know what I found out? Bananas aren't good for people who take epilepsy medication.
are not or are?
Are not.
Oh, I gotta
It's
look that
it's
up.
not it's not all medications, but for sometimes and especially in the post-ictal phase, it makes it to where they don't absorb the medications correctly.
Is it
Okay.
AEDs or benzos, do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah,
It
that's
says
definitely something.
bananas are generally safe for individuals with epilepsy when consumed in moderation, as they contain potassium but are unlikely to trigger seizures. Bananas are rich in potassium, an essential mineral that helps regulate electrical activity in the brain. While potassium is important for overall health, its direct impact on seizure activity is not fully understood. Some studies suggest that both low and high potassium levels could potentially influence seizure risk.
Yeah, that's not the article I read.
Well, it sounds like
Yeah.
maybe the organic is the way to go on bananas, because if they're, if you're eating a banana with acetaminophen or something, then that can contribute to a medication's potency
Okay,
due
that makes
to
sense.
like the
Yeah,
oxidation and
because
potassium
I was in
though.
this super bad post-ictal phase, and I was like, I gotta figure out a way to get over this. And so I was doing a bunch of research, trying to look up foods to eat and stuff like that.
Yeah, sometimes I eat 2 bananas a day. They ran out of bananas, unfortunately.
I'm a strawberries and blackberries guy.
Oh,
I have a
nice.
post-ictal solution, but I don't want it on YouTube. That's what I use for all kinds of nerve pain and that post-ictal. Yeah, where it's like you just need to get it to reset because my head doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
But then
See,
a little bit of that.
I only use psilocybin every couple of months, almost for just like a mental clarity reset.
I don't trip. I just microdose.
Yeah.
And I'll just take a little bit more if I need it.
How you
Hi,
doing?
Toasty.
I am doing all right.
Nice. It's good to hear. The great Kate with the icebreaker.
Here we go. If you could be the best in the world at one thing, what would it be?
Do I go with the obvious or
Never.
not? Never go with the obvious. Okay.
Obvious for you might not be the obvious choice that we were expecting, so follow your intuition.
I would like. Oh, I still have to think. Because I want to be something I'm already find enjoyable.
Whatever comes to mind, Toaster. No
Okay, the
answer
first
can be
thing that comes
wrong.
with my mind is the damn obvious. I would want to be better at writing.
Best in the world? Absolutely. That's Toaster right there.
What do you write?
Just random shit. It's how I process my world, if that makes any sense.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you had something where we can read your writing.
If you can filter the flares on Epilepsy Universe for the Brainstorm Chronicles, you will
Oh,
be
okay.
entertained for a
Okay.
long time.
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
I'll check it out.
They are awesome.
Yeah, I'll have my wife check it out too.
Oh yeah, you'll enjoy it. Those are bedtime stories. Those are family stories. It's fun.
It's a wide variety of stories.
Cool. Awesome.
It's whatever comes to my mind.
Like I said, I had that really bad cluster last weekend, and I was going through a really bad doom phase, and but when I came out of that seizure, I could, in my body, I could feel like if my wife hadn't found me, I wouldn't be here. Like, you know, that feeling when you have those really, really bad seizures, you can feel it in your brain, those things. And so, and I was going through the depression and all that stuff. And I was like, I really need to find a way to express myself to where people can understand in a way. And I was like, I know my friends and my family, they try. They try to do the best they can. I was like, but I need to find a better outlet for these kinds of things. And so I went and kind of put myself out there and did that. Yeah, glad to be here.
But
Those clusters
um,
suck.
Yeah.
so
And I
Toaster,
had a real long one. Yeah.
when was your last one?
My last cluster?
Your last seizure?
Who, me?
I can't
It's like an
remember.
angel.
I'm going to say May because I can't remember.
Oh,
But
nice.
I think it broke.
Yeah, I haven't broke my streak yet. It'll be a couple months. It's been 2 months, so I'm working on getting to 5. I've pretty much got mine's down from 20 years, Josh. I've gotten it down from 12 to 15. I mean, 15 to 12 to slowly on to where now I'm at a comfortable position with lamotrigine. I'm having 3 to 5, and this year I've only had 3. I'm doing pretty good. I haven't had that many this year. I'm trying to stick to under 3 to 5, so I'm on a good track right now to do that.
That's great. I got a question for you though on the lamotrigine. So I know you got those luscious locks right there, but have you had any issues with hair thinning?
Um, somebody did say something about that, but someone also said that it helps with hair. So I didn't understand that. I read about it, about something about hair loss, and then I read something someone else said it made their hair grow. So
I mean, there's spots like where, like I used to have really thick hair, and I'm not going bald, but you can see where it's getting thinner. But I also wear hats all the time, so I'm kind of screwing myself right there.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not having any thinning.
Mhm.
I'm glad I'm not, because I think once that starts, I might just have to take the locks off, because my father, he started balding from right here first, and then it just spread. So I don't want to get that. I really don't want to go through that phase, but if it has to happen, it has to happen, and that would really suck. I imagine
Yeah.
the rest of my life with them, but if it has to happen, then it's just what has to happen. But Toaster? Oh no, Josh, go ahead. You finish what you're saying before Toaster?
I already forgot.
All right.
I just wanted to jump in with Dr. Google. Dr. Google says that hair loss is a rare side effect for lamotrigine, occurring then in less than 1% of patients. And they get that information from American Journal of Therapeutics. Okay, sorry. And that it's normally more common, or this side effect is more common in women than men.
And
Not
to
that it
add to
doesn't
that,
occur in men.
I blamed it. I blamed any hair thinning for me. Felt like it was definitely worse, like, along with all the side effects when I was taking 2 and 3 pills. You know, the kind of cocktail of medications definitely, I felt like it had me with more side effects, because as I titrated down and went off one by one, now here we are, like 6 months later on that journey. I do feel better.
Mhm.
So it's hard to narrow down which one to blame, but it's easy to say altogether was worse than this, fraction of Kepra.
Yeah. Toaster, you came in right after a good question. Since it's short, I can bring you up to speed before I start on the comments. It was my first seizure at 31. So I just had my first seizure a few days ago. Then tonight I got symptoms, but another never came. Now I can't sleep and the fear will happen again. Any help or experiences? Yeah, I just said that sometimes it doesn't come, but that feeling of that it might come is what an aura is, I believe. So, and that might be the impending doom feeling because you fear that it'll happen again. I say get some rest, but I say don't be afraid of it because it might come. Just be prepared and prepare yourself for a seizure to come. Because for a long time, I didn't know I was having focals. I just thought, I don't know, I just thought you just blink out and maybe it was a thing. Come to find out it isn't.
But it presents differently in so many different type of people. Or so many people. There we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say it, sir, but you are going to have bad memory. So be ready for that. It messes with your memory. And if you have been watching this, it messes with your hair and all kinds of things. So just get ready.
But you've come to the right place.
Yeah, get ready. If you're watching this,
use your AI on your phone. It will help you tremendously.
Yeah.
That's a coping to help track things and stuff like that.
Great personal assistant.
Come on here and join us.
Or use the Chat GPT Pro.
Oh, my mom uses Chat GPT. She uses it to oh, never mind. It's dumb. Okay, you know what? To make pictures of her
Come on
dogs
here
and
and
different
join us.
art styles.
Yeah.
Our
No,
30 years and experience of seizures.
Yeah, it's great because you can just set it to the audio, and then you can have it. You can just talk to it and have it set all your like appointments, all that stuff, so it reminds you. What I have it do is I have it remind me the day before and the morning of, and that really helps me. And then I have it remind me on my medications now.
That's a great way. So it's like on your calendar? It sets it directly into your calendar?
So it does it on the calendar, but it also gives you a voice reminder like an alarm.
Oh.
So I don't know how it works on the other ones like Alexa, because I have a Galaxy, so I use Gemini. But I also have Chat GPT Pro because I use that for work because it's $20 a month and it's like paying for an $80 an hour personal assistant. So yeah, it's a simple way to make the bad memory a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah, it does feel like these reminders kind of keep a regular schedule, but I know that feeling like I'm dependent on anything is not ideal, but whatever works. This is how I get things done, by taking notes of everything at this point.
Josh, do you smoke or drink?
So unfortunately I'm in Texas, so smoking, luckily I got some pretty good friends. So because the legal part of it is that whole THC or whatever, every letter in the alphabet, THC, A, B, C, D, E,
It's
F,
the
G.
Delta 9 loophole.
Well, yeah, the Delta 9's not really there too much. So now it's like THCPAF, and all those. But I have a buddy who grows up here, but it's not the greatest stuff because the humidity and stuff we have out here, but it works. I used to drink. I was a big whiskey guy, but then with seizures, I had to put it down.
Understand.
Oh, I said it became to the point every time I would have a drink the morning after, I would have cluster seizures.
Okay, yeah, I stopped cold turkey. I haven't drank since Easter. Once I started this, I dropped a few things. I was like, I'm gonna try to be an example, see if it works. It pretty much worked. I stopped smoking nicotine, so I use papers now instead of cigars. And I don't know if that's helped, but I heard that nicotine lowers your seizure threshold and alcohol, so I haven't did it. And I'm trying to see if still I'm gonna get the 3 to 5 a year without drinking alcohol and nicotine. So far we're at 3 a year, so yeah. Hoping for no more than 3
The nicotine,
for the year.
yeah, the nicotine's the one I'm having trouble with. I did quit it for a year. It didn't do much, but I picked it up again, just because I got tired of using the other pens and stuff, and then a whole lot of work and all that, and I was driving, and I just picked it up one day. I was all stressed out, and I was like, I need a damn vape. And but yeah, vaping, quitting tobacco sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really
Hey,
have
AJ.
weed these days. Weed these days, and that's all. No nicotine, just weed. And I've been vaping lately instead of smoking flower. So so there's that. But hey AJ, how you doing? Missed you.
Hi.
How's it going?
All right.
You
I'm
been
pretty
all right since
tired.
last time I seen you?
Yeah, kinda.
Have you had any
Well, we're
seizures since the
happy
last
to
time I
have you
seen
back.
you?
Maybe I don't remember.
I like the
Well,
don't
we
remember
are
part.
thrilled to have you back. And the icebreaker, as you're used to, if you could be the best best in the world at one thing, what would it be?
I don't think I want to be the best at something because that means I'm not able to learn new things about that stuff. So no, I don't want to be the best. I want to be able to learn every single day.
So always be on the journey to get better at that one thing.
Yes.
What would that one thing be though?
Oh, that's a hard one. Maybe being a better person.
Okay, now we love you even more. Welcome back.
Yeah, we had the one more comment for the seizure at 31. One says, my first was at 25 just a year ago. I haven't had another, but I also experienced auras. My brother has epilepsy, so I suspect I do as well. Just haven't caught it on an EEG. I can't give you advice, but I can sympathize with you. It's scary that we don't know what's going on to happen to our bodies or when. The anxiety is so normal. I wish there was more we could do. I was diagnosed at 11. What I would do is take deep breaths, take notes of your symptoms, and see what causes your seizures and auras. That's what helped me. It sounds like good advice.
Yeah. Anxiety is the tough one. That's the tough one for me. It's getting over, it's not really like the anxiety in the depression sense. It's more like the anxiety, like the like freaking out over the most insignificant things that just don't matter. Like if a door is closed in front of you, or things, and it just causes you anxiety when you're coming in your post-ictal phase, or just the simplest weird things that just causes you this unsurmountable anxiety. And it's such a weird process to go through.
I do have something else. Does anybody have cramping limbs or anything? I'll go through this and then you can think about that. Says toe cramping prior to seizure. I was just released from the hospital 3 nights ago due to my first ever seizure at 60 years old. I live alone, and last Sunday I had my first, but just a few minutes prior to my seizure, my left toes cramped closed so hard I couldn't pull them apart. Then Monday morning, I was walking through a parking lot and toe cramping started again. I could barely walk, but I didn't have an immediate seizure. However, about 30 minutes later, I did. I passed out with one in my car in the parking lot, but I woke up in an ambulance. After triage in the ER, I had another one in the front door. Oh, I had another one in front of a doctor. I heard him tell the nurse he saw me have a tonic-clonic seizure. I was admitted and had an aura. Number one, brain CT. Number two, brain MRI. I get lost reading these lines. Number three, EEG. Number four, lumbar probe and tons of blood work. After 3 nights, I was released and prescribed Keppra. I know I've read about NEG side effects and scheduled to follow-up appointment with an outside neurologist. I have been in intermittent fasting for 6 weeks before the incident. 1 meal every 22 hours, occasionally 48 to 72. Tests have showed aside from a tiny bit of low potassium and sodium phosphate, both which they supplement. They don't think my electrolytes were out of whack enough to cause seizures. I guess my main question and curiosity is, has anybody else ever experienced any major cramping prior to a seizure? It almost felt for the first time like I could feel a bolt of electricity shoot from my cramped toes throughout my body. It was really weird. Has anyone experienced any toe cramping or cramping prior to a seizure? Me, no.
Not
On some occasions, my hands will actually clench, just clench, I guess. Is that cramp? Yeah.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Mr. Thorne.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's just like, does that count?
I think so. It sounds like it.
Then yes. That's happened to me before, but mostly the cramping happens afterwards.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so it sounded like they were describing the toes before, and I was leaning towards like the myoclonic type cramping. But if theirs is lasting, the intermittent fasting you can't ignore.
Yeah.
I know they said that the doctors don't blame electrolyte imbalance for that, but you know yourself best. Intermittent fasting for 6 weeks, your body is changing. That's not enough time to say that this is just a new way of life. So, you know, take everything into account, take notes, and you'll get to know your own body best. Don't always just write it off because the doctors do. What do
Yeah.
you think, Angel?
I thought Josh had something.
Oh yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if it's, I mean, I'd keep an eye on it, and if it's something that happens repeatedly, I'd bring it up to your neuro, of course. But if it's something that happens repeatedly, that can be something I don't know if I'd call it an aura, or anything like that, but a good way, because I get me myself, all my cramping comes after my seizures in the postictal phase, and I do like a little bit of self PT, like muscle massaging and stuff like that. And I have rollers and all that stuff to help get over that. It helps the walking, the stepping, especially in the calf and hamstring area. So maybe trying to do some self PT to stay away from that cramping, either pre or post seizure.
AJ, have you ever had any issues like this, cramping of extremities or any part of you around seizures?
Yes, that's how my first seizure occurred. My whole left leg. muscle got stuck, and it was so severe that my blood pressure increased and my blood bursted on. It
Oh,
was
wow.
pretty rough. I was not aware that I was about to have a seizure. I got up, unblocked my muscle, and eventually, after maybe 50 meters, I ended up having 2 seizures.
Wow,
But I
so
was
you
fine. I
actually
mean,
moved with that.
yeah, I was making jokes that I will make pictures with a helicopter ambulance, but I did not.
Not yet.
Eventually I end up capturing in a photo when I was in the ambulance, when the ambulance arrived. Yeah,
Okay.
it was funny.
Did that end up becoming a consistent symptom, or was that a one-time thing, just that first time?
It was my first and only, I believe. They also did my blood work and discovered that my calcium level were almost 0. But after that, when I had multiple seizure or I was having a status, they eventually discovered that I was actually dehydrated, but I'm drinking almost 1 gallon of water a day, maybe more. So it was not possible to have dehydration or
Were you
diabetes.
taking any, of course not seizure meds, but any other medication before that that might have drained your salt? Because
I
seizure meds
was
can't be the only ones, right?
not actually. The seizure itself can be. You are sweating and you're eliminating a lot of electrolyte through sweat. So yeah.
Yeah, and if you don't get around to taking a sip of something in the 2 or 3 hours it takes to get to the hospital and get that whole intake process, then you could appear dehydrated after a seizure. I could see that happening
Yeah,
too.
usually after a seizure, I usually, if someone is not near me, I end up drinking in like 10 seconds, half of gallon of water. So I'm pretty idiot when it comes to drinking water.
Never shamed
I don't know how
for
to swallow
those urges.
and end up puking on people around me or teachers.
Well, we have those urges.
But
It's
I'm
just
all right.
really annoying when they
Yeah.
give you pills first and then you do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to read one comment from that post because there's only one here, and it's someone we know. It said, I have had cramping in my toes and fingers, lower leg muscles for like a day-ish before some of my seizures. My first was in 2006. I had dozens, and this doesn't happen every time. The reasons behind it are probably different, but I would say it has to do with low intake of food or drink. Side note, Kepper really screws with my head. If it won't affect you medically, I'd recommend to switch to another, or if it does affect you medically, I recommend switch to another. Along with my epilepsy, I have other health issues such as chronic pancreatitis, and my gallbladder was removed back in 2022. No, I'm not a drinker, but before anyone brings that up. So sometimes I get quite dehydrated from not being able to eat or keep fluids down from those issues. This means it's tough to keep my meds down, and cramping and sometimes followed by a seizure just seems too much to be a coincidence to me. We all have different bodies or different medications, and I am in no way a doctor. So don't take this as a medical advice. I'm just sharing my personal experiences with you. If you do have any more questions to ask me, please don't hold back. We are all going through the same struggles, my friend. Can you guys guess who that was by what it said? Someone whom we know. You guys aren't gonna guess this one.
I definitely am not.
It's James, you guys.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was a
But I-
really good comment. Great advice.
But I do have another one here. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, sorry. We kind of clarified that I have those myoclonic seizures after general anesthesia because 3 out of 3 times I had exactly the same response. So, and I've had in the past, I've tried to explain it to my doctors. It's like it's just my right side, and I can feel like it'll start either in my hip or my toe or somewhere, even just my face. And before I know it, my entire right side is going clonic. Like it's myoclonic. And see Angel is off for dinner. I'm right behind him. But I've had that happen before having a seizure. But we did discover that, it was the same kind of thing happened after surgery. So I'm like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. But yeah, it could be a myoclonic, I don't want
Trigger.
to say aura. Yeah, trigger or a seizure. Yeah.
I mean, when you're coming off of the anesthesia, is it safe to say it's could be kind of a withdrawal symptom or side effect? That kind of
Yeah.
thing? Because so myoclonics aren't common for you any other time.
No, they are. They are.
Oh, okay, okay.
And they've gone back and forth, is it your spine? Is it this? Is it that? Is it your shoulder? Um, and now it's like, okay, we fixed the shoulder. Let's see what happens. I'm still having these myoclonic jerks that could potentially damage the repair that we just did. So it's like, I'm popping benzos like crazy. And now they want to put me back on pain management. And I'm like, yeah, no.
Let's
I'd
get to the
rather not.
cause this time.
Right. It's gonna go away, but let's talk about what we discovered that day. It's definitely they're definitely myoclonic seizures. So, and the neurologist watched it go bilateral. And that's what made him determine it's like, oh yeah, this looks like exactly what they said it was, because it started to go over to my left side. But it would like start as a little twitch. And before I know it, my entire right side is like going tonic and just my right side. And I'm still aware and I can still talk. I absolutely hate those. But yeah, I don't know if that's what they're talking about. But yeah, but I got to take off for a little while. Go and grab some dinner. I'll see you guys later. It was great to see you, Josh. Yes,
Yeah, great to
Josh.
meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Hope to see you again. I'll be back
Yeah.
later, guys. All right.
All
All
right,
right.
we'll see you then. So this next one is about, I think it's about medication. Let's see what you guys think. I don't know what this increase is supposed to do to my epilepsy, but it's been 3 months and I feel exactly the same. I constantly feel tired, not hungry. Someone has to force me to eat, and I'm still having a lot of seizures, but I think they are small ones and they're only happening at night. My brain is messed up so bad I lost my ability to tell when I'm going to have a seizure. I can tell sometimes, just not every time. Now I see why people don't want to be my friend because I'm a constant mess because of my epilepsy. What I get out of this one is when they change your treatment plan by saying, let's double the dose, you get 2, 3, a month or two into it, and this one says they've been 3 months into it, and you expect things to get better, but they don't. And that's the journey of discovering which medications work for you, which ones don't. And the combination, that can go on for a really long time, and it does feel frustrating. But once again, I mean, we just have to offer encouragement and reminding them that this is not your only option. You have more options, and don't lose hope. Basically, is what I'm getting out of this one. What would you tell them, Josh?
So for them, it for how she's feeling with the medications and stuff, that's pretty normal across the board with all of them. I will say with the eating and stuff, one thing I got some advice from somebody on another thread. When he had trouble eating, he actually made smoothies for himself because like texture of food and stuff was an issue. So he didn't use any dairy, but he blended up fruits and ice and stuff and made smoothies. And then he got like Ensures and or another type of like a protein shake or something, and then found a way to get his fiber. And that's how he got his food down, to do that way. And until his body kind of got used to it. And it's a good way to help get out of the post-ictal phase too. It helps me a lot, at least. And if you don't feel like you're having any progress and you're still having the same issues with medication, I mean, you always got to bring that stuff up to your neurologist. That's always that's a conversation. I mean, y'all are working together as well, as much as you're trying to work with us and talk with us. It's all conversation, and epilepsy's a battle. And if you feel like something's not working, I mean, tell them. And if they don't do anything to help you, then broaden your horizons.
There you go. Toaster? You put your hand down. You had something to say?
Yeah, I put my hand down and forgot to unmute myself. This person sounds like they're at the beginning of their journey. And I like what you said, how there's always another thing to try. And while it is scary, the hope that this might be the right medication is strong enough that you should try the new medication. And if that one doesn't work, tell your doctor. And when they say, no, let's just increase it, say, no, the side effects is what I'm talking about. And then I lost my train of thought. But
as do
we
all.
understand.
I was gonna say that seems to be a general consensus about with all of us.
Yeah, it happens so much. We'll be in the middle of a or in the middle of our sentence. Oh, squirrel.
I know. I forget about the sentence I'm about to say to somebody when we're talking. Like as they're talking to me, I'm like, all right, this is going to be my response. And then it's gone.
Yeah, it's exactly it. But it makes great conversations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
For
forget
people
what
who
I'm
don't feel
talking about as I'm
interrupted.
talking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Someone
Yeah, it
else
ends up
told me
being a
that was
different
insane.
conversation.
It was like, how do you forget what you're talking about when you're talking about it? And I was like, there's not an explanation I can give you that you might find acceptable or take it as an understanding. It might
Like
take
I didn't turn it into a PowerPoint presentation.
right.
You don't need to. There's a song just for us. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. What do? We swim. Where are we going?
Yeah. And then she has those moments where everything comes back to her. Those are the hilarious moments. Comes back to me when I don't need the information.
Yeah, like 4 hours later, you're like, oh crap, that's what I was gonna tell him.
Yeah. Jason, how you doing?
Hey, Jason.
How you been?
Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too. So I'm good to see you too. So like, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Just right now, like I just completed the first half of like deep cleaning, and I'm getting all my essentials for like car camping and stuff. So
All right, do what you gotta do. The question for today is, if you could be the best in the world at one thing, what would it be?
this is easy. This is easy for me. I would completely say like I would say like completely in making and just writing songs and doing music completely all in one, and then like and then like performing in concerts like outside of the country, like if they allow it to happen.
No matter what, if you're the best in the world, I bet it could happen. And AJ's suggestion was that our song, they always thought our song was "Shake It Up."
I like Ride the
But
Lightning by Metallica.
that is true, though. Music consistently does bring back random memories
Hmm.
that I didn't even know I forgot. Some of the
Yeah,
comments,
that's
though,
where a lot
on
of my
the
vivid memories come from.
no, when you're listening to music,
Yeah, especially when it comes to childhood memories.
is it music that you would have listened to at that time, though, or is it newer stuff that there's no way you heard that back in
I
those years?
To be honest with you, I don't even listen to new music. I mostly just listen to music from my childhood. I probably capped off at listening to music probably about 2015, 2016.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the best part of discovering the weekend, is that a lot of memories have come back that, like I said, I didn't even know I forgot. And
Hmm.
for newer music to be able to even inspire that or something, then it's got to be reaching like the right part of the brain. So I appreciate that. Some of the comments on that last post, how they had to increase the medication. It's been 3 months and it's just not getting better. Somebody saying, if people didn't want to be my friend, I'd wave them goodbye on that, because this is something a POS friend would do. I'm 29 and have been through all that and can reflect on that kind of think nowadays. Anyway, if you feel weird on the increase, say something to the doctor. Try to change your mentality about your epilepsy. I don't let the epilepsy control me, I control it. It doesn't get a say in anything, and this is coming from a woman who can't drive, doesn't know when any seizure will happen. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps and fight this epilepsy fight. There you go. Encourage it to be a warrior all the way.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like especially with the friends thing, like if friends, like those aren't friends. And like back when I was younger and stuff too, before I had my seizures and stuff, I used to be a pretty like, I mean, I still am, but with the people I know, but I used to be a pretty popular, well-liked guy. And then when I started having my epilepsy and people witnessed that stuff, the majority of them disappeared. And that hurt me a lot in the beginning. But then after time, and I kind of started to more or less accept what was going on in my life, you realize that those people you don't want to be around, and those people aren't for you. And then you realize who good people are in your life and who good people are that you meet. And then that's where you build really good relationships and build people that are going to be in your life the rest of your life.
Show their true colors. Another comment on that one is, yeah, just saying more of the encouraging things. Somebody actually commented on that one saying, I feel bad for you. And the OP wrote back, don't. That's not the goal here. That's not what I want. It's literally just sharing experience, and that's more encouraging in itself, for them to be able to reply to somebody else saying, don't feel bad for me. That's not the goal in any sense. It's really just what the first comment said, of don't let it control you. It doesn't, epilepsy, these seizures, the uncertainty doesn't make a difference in who you are. Medication or not, even though that can feel difficult, you don't have to give into it or let it control you at all. So that's an encouraging message there.
I mean, I try not to feel sorry for anybody, because everybody's got bootstraps.
I got something here. It says I need advice. So you guys listen here. It didn't say the listen here. I said that part. It says throwaway account because I'm a hypochondriac and I'm worried friends will see. But this will be something that worries me. When I was 9, I was diagnosed with ADHD and I space out in my daydream. I feel like I'm stuck in a way. I'll do repetitive motion or I'll freeze and I'll just stare. I can hear and see everything around me. I'm like kind of aware of everything going on, which is what makes me rethink all this. But when I come back to, I often very tired, especially if it lasted a long time. And if I freak myself out into thinking they're absent seizures, like I said, I can hear everything just fine. And I'm usually able to go back to whoever I was talking to. Sometimes I just feel like talking after, especially if I got tired. I also was in a pretty severe car accident recently, and I do have flashbacks from time to time that look very similar to what my friends touch my face if they think it's because it grounds me. But it doesn't always work, but I'm aware of being touched. Help. Either convince me I'm being a hypochondriac or this is just my ADHD. Give me some advice. I suggest finding a good neurologist and get a second, third, fourth opinion, whatever you need to make you feel comfortable. This one is rough. I don't know anything about ADHD at all. Not even itis.
What I would say on that, when were they diagnosed with ADHD? How long ago?
They said they were 9. They didn't say how long ago it was, but they were.
Because like back in the 90s and early 2000s and stuff, late 90s, early 2000s, ADHD was a really, really big thing that was diagnosed. So they may have ADHD, but they should possibly get reevaluated by a neurologist for epilepsy as well.
That's what I say. Get another opinion. If one neurologist doesn't believe you, get a second opinion, third opinion.
Yeah.
Whatever makes you feel comfortable. That's how I feel. Eventually, one's going
don't
to tell you
believe
something
you're
you
wrong.
want to hear. Come again?
Yeah. I said, don't believe that you're wrong.
You're not alone. You can always come here.
Okay, so I know a little bit. About 14% of children diagnosed with ADHD will have a seizure at some point in their life, according to Ohio State University. That is compared to about 1 to 2% of the normal population. And in terms of just looking at the epileptic population, a good 30-ish, because there's some are saying 20, some are saying 30, some are saying even up to 40. There's a higher percent of people with ADHD in the epileptic community, as compared to about 7 to 9% of the general population having ADHD. Well, I think I messed up some of my stats there. It doesn't matter. What matters is, it's morbid. Core morbid, I think is the right term. I have ADHD. If you haven't figured that out.
I was just going to ask that. I mean, only because you seem like you knew a lot about it. And I was going to say, well, do you have ADHD? Because Doesn't
I
look like you're
am
reading Google.
no, I am the poster child of ADHD, according to my mother, who um was a child psychologist for over like 40-ish years. As long as I've been alive and longer. How about that?
So
Um,
what
um, but ADHD, yeah, it's actually not uncommon for people with ADHD just to go, huh, wall, and just stare at the wall, and then come back and it's like 2 paragraphs later into whatever speech is being told to you. It's like, I just missed a whole chunk of information, and I know I did. And I can hear them. The words were coming through my head, but it literally is going from one ear down the other. It's
So I got a question with that. So people with ADD are can either have seizures, develop seizures, or be in the epilepsy community. Can that work vice versa, where somebody with epilepsy can develop ADHD later?
um adult ADHD. It's kind of weird. Adult ADHD is not very much known, other than they believe you always had ADHD, you just
It's
were
progressive.
better adapted.
Mm-hmm.
And signs and symptoms really didn't make itself known until you were an adult. It, so unlike epilepsy, you don't always have epilepsy. You develop epilepsy and think you have epilepsy forever. But
Mm-hmm.
there is a time where, hey, you might not have epilepsy.
Yeah.
ADHD, you kind of always have it since the day you were born.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's something like if you did have ADHD, but it was pretty controlled, and then but you had epilepsy and the seizures more or less expressed it.
It's can be difficult, as particularly with ADHD people and autistic people, to get uh, an epilepsy diagnosis sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
because some of our signs and symptoms, like the hey, pretty wall type thing, can
Mm-hmm.
be seen as, oh, it's just that weird ADHD kid, not, oh, that's a focal seizure.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
that
it can be harder, or if, yeah, go ahead, Pookie, because my brain is kind of
um
sputtering.
I had a few questions and then I was gonna ask AJ to explain it to me because I was gonna ask you like how does that affect your daily life? Like outside of epilepsy, how does ADHD bother you? Because I had when you said at the end you was like focal epilepsy, like I told you I had the one where I was just staring at the tree and then like I told you the story plenty of times. When I came out of it, all I heard was nachos. How's that sound? And he sounded like he was having a full conversation with me as I'm staring out the window at this tree. And then when I told him, all I heard was nachos. And then he was like, "Yeah, you did kind of look out of it. Like, so you weren't going to say anything? You're going to keep having a conversation with me and I look out of it? But hey, whatever works for you. I'm safe." Actually, that was working, I guess, since I was in the house looking out the window. He felt like I'm safe. Um, but yeah, if that, I don't know if that puts me in any line for ADHD because what you explained and then what I went through was kind of exactly what you explained. But then in
That's
the
why I
end,
asked.
yeah,
Well,
but then in
that
the end, you brought up focal seizures. So I was like, okay, yeah, it could have been that. But
I'm just saying the waters are kind of muddled or
Mm-hmm.
muddied
Well, AJ makes the good
sometimes.
point too in the chat saying that
Yes.
ADHD is genetic, like autism. So neurodivergent
Yeah.
brain is more genetic, less likely to maybe be, I don't want to say like you catch epilepsy, but you know, it's less likely to be diagnosed later in life,
Hmm.
if ever. You know, it's one of those
Yeah.
things where people who are more higher functioning can just, like you both said, adapt and live with and just never be diagnosed. Epilepsy is more known, from what I'm understanding now, to progress, more likely to be diagnosed later in life. Even if you've had it for longer, you're
Yeah.
more likely to find out with the seizures because they're obvious, you know, obviously once the TCs start.
Yeah. The reason I was asking, because like as I mentioned earlier, my family back in the day didn't believe in the whole autism ADHD thing. They didn't believe in all that stuff. So they never went and did the whole testing for me. So that was something that I had considered doing for myself, was doing the ADHD testing.
Do it. Do
Mhm.
it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Mhm.
Because even if you find out that you're not ADHD, the tests that go that you do to get the diagnosis, actually, you know, you might have done something similar. It's a very long test, and they will test your IQ. They will test, or they'll also test for autism. They test for many different things at once, and then do deep dives into
Okay.
things. Like my son just recently got diagnosed with ADHD. Big surprise. Um, and she started off just doing a general assessment. I don't think that he's autistic. He's definitely showing signs of ADHD. And she deep dived into that, did the IQ test, found that he's actually very, very gifted when it comes to technology and visual spatial skills. And he, like me, also shows characteristics of um, autism, but that's anxiety that can be confused because he's like me, that when we get anxious, he's just
Mm.
rubbing what people, I've learned the new term, stimming.
Doing this whole damn time.
Yeah, I need to find my superstar. It's my new stim toy. It's just a squishy little star. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a big problem where I pick my cuticles till they bleed. Ugh. Ugh.
My dad does that,
Might
but I
be.
cannot stand dirty fingernails. I don't like my fingernails dirty.
Like on the thumbs right here, they're all scarred up.
AJ, I was gonna ask you about the
Yeah.
ADHD thing, because I mean, one opinion is great, but two opinions is better. How does
Okay.
that like affect your like daily life outside of epilepsy?
Um. Well, in the past, I usually forgot to eat and drink. I will go up to 5 days without food and not feel the need of eating. I was never thirsty or hungry. That was my side effects of having ADHD. Also, I was able to, like, I don't know. I'm not able to calculate 1 plus 1. I have to use my fingers, but when it comes to trigonometry or geometry, I'm practically a genius when it comes to that. So when you have ADHD, you're stupid all the time, but when it comes to your, I don't know how to say, um,
Interests?
yes, interest, you are the best of it. I mean, you are
And you're
the
still
the
stupid
le-
about it.
yeah, you're kind of like a genius, lazy person. What it takes to a normal person to solve in like 5 days, you are like, oh, that's the problem, and you fix it in like 5 minutes, and you're done. That's how
God
it's for
help
me.
us if we're trying to load the dishwasher because we can't understand how to put everything in.
Yeah. For me, actually, it's pretty simple because I see everything as a geometric system. Everything is math and numbers and shapes. So for me, it's pretty simple to organize my room or stuff.
Maybe I
But
should come up with a different, but some simple tasks. You're like, how do I do this?
yeah, when it comes to wash dishes or put clothes in the washing machine, I'm a complete idiot. I don't know. My mother always tells me to put white clothes, and some are with some models with strings or something, and I'm this trousers or t-shirt counts as white or not because it has some color. So how I'm supposed?
It's
I need
who
to
wants
cut
to
them
remember
off.
any of this?
Yeah. So for me, complex tasks are the easiest, and the simple tasks are like the worst. And
I
I
can
usually
feel that.
forget where I put my stuff.
I always forget.
Yeah,
That's how I
but
end up with
that's
5 different open drinks all over the place.
oh yeah, I have like 3 glasses because I forgot I brought drink in my room, and I
Oh,
always forget to put the cap on my bottles.
I had a question and I forgot it. Sorry. I had a question for
Oh,
you.
you
I'm sorry,
remember?
AJ.
If you remember,
I don't remember.
okay.
Oh,
I was
that
gonna say, I forget where my phone is a lot because a lot of times I FaceTime, and I'll sit it down and I'll have on my earpods, so I'm walking around afterwards trying to look for the phone, and there's been times where I could not find this phone, and I am FaceTiming, talking to somebody, and I'm like, I got you with the earpods, but they were like, but I'm looking at the ceiling. You might be in this room. You might be looking at this. That's the only way I found the phone. It's like
I remember that. You were
asking
walking
people, does it look
around.
like a kitchen? And yeah,
2 years ago, I was searching my glasses for like 1 hour, and I went in the bathroom where there is a big, gigantic wall with a mirror, and I was not able to see that my glasses were on my face.
been
And
there.
they say I'm a genius. Yeah, I have a BIQ, and no, I don't believe that.
Or losing your phone when you're talking on the phone.
Oh, been there.
Yeah.
Good one. I lose my keys all the time. That's the worst. I hate losing my keys.
I lost my phone one day, and I tore my room apart, under the bed, everything. It was in my back pocket.
Yeah. Luckily I don't lose my phone. I'll lose it, but it's always on me.
Yeah.
But I don't have like I don't really use FaceTime or like the Bluetooth.
I lost my phone about a week ago, and I was the most lost I've ever been in the world. And that's when I noticed that these phones, we need these phones. They are a lifeline. I
Yeah.
left my phone in an Uber. So when I got somewhere to go buy something to go get food, I couldn't get food and I couldn't call because I don't have my phone, and I can't buy food because my phone is tapped to pay. So I was just like stranded, asking people, "Can I use your phone? Can I use your phone?" And then eventually the place let me use their phone. But yeah, that was the worst day of my life so far.
I will not use that tap to pay stuff. I will only use cash and card.
Same.
So much more convenient these days. Just usually have it in my hand on my front pocket, so it's like,
Yeah, but like you said, if you lose it, you're SOL.
yeah, yeah. Luckily, he came back. I called him, paid him, tipped him, whatever the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's that.
So I'm the only one who forgets to zip her pants and button her pants. I usually
You
end
are
up
not the only
going.
one.
I usually end up going out of my house without putting my full clothes on me, or
I've done it.
put the laces together. And I'm right now. I'm like, okay, I'm
You
not
trip
gonna.
yourself.
Yeah,
Just tied your shoes together.
yeah.
Put on the jacket to the sweatsuit, but didn't put on the shirt. Yeah.
Oh, once I forget to put my underwear, and I was, why are the jeans so rough on me?
Yeah.
Nobody would even notice that one on you.
I
just
forgot
maybe,
to. I
but
put my
sometimes my
underwear
pants
on
are.
inside out. So one day I noticed like it was like 6 in the afternoon, and I was like, "Well, there's no reason to flip them inside out now."
You can use them 2 times.
I just stopped using the zippers and I just use stalls now and do a pullover.
I think we were Toaster. You had a question. And I was like, "Well, you think of your question now. Go with mine." But did it come to you?
It was only a dream. I felt smart for like 2 seconds. Oh, yeah, it had something to do with hyper focusing.
There you go.
Do you find that sometimes you hyper focus? Like I read. Oh, big surprise. I read and I, for someone with dyslexia, I can read pretty fast. Oh, but sometimes I will read for so long, and then my dad will be like, You've been in your room for 6 hours. Have you had lunch?" I just had breakfast. What are you talking about?
Right.
It's been 30 minutes.
I hyper focus on things, but it's usually like stressful stuff, and I'll just start freaking out about it. And my wife gets so frustrated with me when I start doing that. And
Dark vortex.
I'll usually get like a bill or something, and it's not even like a big deal or anything like that. It's like a cell phone bill, and there's like a little extra charge on it, and I'll start freaking out on it. But I'll hyper focus on that or something silly, or we'll get an email about something, and I'll start tripping on it. But that's where like the hyper focus comes in, and then I'll start looking through hundreds of emails, trying to find other stuff, and just going OCD.
Sorry, I just saw this. Jason, you got a job as a dishwasher? You got a job?
No, I used to be no, I used to work as a dishwasher. It was a Hobbit American Grill. I worked there for over a year.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you just got the job. It's like celebration, yes. Sorry.
Uh, I mean,
No, I'm rereading it. Yeah. See, this is why I have to reread things. I saw job and dishwasher, so that's all my mind had.
I mean, no, I used to work at the job. I used to work at the dishwasher. But I worked at a fast food restaurant. But I mean, like, and just like I could tell you, like, from the back of the house restaurants, it's not fun. Literally not. I mean, like, I remember, like, I remember this one day, like, I had to work from like in the morning till midnight, and I have to wash dishes completely. I mean, like, if they're washing this, I mean, like, I guess Becky or Leah could probably chime into this, but I mean, like, washing dishes was not my thing, but I just got it over. I mean, like, like, I would literally smoke a blunt, then go to work, then actually wash dishes without even telling my managers about it.
Okay, maybe I can relate. Yes. That's how I got through the call center. Just like get the hours over. Where are those time skips when I need them?
I mean, like they have them now at InstaWork. They have now InstaWork, or else you could apply. Well, I mean, like you could apply, or else like they have it on InstaWork. They have it on this app called InstaWork. So, I'm so like I'm pretty sure they have it for I guess for restaurants like well, I mean like for like Jesse Sports Bar, that's down in Pompano Beach, or else the one for Hob American Grill, that's in Tallahassee. But I work there. But I don't work there no more.
All American Grill or All American Girl?
American Grill.
Oh, okay. Because I think last time you said girl. Threw me off. Sounds like a strip club name.
They're both hot. Sorry, I couldn't not help the pun.
Yeah. But I do got something here, you guys. It says diagnosed with seizure disorder. All right, guys, this has been quite a wild journey, wacky for me. So back in March, I had pretty much a rough seizure. Another couple months ago, I bit my tongue. Then just past Monday, I had another one where I bit TF out of my tongue. But worse, it still hasn't healed, and man, it is hard to eat. So I was originally just gonna let it heal on its own and suffer. But yesterday morning, I spiked a fever. I know I wasn't sick, so it has to be related to the tongue. I was super afraid of infection, so I went to the ER to get it resolved. About 7 hours later, an EEG and CT scan, I'm told I have a seizure disorder, and now I'm not allowed to drive for 6 months. Granted, it's not like my license is suspended, but they mentioned it. If I get pulled over for any reason, it's illegal for me to be driving due to my seizures. Due to my seizure on Monday. Not only that, but they found an abnormality in my brain during the CT scan, and now I got to get an MRI. Anyways, my tongue still hurts really bad. How long do these severe tongue bites take to heal? And also, how legally enforceably is this driving thing? That driving thing, they take it really serious. So I do not suggest driving just to be driving. I don't suggest driving at all. So there's that. The tongue thing, I never imagined how long it's been, but it's at least 2 days. I could say that. Has taken me at least 2 days every time, but sometimes more. But yeah, the legally enforceable thing about the driving, it's a big deal.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Is my video not showing up?
No, it isn't.
Dang it.
Yeah, I have stuff here. So I won't say who. I'll just say someone that I know has a child with seizures. That is caused, and it triggered it. He said his temperature rose, or they said their temperature rose. And that happens before my friends. That happens with it's known as cerebral epilepsy. I know it's caused. It's in children. Looking it up, it just says especially in young children, so it could happen to an adult. But
When
the
you gave that
seizure,
term, the
how
diagnosis,
does
is it febrile?
yeah?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I must have pronounced it wrong. But how the seizure causes the temperature rise? It says muscle activity during a generalized tonic-clonic generates heat, similar to vigorous exercise. So the same reason why we're sore afterwards. And that is from National Institute of Health.
Does focal seizures count?
I don't see why
It
it
doesn't
wouldn't.
sound like they would
Well,
consider focal seizures for
no.
febrile, because I'm understanding febrile epilepsy to be a seizure in a child, but not an epileptic seizure. They call that a seizure of convulsions triggered by
Yeah.
the fever, not epilepsy.
Yeah, yeah,
So
because
febrile seizure is kind of a misleading.
Yes.
yeah, because yeah, because like, I was called for a clinical trial. They said that they couldn't do it, but they say they couldn't do it. But I think like they had said something about like me having focal seizures and breakthrough seizures and stuff. So like I mean, like they told me about that. So like so luckily they got my medical records and stuff. So it's for me to actually know about it.
So they had something on record for you, but you couldn't get a hold of that? What was the issue with the records?
Well, like I mean, okay, okay, okay. So and okay, so like when I asked when I asked for there was one time I asked in the hospital, they asked for I mean if I could see my medical records and asked seizure, I mean they said no. So I found a way to actually call a clinical trial for it, and and like and luckily they got the medical records, and then they had told me like I had focal seizures.
Okay, so it was a clinical trial like for a pill, a medication.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay. Well, those are always, hit or miss. You never know. They had those going for Xcopri for a long time in Florida,
Yeah.
anyway. That's where I heard a lot about clinical trials down here.
One of the comments here says totally legal on the driving and license suspension. I've had epilepsy since birth and developed a seizure disorder at the age of 5. I have partial complex seizures coming from the frontal lobe with a total loss of consciousness. Always remember to take your medication, and while your license is suspended, it's best to find better way to get around the suspension is now on your record. And if you're caught driving, something happens, it can lead to suspension time, fines, or even worse case scenario, court or revoking of your license. You can go to prison. What is it called? They said manslaughter.
Yeah, vehicular manslaughter, or you can get reckless driving.
Yeah. This
Um,
person said worst case scenario is court. Worst case scenario is prison.
Oh.
One thing that I did, one of the first times that I got my license suspended, I went because I had to get on disability and stuff, so I had to get a cheaper apartment and stuff and get a roommate. What I actually did was just basically put my roommate on the insurance and let him use the car so he could get a good job, a better job and stuff. And then he was basically my chauffeur for the things I needed to do. And he didn't have a car payment. So, I mean, it's kind of a win-win for both. I mean, if you have those opportunities or if you guys can work together on those things to help out in that situation. It's just kind of those things like work together on a little cash car or something like that, because there's ways to work around that to where you're not trying to work on bus routes or bikes.
Another one of these comments here says, sorry to hear about your diagnosis. I have frontal lobe toxic clonic seizure disorder since 2008. It can be a wacky ride for sure. I'm not sure what country you're in, but in mine, automatically suspended for 6 months. During that period, you must be seizure free. Then your doctor or neurologist can clear you after that. You'll get a letter in the mail saying your license has been reinstated. Okay. So I highly suggest never driving again. I mean, if you truly want to, that's up to you. But my suggestion is I gave up driving because I don't want to crash and hurt someone. The last time I crashed, luckily it was an empty road because it was Christmas. And luckily Guy next to us was a neurologist. Well, he was a doctor and he was just leaving work. So luckily he was there. I do have another one. It says seizures becoming more often. I'm 18, turning 19 next month. My first seizure was when I was 16. It was a full blown. I had another one at 17, then 3 more at 18. They have becoming more often. My EEG showed nothing, and my MRI results came in today showing nothing. I have to show them in my sleep. So my family is to make sure I don't die. But this recent one on Tuesday was really bad that I started turning blue. They diagnosed me with epilepsy, but the meds they gave me a whole body rash. I don't know what to do. Mine and my family money is going down the drain. I have an overnight EEG coming up next month, and I feel so helpless. Someone please help me. First comment says I'm not a doctor, but you looked into high doses of CBD as a daily preventative?
Body rashes, urgent care. It could be an allergic reaction from the medicine.
Sometimes after my grand malls and stuff, I'll break out and it looks like a rash. And those kind of suck. Like I'll get it all on my neck and on down my side and on my legs, and I think that's just like blood vessels breaking. But he might be mistaking that unless it's an actual allergic reaction that they're treating. But man, there's a lot of young kids today. But it's a tough road.
Yeah, so I think I see what you're talking about. I don't know how to pronounce this, but it's peteche, it looks like. A common type of rash that's induced by seizures that is like small spots on the face or neck, like upper chest area, and that's ruptured capillaries, like you were saying, due to increased pressure.
Yeah, and it does give a burning sensation.
And that usually just resolves for you by itself. It goes away on its own.
Yeah, it takes like, I don't know, like maybe like 5 days to a week.
Oh, okay. Even for that to heal.
Yeah, it's not horrible, but it's still irritating.
I haven't got a
Yeah, so
rash
it's not as
yet.
difficult as the tongue.
I hear a lot of people get a rash from lamotrigine, but I have not got one yet, and it's been the one that's worked the best for me. Dilantin, it worked for a little while, but I was having tonics all the time. Keppra, it did a little bit of its job. I'd have a cluster every now and then, but the emotional thing and the attitude wise was way different. Kepler was a different vibe. And I had to have people tell me about those days because I forgot. And yeah, those days were the best to me.
Hey, at least you didn't have to go by the arrest record. No, for real. Sometimes you don't even want to believe the people that are closest to you when they tell you how you really were and how things were, how you were acting. But that's kind of the proof you need when you don't have the memory and you don't want to trust the people that might actually be telling you the truth. So diagnosed younger and younger, that could be why they're going for that.
I think I probably had my worst mental states on the Keppra and the Vimpat.
Doctor has been prescribing me Rexulti. Knowing I have seizures. I've been taking it for around 5 years, along with 7 other medications. I also have the seizures because of the head trauma, TBI. I still have over a dozen seizures a year. I just saw this while reading about all my meds. Rexulti can increase the risk of seizures. This risk is greater in patients with a history of seizures or other conditions that lower the seizure threshold, such as head trauma, alcoholism, or abnormalities in the central nervous system. So how should I go about telling her this? I don't want to piss her off. She's already told me I shouldn't believe everything I read in the internet before, but I think she messed up and I would have less seizures if I wasn't on it. I guess I need to disclose this. I'm 37 years old, white male from Detroit. I'm 5'8" and I weigh 190 pounds. I'm diagnosed with TBI, PTSD, MDD, epilepsy, and bipolar disorder. I take gabapentin, Klonopin, Trileptal, Adderall, hydroxyzine, and Rexulti. I also use marijuana. That was a lot of context right there.
Yeah.
Weight,
Was a lot of pills.
disorders to medication, marijuana, age.
Yeah, I don't know jack nothing about that medication he's talking about, so I don't have a whole lot of input on that one. And then he's on a whole lot of other medications. I know what they are and what they're used for, but I don't know how they react with epilepsy medication. So I don't have a whole lot of input other than if he's upset with the way his neurologist is treating him and the conversations they're having together, get a second opinion.
That's a lot. A lot of medications. Just if this person is asking for advice in particular, because I don't take those medications, my advice would be you got to talk to that neurologist and get your point across. Because they're not going to listen to you if you just listen to whatever they say, and they'll give you another pill, and that's all it'll be.
Well, how often have we heard like people with, especially when you're working with a lot of specialists, sometimes they don't look over your records good enough and they'll prescribe you something else and not check about medication interactions. That happens all too often.
Yeah, and with the medication that it looks like that he's listed, it seems like he might also be working with a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Hydroxyzine is for sleep. They gave me that for sleep.
Yeah.
Klonopin and Trileptal, those are both AEDs. Adderall, I don't know why you would take Adderall, but he does have PTSD, MDD, and bipolar. So
yeah, and it's on the gabapentin.
Yeah, Adderall and marijuana were the only ones we don't see anything. But I think Adderall pretty much helps you because of the
yeah, he's on the clonazepam for the bipolar.
Klonopin and clonazepam is the same thing.
Did he say Klonopin?
There says Klonopin and gabapentin, but
yeah, so it's going to be the. I'm assuming so. Klonopin and clonazepam, they're similar, but they're basically treated for the same thing. So that's what is getting used for the bipolar.
Not necessarily. I was on clonazepam and never had a psychiatric condition.
Yeah, but it can be used for it.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Just like similar, like Zoloft can be used as a psychiatric medication, and sometimes they use it as a sleep aid for some reason. But yeah, so it sounds like he's working with a few different doctors. So that also sounds like his doctors.
Yeah, get everybody on the same page.
The first and only comment here says lots of meds lower your seizure thresholds. If you do feel like that med specifically is causing more seizures, talk to her. But if you have been on it and you're on your seizure meds, it's probably not the main issue. I'm on Seroquel, which lowers seizure thresholds, but I'm on meds, so it's okay. I think it contributed to seizures before I took seizure meds, but I don't think so after. This guy's taking gabapentin, Klonopin, Trileptal, Adderall, hydroxyzine, Rexulti, and marijuana. That's a lot of different ones. They sound like they're all for different things, though, right?
Yeah, he's got a nice little cocktail going there. Sorry, guys, I'm walking around. I was sitting in the same spot for too long. My leg went numb.
That's all right.
Klonopin definitely goes to the central nervous system. So,
got one here. Says, did weed cause my seizure? For context, I'm in my early 20s. I live in the UK, so weed isn't regulated, and I have been pretty regular smoker for the last year or so, 3 to 5 times a week, and I have never experienced anything like this. I'm smoking a Zoot with my friend, no more than usual, and vaping nicotine at the same time. I sat forward and felt a feeling you would get leading up to passing out and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I thought I had passed out, although I had pissed myself. My friend then told me my eyes had rolled back and I started shaking, no foam in the mouth, and it lasted for about 10 to 15 seconds before I came to. I had no brain fog and my muscles felt weak, but not sore afterwards. I had been taking mirtazapine for around 5 days leading up to it and stopped taking it instantly post-event. I have been to the GP and my blood and ECG came back normal. They are referring me to neurology, but I don't know how long this will take as this NHS is shit and I likely caused this. I think I have had low blood pressure my whole life. Every now and then I get a feeling I that when you stand up too fast, but never passed out from it before. I find weed to really help me with my anxiety and depression, but I am scared to smoke again before seeing neurology because I feel like I'm losing all of my progress. Side note, my anxiety affects my sleep and my eating. Both not enough. I would appreciate the insight. Ta-ta for now. I don't say weed causes you a seizure, but when you're vaping nicotine and smoking weed at the same time, that isn't the best thing to do. I'm not sure if it would cause a seizure, but it could make you dizzy enough to not be conscious and all that. I don't suggest it, but I'm saying in particular the weed isn't going to make you have a seizure. Well, I can't speak for everyone, but I've heard people say a lot of different things. You're not going to have a seizure.
The only thing I'll say about it, I don't think the weed itself is causing it, but just be conscious of where you're getting stuff from, because like he said, it's unregulated. So
Yes.
I will say I did have a seizure off an edible once, and I got it from a Renaissance festival. So we were camping there, and I ended up in the hospital because I was having multiple seizures, and it ended up being laced with PCP. So you just have to trust what you're getting, who you're getting things from, and that's straight across the board for anybody, normal or people with epilepsy. So that's number one. As for the weed and the nicotine, if you're going to a neurologist and you're taking medication, maybe stop doing it first, see how things go, see if there's any changes.
Yeah, I think it's the nicotine that made him dizzy. Trying to smoke both at the same time. That's what he said.
If he's on mirtazapine, mirtazapine is an antidepressant. It's the generic version of Remeron. That can cause dizziness and lightheadedness. And then using that in combination with nicotine can amplify that effect for sure. There is an overlap in the mechanism of action. There is some slight activity by mirtazapine at nicotinic receptors in the brain. It's not like a dangerous interaction or anything, but there is something that goes on there that is a little bit different from just the everyday dose of your normal antidepressant or your everyday cigarette to another person, all else held constant. So add to that the fact that every individual responds differently to cannabis, regardless of quality, regardless of any sort of lab testing or not. That's already a recipe for an easy explanation for the sort of symptomology that I heard there. Having been on Remeron in the past and having been a tobacco smoker during that brief window in my life, they do have some interplay there. So the lightheadedness doesn't sound to me like it's just coming out of the blue, or like it's necessarily coming from the cannabis or any unregulatedness of the cannabis. There's enough of an explanation there already, in my mind at least, but that's, I don't know, that's that.
Another thing I will add to that is he might, if he's a young guy, he might have some good cannabis. It might just be knocking him on his butt.
Yeah, just greened out.
Yeah. I mean, even before I started having seizures, I've had some stuff that's made me pass out and put me on my butt. So, you know, but that's besides the point.
Either way, thanks for joining us today.
I do have some of the responses to this, but also Kate, the late great Kate, has the icebreaker for you guys.
Andrea, you there?
Yeah,
If you
I
could
am.
be,
I'm
okay,
just
here we are.
running slow. How are
We
you?
all have those days. Doing great. Happy to have you back. And I want to ask you first, if you could be the best in the world at one thing, what would it be?
I don't know. I kind of want to think about it. Can you come back?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't even remember what I said at this point. How about you, Mark?
I would say learning. I think if I was the best in the world at learning, there's a lot more that I could go on to do and build on top of that, than a lot of other best in the worlds. So learning, yeah.
All right, I
When
think
in
you and AJ
doubt
are on
and
the
you're
same page on this
building
one.
out your RPG character, never skimp on intelligence points. So, yeah.
the best electric car company, I said. So there's that. Then I said all kind of car different names. And one that they found funny was the Myoclonus. Or the
My phonics?
Tonic-Clonic.
The 2026, that's the one.
The tonic-clonic's pretty good.
Tonic-Clonic coming out soon. Can you imagine what an advertisement for that car would be? The
Who would be the
Tonic-Clonic.
face representing that one?
Yeah. I totally
As
think
long as it's self-driving.
Yeah,
Right.
Right? It would have to be.
picturing the Grand Mall would have to be like a big
minivan.
sedan kind of thing, like, you know, Rolls Royce
tank.
sort of luxury, the Grand Mall or Grand Tourer or something.
It's the
you
limo.
know. Yeah.
I think that's why
Right.
my opinion, like, I think my opinion, like they should bring Teslas, like, just in case. I mean, like, just for self-driving.
The temporal lobe will be a motorcycle.
Perfect.
The things that go through my head.
My temporal lobe's a wreck.
There's great motorcycles.
Okay. We'll have to make sure that's the best on Kelly Blue Book.
Yeah, the special edition.
Mm-hmm.
We're all special. One of the comments here says
Everyone is deluxe.
the deluxe edition.
Mm-hmm.
So a few of these comments here says THC and nicotine both lower your seizure threshold, thus making it easier for your brain to go into a seizure. It's entirely possible. THC decreases REM sleep, making it harder for your brain to fully restore sleep. Another one here says nicotine and weed lower your seizure threshold. I thought I was having a panic attack for years. Then I started having grand mal and I had to get hospitalized and see a neurologist. And he told me I had probably been having small seizures when I thought I was having panic attacks. I got the test done and positively diagnosed with epilepsy. And I thought previously to having bigger seizures that I just had anxiety or panic attacks. Might be worth looking into. I was heavy on weed and pretty much daily nicotine user and stopped both. I thought weed was helping me too. Good one. I think weed doesn't exactly cause the seizure, like straight the weed in particular. Could be underlying things or other things.
Wait, so you don't think that it's like the cannabis itself that helps you? When
I
you
don't think
use it?
it's the cannabis itself that made them have a seizure.
Okay, yeah, missed that part.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
think it would have helped you if you wouldn't have taken it with the nicotine. I mean, like even smoking it with a cigar would have been different from taking another vape with nicotine and vaping at the same time you're smoking. That's yeah,
The
that's crazy, wild. I should say.
when I heard the um, the commenter saying that the THC lowering the seizure threshold, I was thinking about that and whether the because I know even if it doesn't, even if the THC itself has a slight negative effect in terms of the epilepsy, it offsets so much other like side effects from the anti-epilepsy drugs that I think that I don't know. I forgot. I got lost where I was going. There's stuff going on in the background here. I'm getting distracted. Carry on.
Andrea, did you think of an option for what you could be the best in the world?
I kind of want to steal Mark's answer, to be honest with you, but I'm going to go with the best version of myself.
Angel said the best father.
That's a good one.
Right. Coping mechanisms. Living with seizures. Reaching out to see if anyone can offer any advice. I'm kind of lost right now. TLDR at the end. What is TLDR? Someone please explain before I start.
Too long.
Too long, didn't read.
Don't read. Yeah, it's like skip all the way to the end and read. They're gonna give like a
Hey.
little 2-sentence
Right.
blurb that sums up their whole essay or whatever.
Okay, it sounds more interesting to read the story, so we can go through that too.
Yeah.
One says, some background for the context. I have had seizures nearly my entire life. Began when I was 5, nearly 27, and generally have had a good handle on them. I've had lots of testing throughout my years with no diagnosis and no idea what causes them. Over time, I've been slowly increasing my medication dose as only one medication works for my seizures and all others give me terrible side effects. From time to time, I will go through a phase in which the medication works less and I will have seizures throughout the night, about once a day. The last year or so has been this way. I've tried to live a normal life, going to school, having jobs, living alone, and driving. Last night I had a seizure while driving and totaled my car. Thankfully, I am okay and no one was hurt, but it's obvious I should not have been driving knowing my seizures were not under control. I am aware of that and I understand the error of my ways. Just looking for some advice from anyone else who might be living regular seizures, living your lives with regular seizures. I don't want to have seizures anymore, but I don't know what to do. And now my job is at risk because I can't get to work. TLDR, I have seizures almost every day and I don't know how to live a normal life like this. Thank you for any advice. The driving, I suggest give it up. I can't suggest walking or Uber because I don't know how far you are or how much money you have to be Ubering every day or walking. But when I had to get to work and car wasn't or driving wasn't an option. I got the bus. The bus worked for me, or find places closer to you.
Does he already have a car?
Totaled it.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, I had you guys on mute. I was talking to my wife. I picked up the last part.
I can read one little piece to you. It says, I have tried to live a normal life, going to school, having jobs, living alone, and driving. Last night I had a seizure while driving and totaled my car. Thankfully, I'm okay and no one was hurt, but it's obviously I shouldn't have been driving, knowing my seizures weren't under control. I am aware of that and I understand the error of my ways.
Okay. And he can't afford, well, it's an investment to do Uber and all that stuff. One thing he can do, I don't know how far his work is or anything like that, but those electric scooters or something like that, he may need to get a different job, but he can get something closer and get one of those electric scooters or something like that. Because I know back when I first started having seizures and I totaled my car, I had to do that for a while until I could afford another car to buy for my wife to drive me around places. I used one of those. First I was using a bicycle, but then I saved up some money to where I can buy one of those kind of like Birdo scooters or whatever. And I had one of those.
Ultimately, that is just kind of a pit stop on the way to your new normal. Because epilepsy with uncontrolled seizures, you're not going to be on the road behind anything for very
Yeah.
long.
It's a
So
lot better.
on this one, I would definitely tell them more about new normal. Don't use that normal as a goal for you because it's not the same. It's not doable. It's not realistic, especially for a lot of us with epilepsy. Go ahead, Josh. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying the scooters are a lot better than the bicycles because if you do fall, it's not going to be as hard.
So I do have one comment here. It says, all I can say is someone who also has seizures and have been dismissed heavily as they haven't been able to find anything. It's painful, it's lonely, and I feel your pain. Then they have a back and forth conversation. The author says, thanks for saying that. I agree. At least we're not alone, right? The other person responds, all I've been saying to myself all my life is I'm hooked up to a machine whilst they try and tell me, don't even know if I'm having seizures, but won't let me go home. And yeah, I've reached out on here to feel less alone too. I'm sorry. And the other person responded, I've never been properly diagnosed either. Doctors can't find out what's going on with me, and it's so frustrating. Don't be sorry. Just know you're not alone. Medical bracelets being useful or helpful. Useless or helpful. I have some underlying conditions that mean when my K drops below 4.0 mmol, I have episodes that are basically seizures and will often lose ability to speak. I'm thinking of getting a medical bracelet to say hypokalemia, keep K above 4.0 mmol, but I don't know if this is actually helping me or if it's helping the EMTs or the ER docs. We'll just blow it off. Any experiences here with medical ID bracelets being helpful or not doing anything at all? I haven't been able to use mine when the ambulances came because it's been that recent. I haven't had one since then. But I have used it on the bus when I needed a good seat. I've used it to take my dog in the store. Few things. Yeah. Let's be like, hey, I got this here. Usually go, you ever seen a seizure? They usually say no. It's so bad that there's nothing out there about it because the one person I asked, have they seen a seizure? Did they know what epilepsy is? And I looked up seizure and there's not a video of a seizure online. Not that people want to see it, but there's no information about it to pop up. But I say the bracelets are very helpful for me so far. Anybody got any experience with the bracelets?
I've actually never had one.
Oh yeah, Mark, I forgot you have yours. And Mark has the guitar pick too. I like that one.
See, I wanted to get a neck tattoo that just said either like tonic clonic or just epilepsy right here.
That sounds
I don't
fun.
know if the EMTs, if that would be reliable for emergency situations though, because I feel like the paramedics are never gonna read your tattoos when they're treating you. And if I get the bracelet, I would most likely just want it to be a "Don't Narcan me" message. But
Yeah.
again, it's really just how that information's used. If they're focused
Hey,
on that.
I would put a don't Narcan me one on there too.
We
Yeah,
have.
I've got no Narcan on both wrists. The one over here, I've got a little clip-on add-on to the Fitbit watch, and I've got it on my necklace medallion. So, three different ways it can be ignored.
Can I ask why Narcan is considered so bad to us?
Um,
I just don't know.
If
It's
I'm not ODing, I don't need Narcan.
it's just gonna add medication side effects in a situation where it's not gonna be the solution to the problem that they need, you know? If I'm
Yeah,
seeing
I get
not
that because
it's out
I
there,
understand the like
I
them
want
thinking we're drug addicts and
right, I want
that whole
them to
thing.
know that,
Well,
you
not to
know,
mention if you're
that if,
catamenial, it might cause a seizure. Go ahead, Mark. I know
the
I threw you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like
no, I mean the lawnmower guy just started right outside the window also. It's all kinds of what the oh yeah, it's not that it's bad or anything necessarily. It's
Just
not gonna cause any damage.
just
Um
unnecessary.
Yeah, the solution that I need if I'm ever seizing in public is going to be a rescue benzodiazepine. It's not going to be Narcan, it's going to
Yeah.
be in my backpack, right on my back, um, all ready to go with my name on it and everything. Instructions on the packaging, just like the Narcan spray, it's just got the correct
It's
medication.
got the right meds in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
I just didn't know if there was like a medicine interaction or something because you guys are always talking about no Narcan, no Narcan. I was like, is there something more I should know?
No,
Angel.
that's a good question, but I know if I've had seizures induced by vaccines and things like that, I wouldn't be surprised if Narcan causes that too. For
Yeah.
me anyway, because I know that's one of my triggers. So, again, just depending on when it's administered, there's a lot of times that I know I have a lower seizure threshold and just couldn't be a worse thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Angel had his first because at first I was just saying it like "Don't Narcan me." I was saying it often, and then Angel got the bracelet and he was like, "I put don't Narcan me on it." So then I got mine and it says my name. I have epilepsy. Then my mom and her phone number, and then it says turnover. And on the other side, it says allergies, which is Benadryl, then my birthday, and then it says don't Narcan me. Then it says I'm 6'2", 172 pounds. But I got to make sure they know don't Narcan me. Because they will. They will think you're on drugs. And sometimes they won't care what your bracelet says or even notice. But I try to keep mine on, and for the most part, I haven't had a seizure since I've gotten it. So one comment here says, I'm a 45-year-old Caucasian female. I have focal seizures. I do not respond or remember. I'm terrified of being in a law enforcement situation. All it takes is a quick toss of the bracelet after a gunshot, I have thought of tattoos just so they would be held accountable or so doctors know my condition. Make sure your doctor knows or the doctor you go to with the tattoo. I believe Anne said she had a tattoo, right?
I think somebody did.
No, I mean, I have a bunch of tattoos. I don't have the med tattoo. I was just talking about getting one.
What do you guys think would be the best location to put a tattoo like that if one were to go about doing it?
I
A
was
medical.
thinking either the neck, the chest, or the wrist.
I was thinking the wrist just because they're always check for bracelets.
I
Yeah,
was thinking
yeah,
right here.
yeah, yeah.
At least they're
I
supposed
would
to.
definitely say like for the wrist. I mean, like, cause I got a chest tattoo and a left leg tattoo. So,
Yeah.
but for that, I mean, like, I would definitely put it on my wrist. I mean, like, like just so in case, if like EMTs actually check up and stuff.
Yeah,
For
anywhere they're gonna check a vital.
oh yeah, and
Yeah,
also
yeah,
being
that's
an
a good
IV.
point. If they gotta grab your wrist to check the pulse, then they're
Oh
gonna have
yeah.
to.
I keep it on
Yeah.
my right wrist. I don't know which one they're gonna check in particular, but hopefully they check the right wrist.
Well, you gotta get one for the other side, like I did. At the
Yeah, just
very least, no Narcan for the other side.
yeah.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Then I'm
Uh-huh.
gonna get me the guitar pick like that. Does your guitar pick have the stuff, your name and stuff on the back of it?
Yeah, it's got the medical symbol, and I don't want to get,
Yeah.
just epilepsy and Narcan, my name, and then contact emergency contact numbers. So uh, all the same stuff on the wrist over here. I just the wrist took two sides because the bracelet's a little slim, but
For
yeah.
all that, we just have to hope they're not actually treating you during a cluster of tonic-clonics, because nobody's gonna have the, wherewithal to get the bracelet and turn it over when you're in the middle of convulsions. They're just way too quick, especially like the commenter mentioned in a law enforcement situation.
They'll
Their
probably
priority
just
is to
keep
subdue you.
dumping benzos at a tonic-clonic cluster though, even if they think you're overdosing,
Overdosing. Okay, that's a good
right?
point.
Or
They're not gonna, I don't think so,
I don't know. Yeah,
because that
because
would just stop your heart.
well, the first jolt of Narcan should have some effect, I think, right, on somebody if they're overdosing, and if you go back into another tonic-clonic, would they have a way to tell whether that's another epileptic seizure or I don't know. I guess this might be a question for my sister. She's a nurse in the ER,
That just sounds
but
dangerous too, because then
I
they
think
wouldn't be concerned with the tachycardia, with the elevated heartbeat.
yeah. But the there are yeah, there are other physiological signs of an overdose. I guess if their pupils are not like tiny little pinprick dots, it would be an indicator that you're not under the influence of opioids. And I don't know, but I suspect my pupils have not been tiny. I suspect they get
If it's
blown
happening
wide
outside
open.
though,
Huh?
if it's happening outside though, that's where they wouldn't shut up about an overdose when it was happening in the parking lot and it was bright and sunny and yeah, my pupils were small. But
Oh, yeah. Sunlight directly in your face, even with a tonic-clonic, your eyes. Oh, I guess it
so
doesn't take
kind of wish I
over
had a tattoo
all.
back then,
Yeah.
Right.
especially in your 20s on the job. Yeah, they thought overdose for sure.
Yeah,
AJ
they
made a point
definitely.
too that she does, or yeah, that AJ doesn't need a bracelet. The whole emergency room knows her. Also, half the paramedics are familiar with AJ too. So
First
that's
name
another thing to
basis or
consider,
something almost.
Oh
right?
yeah, my emergency room, they know me on a first name basis
I'm
because
getting
of how bad they used to be, not how bad they are now, because they've gotten better. And they've even told me that they're proud of me. She's gotten better. We haven't seen you a lot. Then I told them, just because you haven't seen me doesn't mean I'm not having seizures. Then they laughed about that. But yeah.
Yeah, you
But
might just be
also,
taking your business to that other ER down the road.
oh no, yeah, they know I'll pick anybody over them. I mean, I'll pick them over anybody. Um, yeah, the gold standard, Stanford. So yeah, Twisted said she got Narcan twice. And
Oh,
her
really?
husband's there.
They even Narcaned her despite her husband being there?
Yep.
I assume he was objecting, right? Or he must have been.
I don't
We'll
know.
get
She
that
said
story from
maybe.
Twisted.
Maybe,
He's coming back later.
yeah, I was gonna say maybe this is a story I should try to drag out of her myself.
Yeah, you don't even have to drag it. She'll tell you.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, this Twisted, right? Just kind
Yeah.
of, hey.
She's the one that got the inhaler, right?
Yeah, she has the THC inhaler. Mark, you didn't see it?
I didn't see the video,
I
but
didn't.
she
I didn't
sent
jump in
me
either.
in return as the peppers. She sent me some this little Butters
Hmm.
thing. South
Aw,
Park Butters,
Yeah,
my
that's
favorite
adorable.
South Park character, and
Oh,
me too.
some autism stimmy stone things and stuff. I just dropped one.
Hey, put together a wish
So
list.
yeah,
All
so
these gift packages going out. You're gonna get some return thank yous.
uh-oh.
I'm
I
just
just picked a
so
whole bunch more peppers too. I was gonna post a picture to the sub, but then I was late for a lunch date with my friend. So uh I've
No worries.
got a picture. Filled an entire salad bowl with peppers. It took an hour and a half to pick them all by hand, and that was just a little harvest. I even left my entire yellow pequin all alone. It's 7 feet tall now at this point. But those are all like tiny little guys. So picking them all by hand is like with scissors go, it snip, 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 snip. So it's a pain in the ass, but satisfying.
We very much appreciate that hard work,
I
and
want
that's
to
what you
be.
should start a little registry for.
I want to be on the next delivery round because I do want to try them. Josh, if you probably don't know this because this is your first time. Mark is great at um, growing peppers.
oh,
So
yeah.
I grow peppers, so saying
What
I'm
kind of
great at.
pepper?
Hot stuff. I don't know. I got a small collection going right
Like
now.
serranos, habaneros?
Run the gamut from I don't know, fish pepper is probably the mildest that I've got right now.
Uh-huh.
But they're not yielding very much at the moment. I got up through some ahis, uh, kind of mid Scoville range, like teens up to maybe 80K Scoville. I think the lemon drops can get pretty fiery. Some bird type peppers. I got 3 different bird types. Chili Tepin Hermosillo, um, Mayan Cobanero, and um, yellow Pequin. So the Tepin and the Pequin are like together are the backbone peppers of the Cholula hot sauce. Um, that and a
Okay.
lot. They dilute it with a lot of vinegar. Those peppers are
Yeah.
pretty like right off the plant. Um, but then I also got a couple capsicum chinense. I have um a Fatali, a Ghost, a um, um,
AJ said, "Do you have any jalapeno?"
A little
I
bit.
sort of do. It's not really a jalapeno I mean, technically it is a jalapeno, but it's a variant that kind of just showed up in a grow, like a commercial grower's batch of seeds, just had one mutant one that turned out to be super, super, super variegated. So its leaves are almost solid white with just kind of little speckles of green. Um, so because of that, they don't grow very big, very vigorously. They don't have enough chlorophyll per leaf to really get the energy boost. They've all stayed small. And as a result of that, they've all only grown like one or two fruit per pepper. I started those more to kind of mess around with growing them for ornamentals, but there have been one or two. So technically, I do have a couple. Genetically, they're jalapenos. They don't look like jalapenos. They're kind of stubby. They look more round
Look
than
more
the
like
long,
cherry tomatoes, some of
and they're
them.
kind of, yeah, they started out white too because they grew off of the variegated limbs. So it was white with these little tiny green stripes on them. Um, but they taste the same, what little there is of them. But next year I
Oh wow,
might grow
cool.
some jalapeno. Just
That's cool. Yeah, I'm a really big homemade salsa guy.
oh yeah,
Hmm.
cool. Well, we might be able to hook you up with some firepower.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have my wife do it. She's from Mexico.
Oh, nice.
Hmm.
Yeah, my 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 children love hot stuff, so
Yeah.
I do too. But like the gas reflex stuff that bothers me. But if I eat it earlier in the day, then it won't bother me. But if I eat like some hot stuff past 7 p.m., um, yeah, I need like at least 4 hours so that it digests and not burn my throat when I go to sleep and all that. It's gonna be horrible.
I'll just sleep sitting straight up. I was like, it's neck pillow tonight.
Right.
Mhm.
I got a pillow on my chair, so
Yeah. That's what happens if I eat spicy stuff too late. I'm like, I'm sleeping straight up. I'm gonna use the neck pillow.
I do have something here, you guys. It says turning 40 sober, FOMO. Someone, FOMO, bring me up to speed.
Spell it.
Capital F O
FOMO,
M O.
FOMO, fear of missing out.
Oh wow, I don't know how I didn't know that. Too old to know.
I'm terrible with acronyms.
Yeah, all these new ones every day. There's something.
Uh-huh.
I grew up on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says turning 40, sober and FOMO. I need some advice, but none of my friends or family are sober because we all have to take meds for our seizure. One of the different things is drinking is no longer an option as it triggers. I thought y'all may be able to help me. I'm turning 40 this fall. I'm a female. I started having grand mal seizures 5 years ago. Before that, I was a social party drinker. It's it's the drinking I'm having an issue with. I have been planning a in quote cougar safari 40th party since I was in my late 20s. The goal was the goal was I was becoming a cougar lady, and I tried to get other cougars to give me drinks. Well, oh well, so that's out the window. And being around tipsy drunk friends aren't as fun anymore. And it's not fun being the sober one out. But they all don't truly understand having not to only something scary happened to me, but it changed my life altogether. I only get one 40th birthday, and I want it to be about me as I am always, end quote, responsible person being sober. Help me not get FOMO, y'all, and happy to be alive. I love my family and friends, and it's not their fault. They don't understand. Please, no hate on them. No one gets our seizure life well. I need birthday ideas, please. I just want to have fun and make it special. Thank you again.
Travel.
Forget your family. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no hate on your family. I feel you. I just threw that in there for no reason. But
That's a tough one. You got to have a little more context on it, especially with the birthday things. Because, I mean, especially when you're an adult, too, when it comes to birthdays and parties, it's so hard not to just be like, damn, I want to drink. I had the hardest time doing that, too. But, I mean, there's lots of stuff you can do, even things that don't seem like things that adults would do. Like something I did that was super fun, go to the trampoline park.
Oh my God, I was gonna say go to the trampoline park.
Yeah.
yeah, they have these indoor ones that
Yeah, that's what I was
son
saying.
goes. Yeah, my son did that for his birthday, and it was nice. It was fun even for adults.
I'm
Well, I mean,
Or
at
like,
least
jealous of your son. I want to go
or
to the
like they have those,
trampoline park, but nobody will take me.
or they have a, what is it, that zero latency place. I don't know if she has photosensitivity, but it's like that VR group arcade.
that sounds fun.
Yeah, and you do like zombies and all sorts of stuff like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sandbox.
Yeah, it's called Zero.
Sandbox VR.
Yeah, so you go out with a bunch of friends and stuff and play VR shooting games and stuff together.
I went there. It was nice. It was very nice. I had a lot of fun, but we paid $65 a person we only lived for 20 minutes.
Oh, really? Wow. That's a lot more expensive than it is where I live.
Yeah.
Did they put a time limit on it? Like you had to leave after?
I mean, when you die and you don't save your friends, you gotta turn around and save everybody. You gotta like put the
Oh,
gun
okay. I didn't think of
to
that.
their chest and it charges them up and brings them back. But there was three of us and one was my kid, so yeah, and then there was all kinds of stuff like rats running on the floor at us and he was losing it. So
See, ours is like on an actual time limit, so you pay like per the hour.
yeah, we were paying for the experience. We picked the game and you pick the level and all that. And
Okay.
And if you die, it's over.
die, it's over. Actually, it goes by waves, so it gets harder and harder, and the monsters get bigger and bigger. And the rats are just to throw you off. Like the rats coming out, and then the monster, you can't pay attention to one of them because you think it's real. Yeah, there's that. My son was losing his mind. So yeah,
Sounds fun.
yeah, VR is really fun. I have pictures. Great. But the FOMO thing, you gotta find things that you find fun. Like we were saying, VR, you might find that fun and you don't have to drink because you're having fun and they're drinking because they just drink to have fun. There you go, something you like doing. Go to
golf.
go to the bounce house. Or they even have those ones that are mounting like mountain climbing indoors. I've seen that and I wanted to try it, but I don't live near it. So but yeah. Find something you like that you don't need to drink. One of the comments here says, I think switching the vibe of your party is the move. A spa day or weekend and a really delicious dinner. Maybe smoke some weed, unless that's off limits for you too. You're still having fun and celebrating yourself, but in a safe way. 40 is a big deal. Congrats. Another one says, oh, I'm turning 40 in 5 days and had my second seizure last week. And the first seizure 5 weeks ago. I had so many alcohol within within each weekend after each seizure. So no more alcohol for me. And I turned 40. I know how you feel. I guess I'd be at my party drinking some chamomile tea instead. Is smoking weed okay? Chamomile tea, I heard, wasn't exactly okay, but we haven't got the science for that yet.
Oh,
I
really? I didn't know
can't
that.
imagine chamomile tea being worse than alcohol at the very least, but it's definitely a bizarre choice of beverage for a party.
Yeah. We
You
haven't
guys
seen
know.
Sailor Mom in a bit, but she was the one who told us that she heard that chamomile was a big deal for us to drink. I can't remember the reason why, and excuse me for forgetting, but I can't exactly remember the reason why she said that. But we know that pomegranate juice, no, grapefruit juice is also a thing we shouldn't drink because of the
Yeah,
citrus.
it's bad.
But fear of missing
But
out, you're not gonna miss out. It's your party. You do what you want to do for your party. You're planning the vibe. You're doing all this part. So can't let someone take advantage of your party. You could actually say, we're not gonna drink. We're gonna do something where you guys need to be sober. The other person's at a spa day. You don't have to be sober to go to a spa. So, but yeah, find something that you like to do that you need to be sober doing. That will be fun.
go to a
Totally worth it.
shooting range
40 is a big one.
or axe throwing.
Axe throwing. I wanted to do that for a very long time. I've heard of it. I don't know.
I
Yeah,
would be
I've
nervous
seen
about
it.
that with the seizures
I've
though.
seen
Escape
friends
room.
doing it, and they said it's cool, and like with the right help, right guidance, you can really pick up and get going a lot quicker than you might think. I still have not managed to get out and try it, though it looks pretty interesting, I think. Is it, y- are there any places like near you
Yeah.
that, yeah?
Yeah, a friend of mine went to one and it was on his Snapchat. I just haven't asked him where it was, but I did tell him I want to go there, and it was very interesting watching his video. This was like 3 years ago, so if
Yeah,
he remembers.
you gotta update us if you go.
Yeah, I
Tell us,
want to
take
go.
pictures for sure.
It
Or
was the same
video.
place as there was a shooting range he went to. It was like he did both of those in a day, so I think they were at the same place. And I do want to try it because he made it sound really easy. Or maybe he just showed us the video where he actually did it.
Well, a little bit of careful editing and anybody can look pretty proficient, right?
Yeah, it was a really good video because it was one of those videos where you throw it and then the video rewinds at the same time. So it looks like he's throwing it and then it comes back. So
Oh,
the
cool.
video was
Yeah.
cool. I don't know what type of video those are called.
Boomerang.
Boomerang.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, that's what it was, and it was a dope video. So
Yeah.
that might have
You
been
know
what caught my attention too.
Hmm.
But
You know what else they have too? Those break stuff rooms where you just go in there and break everything.
oh yeah, the ones where you go break and paint and take the sledgehammer through the walls and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I
Get some
haven't seen one of those, but that would be fun. That would be very fun.
Get some emotion out too.
Yeah, but a shooting range is my next goal, and then skydiving.
Andrea said escape room. Is those breaking rooms called escape room?
No, it's different. It's just a room like they have a bunch of like TVs, refrigerators, chairs, glass tables, and they give you like sledgehammers, bats, all sorts of stuff, and you just go in there and smash everything.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you go into an escape room and just start smashing enough of their stuff, they'll let you out too.
Right. Put a hole in the wall.
Yeah, there might be some extra deposits involved in that.
Yeah, I wonder Where do they get all
And
their
save your
stuff?
payment information when you get there.
Yeah.
Like, where do you constantly get this furniture and tables and stuff from?
Oh, like junkyards and stuff like that. They probably go to like the recycle centers and just freaking give them like $20 for scrap.
Yeah.
I drive around
Welcome back,
like
Jeff.
the tail
Thank you.
end of people's garage sales right at their as they're winding up and just say, hey, I'll give you
Yeah.
$50 if you let me just haul all of this away. No
Yeah, or
question.
just the crap on
Just
the
to get you
curb.
caught up, man, we're answering a question here where somebody was asking ways to celebrate big milestone birthday, but now that she has epilepsy without the drinking and like the how she used to party. So everybody's just brainstorming ideas of how to celebrate, still enjoy without,
How to
you
how
know,
to
or with being
destroy and
sober.
break things to
Yeah.
Destroying and break things is always fun.
They have those like rooms now that let you go in and like take a sledgehammer and break the walls and tables and things that just people let out frustration. It looks very
That's
fun.
really
I've
cool.
never been. I don't know where it's at, but it looks fun. And one day I'll try it. But yeah, some people say they use it to get the stress out, just destroying stuff.
You could take somebody you really don't like there and
Eh,
kind of make a mistake.
Accidents happen.
it happens. I had a focal unaware seizure.
My, my clonic jerk.
I was not
Officer, it wasn't my fault.
a bioclonic jerk. Oh man. I do got something here, and Jeff, you just got here, so you can relate to this. It says nocturnal seizures. I got diagnosed idiopathic generalized epilepsy roughly 6 months ago, but I just found out on my last EEG that I have nocturnal seizures too. That's weird though. What's weird though is my mom was with me in the room and she said I never had any jerking movements or stiffness, but the seizure was 13 seconds. I also asked my boyfriend if he noticed anything and he said no as well. My main point is all this is there a way to have seizures in your sleep without moving. I only have absence seizures, and so I don't know if this is possible to have those in your sleep. Thank you. I
I've
just had
had
absence seizures, and I have not had nocturnals that I know of. So, someone take the mic.
I've had nocturnals uh, that I obviously don't remember, but Liz says like there are times that I'll kick her or my arm will go out. Go ahead, Mark. You probably have more than I do.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Jeff. I just
I
wanted
think
to go
I was pretty much finished. I just, I have sometimes like that and most of the time just focals that I'm unaware of. And it's just the
yeah,
way I feel in the morning. It's the only way I know, or the next day. Like I had one
yeah,
last night.
that's oh, I'm sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, and it's just all day I'm in a different place. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
it's not the desert.
I've got a similar kind of I get focal seizures and I have them nocturnally. I don't get absence seizures during the day, so I don't know. Because it would be interesting. I wonder if the focal seizures that my neurologists see at night would, if happening during awake, manifest as absence seizures, or if they're more like the the focal seizures that I have during the day that are more like physiological sensations and some psychological, dread, panic, kind of thing. But just being asleep, I'm not aware to recall these sensations. It's no real answer to that. I can't think of any way that yeah, that could be answered. But the experience I have with my nocturnal vocals is a lot like Jeff. That I have to figure out, piece it together from the way I feel the morning after, that something happened overnight. I can't, I don't necessarily wake up knowing this is a post-ictal state from a seizure that I just woke up into. I just wake up to a particularly crappy feeling day. And, only after maybe waking up for a couple hours do I start to realize this doesn't make sense feeling this bad. And then I just kind of feel off for the rest of the day. But I have thoroughly forgotten the question at this point, so
Uh,
I hope I was
yeah, for
close.
Well,
me,
this is
I
a perfect
only
time
had
though to, oh, go ahead.
I said for me, I only had tonic clonics for in my sleep nocturnally for a couple of years, and they kind of faded out. Um, but other than that, hold on, I'm out for a second.
How do you know the difference between a focal in your sleep and a what's it called? A tonic in your sleep.
Muscle soreness the next day, for sure.
I think the way you feel the next morning.
Absolutely.
Nanny cam footage. Get a
And
nanny
well, she
cam.
was saying her
Bring it
boyfriend
up.
in the post, she's with the she got a guy right there. So if it was a tonic clonic, that would be hard. I mean, I doubt she's that small. Like that would be
Yeah,
noticed.
yeah,
So
she's got a tonic clonic detector right there.
there you go.
But when alone, nanny cam footage.
I'm gonna put my
Is
seizure
that a
videos
thing?
on
Is that,
OnlyFans.
excuse me, is that something that happens to
You'll get
people
some
that they
subscribers
you
for
get
that.
it?
I'll have
Maybe
some weird stuff happen sometimes where I'm not like I don't really know what it is yet, but I think I figured out by now that I'm having the focals in my sleep because I'll like wake up, but I'm not really awake. But like I know something happened, but then I go back to sleep. And then I kind of sort of remember it in the morning and I just feel like crap that day. And I've kind of pieced it together all this time, but I've never been told. And then I also have tonic clonics as well. That was my first seizure that I was officially told of.
Do you have focals during the day?
Yes. It's gone way down since shout out to Nature's Made over there. And I've only had one, and I think that was due to major stress that had spiked up. And but yeah, it's that's gone way down. I just went to I my day has been insane. I'm sorry I ghosted everyone that I was talking to this morning. My day exploded, but I made it home alive. That's what's good. And yeah,
The
right.
important part.
What?
That's the important part.
Right. I made it home alive and through a torrential downpour. It was awesome.
And after all
But
that, you chose to come be with us.
yeah, that's the first thing
Appreciate
I
it.
did. I sat down, I loaded a bowl, I smoked, I put on some comfier clothes, I took out the trash, and I started the Zoom. And I loaded another bowl.
There
It
you
Perfect
sounds
go.
day.
like it sounds
What?
like it was like the third thing you did, not the first thing you did.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. That was health insurance stuff
The
calling
only
me.
one that would ever call out the order. of recovery after
That
like this
was
shitty morning.
the first thing I was in. The first thing on my list was load a bowl.
Intentions are what really count in this one.
The second was come find my people. You are my people. So
Here we are.
I had to do the prep to find my people.
Well, we appreciate you being here.
I am
And
very happy I found
the
you.
necessity of that prep sounds very significant.
Yeah, it was a
And when it comes
insane.
to
Pack bowl, or whatever.
come prepared to your people.
Yeah, it was crazy. I'm apparently going through the workup to be assessed for surgery officially. Yeah.
Well, Andrew, you should know then before RNS days, I had dreams. I don't know whether to blame it on epilepsy progressing, but
Oh, I think it
before
is
RNS, I had
progressing.
dreams.
I think
But that's the
it
thing. I
might.
don't know if it's just like I don't know how I can get such a deep, to that deep sleep if they say that I'm, that this thing is zapping me like so much at night. And that's one of the ways that I recognize focals at night was, the next morning not being able to remember. So then checking, browsing history or whatever I can put a timestamp on and see how far, how much of my memory was gone. Because that could, that was definitely seizures. And if there wasn't the headache, I still got a headache after focals. So the next morning that's the other thing that narrowed it down. And the dreams, but the dreams was the biggest thing. After it, on a night when I had an absence seizure at night, I would definitely not remember any dreams. I would wake up and be wondering, why am I here? Like, don't even remember falling asleep. So that's the best way of narrowing down if you've had a seizure at night. I mean, besides having the data, but it's not like we can access that. So I
Yeah,
can't even check my own.
they're official. Like I just got transferred to a hospital doctor, like new team in another hospital 3 hours away, and they're doing this new patient surgery workup. I'm scheduled for an EMU and an MRI.
That's exciting. That's big stuff.
How
And
It's
long
what
is
would
the
be an
EMU
even bigger
stay?
accomplishment?
It's the EMU, they said will be at least, they said 3 to 7. That's all I know, but they're booked clear out it's not till February, but yeah, I know. But I am on a cancellation list, so hopefully they'll have a cancellation and be able to work an MRI in at the same time.
Is the MRI done at the same facility, or
They
is it?
want their own MRI at their own hospital and their own EMU, the whole everything.
Can they? Well, I don't know. I'm
A
just
lot of places are really
MRI
exclusive
seems
about that.
easier to book. In my
But when
experience, the
it's surgery,
MRI
when
is
it's
easy to book.
for surgery evaluation, they won't accept it. They won't take it from anybody else.
Yeah,
And
it's because
that's how FSU did it too.
Yeah.
it's because it's the pre-surgical, because they're pulling some of the other records. I mean, they've got old MRIs and my first EMU and stuff like that. They have a bunch of data, but they want more and stuff that's more recent and
Well,
you know.
and not all MRIs are made equal. The
Right, they've only
resolution.
had a regular MRI done, and they want to do like the fMRI and some of that kind of stuff at
Oh,
one point.
that's
And
I
yeah,
haven't had one of those done.
I don't think they're gonna do that one yet. I think that's after the EMU, but I don't know. They talked about so much shit today. My head is exploding. And then
That's
I
exciting
leave.
though.
Yeah, it is, but I'm terrified, and this whole year my head is exploding. My whole life has been completely turned upside down. You have no idea.
Yeah, I had something that I thought might have been a nocturnal seizure, but I decided I'm not going to put that one on the list because I woke up with that bad postictal headache, and I went to the emergency room. They did all the scans and tests, the MRIs, CAT scans, and all that. I didn't bite my tongue. All I had was the postictal headache. I didn't fall. I didn't have any of that. So they were like, I don't think you had a seizure. And I'm like, I know this headache. There's just no other headache like it. They tried to give me something for a bad headache, some extra strength, something. I didn't even go get it. But yeah, no more pills.
Looking back, I honestly think I've had stuff that has happened that we didn't realize was epilepsy and seizure related, like clear back when I was in high school and stuff. And I mean, I'm going to be 48 in December.
Mine, mine weren't on camera, so I couldn't see the sleep ones. But hopefully, I wasn't at home, so I couldn't see them because my camera's always been in my room. But
The biggest problem that I'm having is that I'm home by myself all the time, and the one person that has seen everything, died in January.
I'm home alone for the most part, or at least
It's
never
just
know.
like, yeah, it's just like, I don't know, my memory is awful. I'm trying to write stuff down for you guys. I really am.
Yeah. What I do is I type notes when everyone's speaking and I find I need to say something. Type it out, and when it's my turn, I got it ready to use.
But that's so reassuring, Andrea, because even with such a crazy year, you're still making progress in the right direction. You still got all
Well,
the right priorities of taking care of yourself.
I put the brakes on it until basically last month, and then I finally sent it my last neurologist an email. I'm like, okay, I think I want to go ahead and pursue that referral now. And I think they called me within 2 weeks to set up the appointment. And I was just like, okay, wow, this is moving a lot quicker than I expected. So
Timing is a big deal, but keep in mind it was after, I mean, before I committed to the surgery, it was a whole year before I even got the offer of what to do. Because they
oh
really do,
yeah,
it's just like being diagnosed all over again. They have to eliminate what you can't do
oh yeah, I'm
just to
not
offer you what you can.
expecting anything to happen. Obviously, I'm not even they're not my EMU's not scheduled for 6 months, but you know, they're like she's like, I want to see you back in 2 months, and then I go up to the desk and they're like, or she wanted to see me back in 4 months and her next available 6 months. And they're like, she said she wanted to see me in 4, and she's like, yeah, I know. That's her next available. She knows that. I'll put you on the cancellation list.
That's what they're probably like ready to say to
Pretty
everybody
much.
at the desk. Well, keep that in
So
mind. If the doctor is not aware of how far booked she is on her own schedule, be ready to ask that doctor every question possible because they might not be, looking to explain all the possibly like frequently asked questions to you. That's the direction I wish I would have went before doing the RNS, is
I've
asking all
learned
questions of like what to expect.
and try to use the portal as much as you can. The portals are a lot better than I thought because I resisted them for a while because I'm like, I really like to talk to people. I feel like I've gotten a lot more done through the portals.
I like in
Yeah, a lot
person
of
for
times they have
certain
the
events.
people.
It can be safer too, um recently there's been some issues that like regarding uh medical information phishing kind of I'm pretty sure it's some sort of scammer phishing attempt, but um I have family members who have received phone calls from some number or something, and they say, hi, this is so and so from whatever, blah blah blah. And we're calling about something, genetic testing that your doctor's office ordered. And something vague, but something, genetic testing. And uh, um, they, family members like didn't recall, wasn't expecting it, but was like, okay, well, if they need it, so they asked, can you confirm your date of birth before we continue? And they did, and then the person asked a few more questions to verify his identity, and um, there's kind of fishy sense, red flag kind of thing from that, and um, at uh, at the end, he was saying, I don't have time, I'm gonna call the doctor's office back and finish this or whatever. And they're like, oh, well, can we schedule a time that we can call you back? They didn't want him calling the doctor's office back, the actual number back. They wanted to schedule time for them to call back, resume the call and finish whatever. So that, um, but they'd already gone through and got all kinds of, I don't know what all was discussed, but at the very least, some of the cursory um, identifying information that doctors' offices actually use to confirm identities when talking about medical information. And um, he called his doctor's office afterwards. They had his actual primary care physician's name, though. That's the thing. They knew his name, they knew his doctor's name already. And then they called him and got all of everything else they need to fill in all the rest of the blanks. But um, scamming is getting scarily advanced these days now, and data brokers are putting together a lot more disparate data points and information about people. They're connecting information that nobody ever would have been able to put together before. And now there's, on top of that, there's even if they're recording that conversation, they have samples of the voice, they have samples of the vocal cadence and some of the sort of mannerisms. That sort of stuff these days is also pretty easy to simulate and fake with the modern neural network machine learning algorithms. So it's entirely possible, plausible, dare I say probable, now that somebody can go out and impersonate this family member and get access to whatever medical records they want. And how can we stop them? So
I mean, if it gets to the social,
word of
that's the only
warning.
thing I can think.
I'm sorry, what?
But sometimes they only need like the last four of your social to get medical records and things like that. But that's at least one of the things that we pretty much all family members know. Don't give any digits of your social security number, even if they're just trying to verify your identity. Date of birth is
Yes.
like as far as it should go.
They're
Yes,
scamming old
if
people.
somebody's calling from your doctor's office, just call,
They're
say you're busy and call your doctor's office back. Don't continue.
I had to give my full social at the doctor's office today. She had
But
to get my insurance pulled up.
Yeah, at least
Yeah.
you're
That's
face to
not over
face
the
in that
phone.
situation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
face to face is much better.
yeah.
I don't have to
That's really the only way I would trust
confirm.
giving away my full social like that for if it wasn't something I was expecting. It's coming
Yeah,
out of the blue. Yeah.
yeah, I know.
Pookie, what were you saying?
I was saying that I signed up for one thing, and ever since they had my number, I knew exactly what that was. There was like some ad that said if you had a car accident within the last year, sign up and you can get this, this, and this. And the day after that, I've had 20 to 30 calls a day just about nonsense sometimes. Sometimes it's we can sign you up for some kind of health insurance thing. And then a lot of them, they're calling and they tell me, "Oh, how old are you?" And then I'd be like, I'm 20 something. And they'd be like, "Oh, well, you don't apply for it. You got to be 65." And it does it all day. So I just start skipping it. Numbers that I don't know, I stop answering because a lot of them will be the same area code as me. But then some of them will pop up as actual businesses. And then when you call back, it's a business and they say, we didn't call you. So yeah, that's where that threw me off. But they're getting out of control with it. And like I said, they're aiming for older people because the times where they ask me my age and I'd be like, I'm 100. And then they like, oh, well, you can't apply for this, this, and this.
You qualify for.
I just play with those things sometimes. They ask you how old you are, give them all kind of weird names and stuff. I've taken it up to like 15 minutes just talking to them, just giving them all weird kind of information that just came right off the top of my head as soon as he asked.
Hey, if you got the time and you're bored, man.
Birthdays and all kinds of stuff. I've told them
Even better when it's a robot.
Yeah. Waste my time or waste your time.
There's no guilt if it's a robot.
No, it's usually after a while they let me talk to a person. But like I said, I had to tell them I was 100 years old for them to want to talk because every other time they're like, oh, you're under 65, you don't apply, you're not a senior citizen and stuff like that. So I said they're targeting older people, not old people.
Yeah, specifically older people in vulnerable populations. So disabled people are also starting to fall under that as well.
Yeah, that's one thing they call for. They call and
Medicare.
ask you, do you want to get some health insurance? If you have Medicare Part A, we know something where you can get Medicare Part B and A at the same time. Press 2 to talk to someone. Yeah, and then they want you to give all kinds of weird information. And I gave them all of the wrong information, and they brought up, they thought I was really a person. And I was like, you guys are scammers. I was like, that name, that birthday was on Christmas. Everything was wrong. And it was like, oh,
some
okay.
people have to be born on Christmas, right? There's got to be at least a 1 in 365 chance that any random person you meet's born on Christmas, right?
Yeah, and I told them I was 100. So.
Yeah, but it's a red flag too when they're say their name is Bill and they have a way out there accent and a lot of those red flags too.
What's bad is you'll hear a bunch of other telemarketers in the background is what it sounds like. A bunch of other people on phones too. So that's probably what they're doing. They got one phone, you hang up, they pick up another. That's what it feels like. And yeah, sometimes I don't have the time, but sometimes I do answer it and let them just sit there and go, hello, hello.
Yeah, luckily my phone number is from a different state. So if I ever get a call from that state, I just don't answer it. Because I have everything else in my contacts. So at least I get that about one.
That's a pretty
That's a good idea to change the area code.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
just
move to a different state from your phone number and don't ever answer any
Don't
calls
change it.
from anybody
Yeah, I'm
used.
not gonna change it.
I
Yeah.
just don't answer the phone if it's not in my address book or I'm not expecting a phone call. You can leave me a message. If I
Mhm,
There
want
you
to
go.
call you back, I'll call you back.
mhm.
If not, I'll
Exactly.
delete your voicemail.
Jason, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
What about you on this one? You ever get these wannabe scam call trying to fish information out of you?
Yes, like plenty of times. Like I literally just ignore and not even answer the phone.
I try to report
Right.
them, and that doesn't do anything because they just changed the number. And yeah, and then I just got an email from AAA, membership email verification info needed. This expires in 5 minutes. Like stuff I'm not, I don't even have a car to have AAA.
I
Right?
keep
I didn't even
getting some
expect
of
the
that
the
stuff
text
too.
messages. The
Yeah,
text
they'll
messages will
still
say
they'll
stuff like
still
that.
try to sell you a AAA membership because then your subscription will cover anybody whose car you happen to be riding in. All you have to do is pay our membership fee, just like as if you owned a vehicle. You can
It's
still
like,
get towed like free if you're ever stranded somewhere in somebody else's car on their behalf.
so today, I've gotten about 42 calls. One is my dad, one is my sister, and then the rest are scam calls. And one says Alley Electric and Solar. That one I answered. And then another one said Earl Ford, janitorial specialist. And I answered. So they're calling with business numbers from companies. And
Are you on the no call list?
Earlier today too, one that was like a business. It had a
I,
business
Not with
name on it.
40 something calls. That you got to get
No,
on
not
one of those no call lists.
but they're disguising them as businesses
yeah.
Yeah.
on the caller IDs now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're spoofing it.
I block some of them, and you got to report them every now and then. And then there's some that call sometimes, and it won't ring. It'll just say spam call, and it'll tell me you got.
Potential spam is what comes
Before I
up.
woke up this morning, I woke up around 10, and I had 17 calls before 10 that it just blocked on its own. They're
One
getting
thing
out of control. All I wanted was to talk about a car accident, and
that
now I'm just talking about insurance and all kinds of stuff.
AJ, is it like this over there? Or is this a like exclusively USA thing?
You get scam calls, AJ?
Sometimes.
What do they
You don't
want?
think you're on a list though? Okay.
What are they asking from you?
Donating for children with disabilities or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Those are always worse on election years. One here, I'm sure everybody can contribute. Had a seizure in a porta potty today. Please make me feel better. Definitely a shitty situation. Was not fun coming to with my pants around my ankles, especially with the fact that I fell through the door while seizing. My body hurts, but not as much as my pride. Have you guys had anything embarrassing happen during your seizures? Nothing that compares to that. But
Nothing that
after the
shitty.
fact, there you go. After the fact, it would have been the one with where the police got there before the EMTs. That was embarrassing because there was just no chance of them believing that if this was a seizure and I wasn't overdosing.
Yeah, I think I
Right.
actually responded on that one.
I think the worst one I had was the first one, and I just came around and my partner was saying, "Let me help you get your clothes on. The paramedics will be here in a minute." And I just didn't want to be naked when the paramedics got there. That
At
was
least
all.
he knew what to, at least that one knew what to tell you. Because that
Right.
was on like the
He
first
made
round
sure
of
I
Pepper
was
Days
safe
when I would just say
first.
no to everything.
He made sure I was safe first. Once
There
he
you
knew I
go.
was safe, then it was okay, baby, let's put your clothes on.
See, that's somebody who cares. That's
Right.
brilliant. What about
I
you, Jeff? Any embarrassing ones?
Um, I wasn't born with that gene. I don't get embarrassed. I am who I am, and if I do something that's fucked up, that's just how it is. Um, but I've never had that experience. I've never had a seizure in public.
Oh, okay.
They've all been at home. But still, I kind of don't understand that. Uh, I
Saying
just
your pride
don't
suffers.
understand the logic. I think that this is who you are, and there's nothing wrong with it, and there's no reason for me to be to feel embarrassed. I could understand, like the first seizure I had, I was naked when I opened the door for the landlady, and obviously when the paramedics came, I was naked. What's the what? They've seen naked bodies before.
Were you bullied in school?
No,
Yeah.
Were
No
you?
need for embarrassment.
I likely was, but it wasn't. It was kind of, they were a lot of trash talk. So then, I don't know. They would try to bully me, and then what I would do is I would trip them. Like when you walk in, like kick up under your feet, then take off running.
Yeah.
So I guess I got my get back. I don't know. Yeah, they were bullies to a lot of other people, and I was the only one doing that, getting my get back. I would take off running.
I
This
don't
was
remember a lot of bullies.
between first grade and high school. Yeah.
So, Josh, I do see some of your comments on here, but I'd rather not be the one to read them. So,
I can't
where's the
remember.
situation where you can agree on this one?
Yeah, so I can't remember exactly what I said on that one, but I've done it a few times in her situation. There was one when I went to the hospital after having a tonic-clonic. My ex and my brother had driven me there. Apparently, this hospital was not the greatest hospital in the world, and they thought I was overdosing, and so I was going back and forth in my post-ictal state, throwing up in the bathroom. And I was telling my brother I had to take a crap, and they wouldn't do anything. And then finally my brother was just yelled at me, and he's like, just shit your effing pants. So he did, and then they took me in.
That'll do it. Do
Yeah.
what you gotta do.
That was one of the better ones.
Angel, you stay there with us?
Yes.
All right. And the one here is all about having a seizure, most likely in public, but overall embarrassing situation. Ever happened to you?
Multiple times.
Okay. So how'd you adapt to that?
I just go with the flow. I mean, I know what I can do, and sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not. When I end up injuring people, I end up breaking the arm of my neurologist while being naked.
Wait, so you broke the doctor's arm?
Yes, I was having a checkup at cardio, and while doing the EKG on my heart, I end up having a severe seizure, and at that time it happened to be my neurologist in the clinic, and he was called to help me, and I end up breaking his arm because I was near at the wall and on a bed, and he put his arm next to the wall, so I don't end up hitting my head, but I end up breaking his arm and some ligaments in it.
Hey, it happens, and they were prepared. I mean, if anything, I guess it's better that it happened in a medical facility, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like. I usually prefer to have them all by myself and nobody to be around.
Understandable. But your safety is what is priority. So somebody else
I
commented
believe.
on this one. I had a seizure at an. Go ahead.
I mean, for somebody else, yes, my safety is the priority, but for me, the priority is keeping others safe from seeing my seizure.
And just from seeing your seizure, though, I mean, those who genuinely care about your well-being would rather be there in the presence, so you're safe.
They usually end up being so fucking scared they have no idea what to do. They just splash me with the water or kicking me or smacking my face. So no.
That
Or end up crying.
That's rough.
I mean,
That's
it
rough.
happened. Or it's happened to all of us. And it's something we gotta
Yeah,
get
but
through.
you definitely have that skill of being able to find something to, maybe not laugh about right away, but just accept the facts of what it is. At least you did make it through that one. And if anything, those who witnessed, they can't feel like that was really the right thing to do and how to handle it. So if anything, every time you have an incident in front of them, that's teaching them something. They really do have to learn from that, whether they want to or not. That
They
that
end up
is a
being
lesson, and
jackass.
they just don't always act right. What'd you say?
They always end up being jackass with me. So no thank you. I was kicked
Yeah, that's
out of
understandable.
school because having a seizure. So yeah. And I was
That
in
shouldn't
med
be allowed.
school.
Med school, you said?
Yes. It
Wow.
was during my period of pause from architecture school, so I ended up going in the med school. It was fun.
Wow.
And they kick
Many talents. That's pretty cool.
What done?
You have many talents. I'm impressed. That's pretty cool. To architecture and to med school and your art. You're a cool
Oh,
person.
for saying about art. Yeah, I still have my notebook here. Oh, I forgot where it is. I did it.
Yes.
Oh, cool. I love
Oh,
it.
Oh, we gotta get a shot.
and here is James. Oh,
Nice.
wait. I believe you can see here with the
Yeah, that
McLaren
picture.
logo.
instead of
Oh,
That's
says
brilliant.
yeah.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
McLaren, but I believe it's a mirror. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Okay.
backwards, so we'll see it better when you take a
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah.
That's really, really
Wow.
amazing.
That is really cool.
The shading and the color is
Yeah.
spotless.
Do you have the one of me still?
No,
It
I
was the
had
best.
to read the page in my notebook because I spilled some blood on it. Sorry.
It's all right. He called my hair majestic.
I called you beard majestic.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the hair as a whole. The beard. Well, thank you. Never got
I
that.
don't understand how the this type of hair works. So
I don't understand either. It's there. It just grows like that.
And do you play tennis?
oh
play
yes.
tennis?
Yeah,
How did you know?
I can see the racket in the background.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I used to play many sports, but not anymore.
What kind of racket is that?
Um, I might look.
Looks like a radical.
It's from the brand Head, and it's a MX Sonic Pro.
Oh, nice. Cool. I actually used to work at a tennis academy. Why'd you stop playing tennis?
Didn't have many time, or I was also a professional swimmer, so I ended up being a professional swimmer, and after that I ended up being really passionate about architecture and biology. So
And nobody can take all those skills from you. That is incredible. You are incredible.
You are extremely talented.
and after that I ended up being obsessed with downhill sports and rally cars. So
wow,
how
that's freaking cool, dude.
Multi-talented.
Yeah. Wow. That is
I don't know if it's multi-talented or just hobbies.
It's
Or maybe
multi-talented.
Hobbies.
Yeah, hobbies. I mean,
yeah.
What
And
else?
to be humble on top of it.
Where are you?
Say it.
Where?
You want to say
We
something?
didn't hear you.
I said, where are you from, AJ?
Romania.
Romania. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know.
Like
You kind of sounded like you were from Spain. I know a lot of people from Spain. You kind of had the accent.
Spain. Not really.
Quite.
Maybe I can understand Spanish and French.
No, like when not like speaking Spanish, but like when they speak English, the accent.
Yeah, I know.
So some of these other embarrassing ones, somebody says my partner had one in our grocery store as he rounded the corner to go get an item, wiped out an entire canned goods display. The store employees were helpful, made sure he was okay, took our groceries and rang them up so I could help him. You know, we had one in public once, but I mean in the grocery store one time, and I think we ended up leaving without paying for something. And family told me that somebody ended up chasing them down for
I
something
have
that,
a
you know, either one of the
story
kids
from
or somebody
store.
grabbed on the way out. Yeah, they're strict. What'd you say, AJ?
I said I have a funny memory with having a seizure in a store.
How's that go?
A few years back when I was university, I ended up having a seizure, and the whole store was forced to be closed, and they end up calling the police and the ambulances because people were gathering around me, taking pictures of me and recordings, and the police was involved. They end up making a way for me like I was some kind of president or something. No, I was just sitting, doing my stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, and after that I end up being admitted in the hospital, and I believe in that period of time I refused to stay. I usually run away from hospital.
Yeah, that's understandable.
I've done it. I've ran from the hospital. I took the IV out and ran and made it home. But before I got home, the police had already been there. So once I got home, my family was like, "Where were you? The police have been here. They're worried about you and stuff." Like it
Yeah,
wasn't that bad. It was like a
did the same thing.
like an hour and a half walk. But yeah, they weren't. I don't know why I left. They weren't paying that much attention.
Did
Taking
you run
the
away
IV
with
out,
your pajamas on you?
huh?
Did you run away with your pajamas on you? Or
No, I had clothes on and they were wet.
I end up running away in my pajamas with my plushies, and it was January. It was pretty cold.
Did you
Oh,
take the
And
IV out?
also I was full sedated because I had a status, and I like, yeah, I'm not staying here. I don't want to stay here.
how did you know where you were going? You don't have a
Did you
sense
take
of
I
the
know
IV
I was
direction?
out?
going to my home, but I didn't know if I was able to get there or not. But I was like, fuck that. I don't give a shit. I went. They say I ran away, but the truth is, I never ran away. I walked away slowly. So,
Did you have to take the IV out?
no, I kept it because I was like, maybe I need it the next day for my other intervention, or maybe some blood test. So why poke me 2 times when you just have the access already?
Nice.
And sometimes they forget to take my IV out from my arm, so I end up usually my arm full or IV.
Yeah, I took mine out and I put it on my arm. I put the gauze like they doctors usually do, and it was not as easy as they made it look.
Um,
My
if you want
gauze
to,
my gauze turned all the way red within the hour and a half I was walking home. When I got home, the gauze was red and it was soaked. And when I lifted the gauze, it had more blood than what the whole of my arm did. And I was like, it seems
if
so
you,
easy when they do it. They just take it out and
yeah,
put the
because
gauze and
it's
that
so
easy.
easy because you don't put a pressure on the arm around. So if you want to take it out without having a bruise, this is my personal solution. I take it out inside of water, like running water from the sink. And it's never getting bruised or something. And after that, I put some alcohol in it and ready to go. But I wait until the bleeding it stops from itself. I may lose some blood, but it's not like I'm losing more blood from an injury or just small blood.
That's a great solution.
I'm not saying it's sanitary. I mean,
Oh, you got the alcohol.
yeah, for drinking.
Oh, you're not talking rubbing
No,
alcohol.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm not drinking.
Okay, okay. So one of the other comments on this embarrassing post is I'm a bartender, had a TC during brunch a few months ago, right behind the bar. When I was post-ictal, some customers who were medical professionals standing around me. Apparently, I tried to stand up, saying, "Go have a seat, I'll bring you some water." They all had to talk me down, and I ended up fighting the paramedics, which I somehow always do. Honestly, I don't feel embarrassed. People are just concerned and want to help. You've got nothing to be ashamed of, and you're definitely not the only one this has happened to. That's a good one.
The good old paramedic fight.
Pretty much.
Uh,
All right. Another person just asking, how often do you see the doctor? So they are talking about the doctor versus a PA. I officially diagnosed with TLE by my neurologist earlier this year after 16 years of misdiagnosis. Happy to finally have answers, but medications have not been helpful. Been to neurology office 4 times, have only seen the doctor once. The last 3 appointments were scheduled with him, but keep getting moved to his PA or canceled last minute. Spoke with the PA at the last appointment. He told me he would make sure I see the doctor next. On Friday, got an email saying my appointment's been moved to the PA. And this person just finishes it by saying, is it normal to keep seeing the physician's assistant while seizures are uncontrolled? This is another prime example of be your own advocate, because the doctor's office will keep doing this to you over and over. As you've already seen, this person's done it 4 or 3 times. They moved the appointment, probably only saw the neurologist the first time. And a lot of times that's because that's the only way they can get away with billing it. So again, patient advocate, don't accept it. You have to call them back and say you need to see the doctor. Patient portal might come in handy for this one. So if you get it on record saying not only that you need to see the doctor next time, but you're wondering, why this has already been done to you 3 times. So yeah, find a way to get the message to the doctor and get it on record with that office so somebody can be held accountable. What do you guys think? Ever get transferred to PA when you didn't want to?
I have only ever seen the nurse practitioners. I've never seen the primary epileptologist at my practice, but I don't have any less confidence in the treatment that I've been getting in that setting. The clinic is a level 4 epilepsy clinic. So all of the staff and everything, all of the tools that they have available has all been kind of assessed, vetted by, was it the Epilepsy Foundation that gives those assessments or levels or ratings or something, or I don't know. There's some organization that does these assessments and kind of based on
I think
their
they call it
ability to.
NAEC, National Association of Epilepsy Centers.
Okay, yeah, that sounds familiar. Uh, yeah, so I don't know. I haven't seen the doctor, but none of the nurse practitioners, or all of the nurse practitioners at that clinic have all not only gone through all of their the training and everything to become a nurse practitioner. They've all done specific fellowships in neurology, in epileptology specifically. They have additional clinical experience. My particular first nurse practitioner, had additional experience with psychiatric care in an epilepsy monitoring, a long-term epilepsy monitoring setting. So I don't necessarily feel that the medical degree necessarily confers any sort of greater ability to deduce or treat anything when the nurse practitioners have such extra experience. I think personally, it's highly likely that the PA at my neurologist office or at my epileptologist office, by virtue of all of this additional training and her experience, has more expertise in treating epilepsy than many neurologists do, who don't have that specialty in epilepsy, because it is such a niche, specific subset of neurology that a lot of neurologists are not really equipped to tackle head on, at least not on their own. And I know that's something that we've covered here on the podcast before, that if you can get in with an epileptologist, do it. I would say that, take that one step further. I would rather see an epileptologist's PA than go to a neurologist without any sort of epilepsy specialty. So,
I second that.
yeah.
That's a great perspective. Andrew, what's your experience with this?
I've had great experiences with PAs in general. I mean, being that I'm in a smaller town in the Midwest, I've pretty much seen either the doctor, I was seeing the neurologist, or then I was referred to an epileptologist. There was a couple of times I saw the PA at the epileptologist office, but most of the time I saw the epileptologist himself. And now they have literally, I had my first appointment today. I'm starting with a whole new team. So we'll see how that goes. Bigger city, bigger hospital.
Hope everything goes well for you. I really do.
Hey, thank you. Me too.
Yeah.
I do have something here, you guys. It says, "Why do I feel this way? I don't know what I'm doing in life right now, but all I can think about is that my depression keeps coming at me. And even though I don't want to die, I have no suicidal thoughts anymore. I still feel like I can't escape it. It just feels like I'm treading water and not drowning and not going under, but I also can't climb out of the water. I could just use some help, maybe some guidance or ideas. Thank you for reading."
So it sounds like they're dancing around the language of, self-harm very carefully, but they might be kind of at that borderline, perhaps. They just don't want to, because if you're getting to the point where you have to preface something with, "I'm not suicidal, but," there's probably a bit more going on, and I don't know. It's a tough position to be in.
I mean, I understand where the guys come from. I think I actually commented on this one.
No, there's only one comment.
Uh, um, but I understand what that feeling's like. I mean, especially when you're just dealing with this too, and you don't know where you're going. I don't know what kind of support he has or anything like that, but it's rough. Sometimes you just want to run out and to nothing and just in the distance and disappear. Sometimes you just want to, you feel like you're sinking and nothing else is going to work. Sometimes you just, I mean, we're human. What else can we do? But I mean, sometimes it's hard to fight through those feelings. And, it's hard. And that's why he's here reaching out for support. And that's why we all came here. And I mean, yeah.
Glad you're here.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what he's asking for. He just needs that support and help and wants that hand because he probably doesn't have that hand where he is.
Yeah, I could say I hope for the best. I wouldn't say I haven't been in those positions, but it's going to take time. You didn't exactly say how long you've had epilepsy or if it's the epilepsy that made you feel like that. But
Did they give any indication as to what medications they might be on or anything? I'm sorry,
no,
I completely
nothing at
lost.
all about seizures or epilepsy. This is about specifically the depression.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah.
It would be nice to know which pill is making you depressed, because that's a different story.
Yeah, well, a lot of the pills that make you depressed are the ones that keep you from seizing, and the ones that that stop you from being depressed make you have the seizures. Or you're depressed because you can't be productive because you can't get the medications you need to treat the ADHD, because that causes the seizures.
What
It's
a vicious cycle.
yes, exactly. There's a lot of reasons, a lot of medications to be depressed over. If they don't have anything about epilepsy specifically or any of their medications, I don't really have a lot of insight I can add aside from, suicide prevention hotline, self-harm, not the way to go.
Therapy.
Even reach out to your local church if that's, just something, anything before hurting yourself in any way.
Yeah, talk to somebody you know privately. I mean, shoot me a message. I'll chat with you.
Yeah, I was thinking it just could be someone who's feeling really lonely as well. You gotta have a support system with this shit, because
Yeah.
it could be a lot, as we've seen.
Sometimes even when you're with people, you feel lonely and you just want that conversation.
Yeah.
With someone
But
you can
that's the
relate
best part about knowing you guys is that it reminds you that that support system who's not reassuring you in any way isn't really what you need.
Yeah, my support system wasn't reassuring me of nothing.
Oh, I know, but you know what I mean? Like, even when you have a support system like that, they don't truly understand what you're going through. You just want that conversation.
Yeah.
With a like-minded individual. It's like trying to talk to somebody about cars who doesn't know jack nothing about cars.
You a Virgo?
Me? No, I'm a Libra.
Birthday coming up.
Yeah, next week. My wife was actually on the 13th. Hey, babe, you're a Virgo, right? Yeah, she's a Virgo.
Nice. So are we.
Lots of
nice.
Virgos on here.
Me and Kate.
I'm my mom and my daughter.
Nice. You got two Virgos around.
Yeah, it's fun.
September 30th.
I'm gonna read this comment here before I move forward. It says, some guidance I wish I'd known. No one knows. We're all treading water. Live day by day. Don't feel guilty for not being able to do certain things like getting out of bed or going out, because there's always tomorrow. If you let depression take control, then it's going to steer you right into the wall. Do what you can to get out of that feeling. If you feel you're treading, realize that you're having dark thoughts and stop them. Redirect yourself. If you start negatively thinking, maybe turn some music on you really like, get a good book, keep it at the back of your mind, and as long as you can, maybe it'll go away, or maybe it won't, but you've had a few hours of freedom from the nagging in the back of your head. It's the only advice, and that would be decent advice. Yeah, you can go to therapy also.
Yeah.
People I know went to therapy for epilepsy.
I found sometimes when I'm frustrating, good food helps. Distract yourself with a good meal if you can eat.
I got something here. It says it's 3,000 a day high Kepra. I know that everything is relative and that meds are specific to needs, but I'm getting these sense from reading that my 3,000 milligrams a day of Keppra is on the higher end of dosages. Does that seem accurate?
I was on that.
What's considered high on Keppra?
3's max, yeah.
I was gonna say, I think that's the max they want to prescribe to anybody is 3,000 a day.
I think Kate said she was taking 6.
I don't know.
Oh,
I
I think she did say she was taking 6.
I was thinking I was doing
But I thought
1,500 in the
3
morning
was
and
enough.
15 at night.
Yeah. She said she did that right after they found out she was pregnant. They put her on 6.
AJ just said he did 4,000.
Yeah. Angel said he did 4,000. He said that's nothing.
Yeah, I only did 15. That was enough for me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go through some of these comments. One says I'm on 3,500 a day and it's fine. NHS in the UK thinks it's safe, even though it's in quote off label. Matters more the levels in your blood. Some bodies filter it faster, and blood tests. Mine are still barely in a therapeutic range, and I'm fairly small. Some bodies are just different.
Yeah, that makes sense. If they prescribe it to you, everybody absorbs it differently and metabolizes it differently. So, just because they have given you the maximum daily dosage, or maximum recommended prescribed daily dosage doesn't necessarily mean that the maximum therapeutic dosage level is present in, blood serum levels and stuff. That's why sometimes if you're, or at least this happened to me, I was at the maximum maximum daily dosage of Vimpat, and I was still getting breakthrough seizures. There you go. And they they were like not sure why, not so they did a blood test to double check and make sure that that the dosage level present in my body was appropriate for the dosage level that they had prescribed. And if I wasn't absorbing it well, or if I was metabolizing it too quickly, then they would have gone up over that initial recommended threshold. So there's some wiggle room to that, but they have to meet certain criteria before they can go over that. They've got to, get up to that maximum level and have a really good reason to go over it.
I'm on the same amount as the highest the FDA allows. I can beg the differ. Kate, someone said it's 3,000 milligrams a day of 3,000 milligrams a day high Keppra.
That's the second titration. They want to start you around 1,500 once you have like 2 breakthroughs with that. then they take another, they tell you take like another 750, or they'll tell you to break it and, level up like that. But yeah, it goes from 15 to 2 to 3, they add another 1,000 milligrams from what I remember. And those can be over the phone appointments.
Did I remember hearing you say that you were on 6,000 a day?
Yes, maximum recommended daily dose is still 3,000 for some reason, but they clear as day take 3 tablets, 3 capsules, it's tablets. Take 3 tablets twice a day, and my 90-day supply is like 6 bottles. So that's what they thought was fit for somebody who just has a lot of seizures with the RNS.
Did they have you do a blood test to check the serum levels of it when you're at such a high dosage level?
I know they had levels, or they had blood tests, but I always got the vibe they were just suspicious that I wasn't taking the meds. So I don't know if they test for those like dangerously too high substances, or if they literally just test for the levetiracetam in the blood. So whatever
Just
they test
med
for,
compliance check?
that's what I got the vibe from the last like 2 doctors, I think. But that is what it is. Now I'm letting the RNS do its job, and I feel better with less Keppra.
I do have something else here. It says, I don't know what it is. I'll be making an appointment just as Sunday, then Labor Day. Last night, I felt when it's not like my body muscles tense up, teeth tightening, biting together, jaw locking. I felt trapped inside my mind, and like I can feel the pain of the muscles, but wasn't in control of my own body. Migraine afterwards, too, and was out of it until a good bit of minutes. I never had seizures, so I figured best page to ask would be here. If anyone has any good advice, what could it be?
So the tensing muscles, is anybody else thinking myoclonic? But did they describe anything more than that?
Muscles
muscles
tensing, teeth tightening, biting together, jaw locking.
Clonic
maybe that's more
seizure
than.
without the tonic phase
There you go.
and impaired memory or awareness. Or did I mishear that? Were
So you
they?
can have a clonic without the tonic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hit stiff but not convulse.
Yeah.
But did
Or
they talk about if
the
they could remember
jerking,
anything, or if they passed out?
Like
flexing or
tightening,
however you
but
call it.
then the releasing again without the complete stiffening to the like plank board type state and jerking like that kind of is what my arm did in the TC and the video that I have, but this was kind of more in the clonid movements in the video
And that
that
goes with the jaw locking too.
yeah, the clench and release kind of, yeah, prime tongue biting seizure. Yeah, there's a lot of different seizure types that I don't think are even still acknowledged. I'm convinced that it's possible to have memories of a tonic clonic, and I've heard nothing but vehement denials from any doctor that no, you're unconscious when you're in the middle of a tonic clonic seizure. I'm like, I remember things being said that were not in the video that people have confirmed were actually being said. I don't know. So it's yeah, if it's possible to have memory of a tonic-clonic and it's possible to have a clonic without the tonic phase, it certainly seems possible to me to have memories of a clonic without the tonic component of a seizure. But what areas of the brain would be involved in that is something far beyond the scope of my
That would need to
wild and
definitely need more analysis.
unprofessional hypothesis. Yeah, I don't. And all of this is probably just layperson gobbledygook, but it's
This
my
is a
gobbledygook.
hypothesis from a well-educated person, a well-educated patient.
It's that's how science works, right? You hypothesize and then try to disprove. Or yeah, hypothesize, try to disprove. That's a good way. So somebody else talk? Anybody's got something to say?
Go through these comments if no one had anything in particular. I'll start with the comments.
I did have a question on one thing, but it's probably something that can wait till the end because it's more of a discussion question that I have. I just had
go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I don't understand a whole lot about PNES. And I've done a little bit of research on it, but I don't really still grasp the concept of it.
I got
Psychogenic,
someone.
non-epileptic. Go ahead, Pookie.
I got someone who'll be here in a while, and I'll have her explain that because she can do it real in depth. I love it when she gets in depth. So she'll be
Way
here.
better than receiving any like borderline misinformation from us because we do have what I consider the resident expert on how to explain things.
Okay, cool.
I will.
So try to remember your question.
Yeah, I will.
Just wants an explanation of what's PNES like, right? We'll get it.
Yeah. So it's psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. My main point, just to baseline, place to start would be the biggest difference is the origin. Now, what causes those symptoms for epileptic and non-epileptic seizures is the reason, the main distinction, the focal point.
Yes.
I do have something here.
And you got the next one? Okay, good.
Yes. It says, I think I'm having seizures in my sleep. For the past few years, I keep having these episodes in my sleep where I'll be dreaming about something mundane. Then my whole body goes numb and paralyzed and heavy and slump over. In my dream, I have no idea whether it's actually reflecting in real life. Sometimes this comes with twitches or a sense of generally uncontrollable movements. I've noticed these episodes usually happen when I'm sleep deprived and stressed. Otherwise, there is relatively infrequent and unpredictable. I've been hoping this was maybe something like sleep paralysis, but it happened to me 3 times in a row last night. And when the last one woke me up, I vaguely registered opening my eyes and watching my whole body relax from being tense in a very unnatural, like arched up position. I don't know. I should probably go talk to a doctor, but I have been gaslit really badly in the past about, end quote, faking things that I have did end up getting diagnosed with. That I'm concerned I will spend a lot of money just to get dismissed. Does anyone else have seizures like this, or does anyone think this sounds like something else? Sleep paralysis. I have to talk to my doctor when I see him, but that was one thing that I thought I was going through. And it's a real weird feeling. I didn't get the numb feeling, but it's just like I'm laying there and I can't move and I can't necessarily feel anything because I'm just laying there. If I'm laying on my back or my stomach, I just can't move. And I'm trying so hard to get words out and I can't. But finally, when I do get it out, it's a scream at the top of my lungs, and it always gets someone's attention. Um, so yeah, that's that. I don't exactly know if it's sleep paralysis. My next appointment, he said we'll talk about it again. So I want to figure that out because that is really rough. And sometimes with those phases, there's like it's really scary just not being able to move and look around. And for some reason, it always feels like something is in my peripheral that I can't see. And that's the scary part about it. You just constantly feel like I can't move and something is going to happen. And it
Are you
sucks.
able to turn your eyes to,
Yeah, I can look around. I just can't move my body.
is there, when you say you see something in the peripheral, is there always something in the peripheral no matter where you look, or is it just,
I can move my eyes, but I can't move my head. But for some reason, it always seems like there's something dark in my peripheral, like maybe a person or something, but I can never move my head to see. And it's really scary sometimes.
do you have do you ever get the focals with the sort of deja vu, doom, panic type of sensation that a lot of others had?
No, not that I know of. Had
Because
the
I'm wondering
had the
if
impending doom feeling one time that I can remember that I finally been able to point out what it was. Um,
is that sort of impending doom feeling have any sort of similarity to the sort of sensation that you're feeling during the sleep paralysis? Is it sort of a similar thing that you kind of, they might be a similar type of seizure, you just are locked in the sleep where your body isn't awake yet?
yeah, it's hard to explain. But like I said, when it's like you can't look so far when you're looking with your eyes. And that's what I mean by it looks like something is really in my peripheral, not being able to see it, and I can't tell if it's moving or not, and that's the scary part. I feel like something might be onto me or something might be gonna get me. But eventually I get a scream out and yeah, eventually it gets someone's attention every time. So it's not something I want to do. But that screaming is crazy. I instantly have to yell out, "I'm sorry," before anyone gets to my room.
Do you
Um,
have enough breath to do that, or do you feel like you're still in that like shallow sleep
now,
breathing?
once I'm screaming, I'm out of it. There's nothing I can sit down, stand up, walk around. Uh, but I sleep really light. So the other night there was an earthquake, and I jumped up as it happened, and I was in the middle of the bed, and it was hilarious. Because I didn't know it was an earthquake. I felt the shaking, and I was asleep. And once I opened my eyes, it had stopped. I jumped up like, "What's going on?" My phone chirped, but then it told me earthquake just happened. Yeah, it was under the water, so in the bay. So it was a 4.7. Not sure how bad that is to be at 2 in the morning. Woke me up.
If a 4.7 earthquake ever happened here in Florida, I would be flipping the fuck out.
Bro, we would be underwater.
Yeah.
We're already
Oh
below
yeah.
sea level.
Oh,
Actually, I'm far enough inland. We might actually end up with beachfront property here.
Oh, come on. Okeechobee would swallow you.
You think? I don't
Hey,
know.
surprise fault line. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, There's
Yeah,
there's enough distance between Okeechobee and Orlando. Orlando might get the beaches and Disney and just become even more touristy. And
right.
that's
Turn that into a whole nother land in Disney.
a whole nother layer to the mess.
Find some way to collect debris and turn it into an attraction. Yeah, it looks like there was some minor damage from that Bay Area quake.
There was damage?
Shattered display windows. They're calling it minor damage. Yeah,
Oh,
that's what San Francisco's talking about.
yeah, we're expecting a big one any day now. They've been saying that for about 10 years. Yeah, we had a big one in 1989. It was called, I forgot the name of it. Um, Loma Prieta. And it did a lot to the city of San Francisco. And everyone keeps saying, we're due for a big one. We're due for a big one. But they're all like fours and high threes, stuff like that lately. I don't know what a 5 and a 6 feels like yet. Actually, I do. I remember one time my room was just like, feels like it was a wave, and it was like 3 seconds. And that was the first time my sister had experienced an earthquake. And I wouldn't say she panicked, but she did what she was taught. Go stand in between the door thing like that, and or go get in the tub. And I was sitting here laughing, like she is seriously telling those kids go get in the tub and stand between the doors. But I don't think that was the first time actually experiencing one. Otherwise, she might have been driving or something and didn't notice uh, earthquake. But yeah,
There's actually an earthquake here, like off of Space Coast not too long ago. So as much as I like to joke about it, especially just a minute ago, my sister um lives over like in that area. Um, and she said that she felt it as kind of like a rumbling. I think it was of 3 point something, and the Richter scale, each sequential number is an order of magnitude bigger than the previous one. So her 3 point something there was like a tenth of your 4 point whatever over there. So yeah, your wave was at most like a bit of a rumble, but um it's just now dawning on me. I wonder if rocket launches register on seismographs and how they compare. I might have to do some research. Yeah.
yeah. I can't find it. Yeah, but we've had
A seismometer designed to detect and record the ground vibrations and associated infrasound generated by a rocket's powerful engines and its passage through the atmosphere is in effect. It is in use. So I'm sure they have one of those over at Kennedy. And that's part of the data that's measured, that's for sure.
You beat me to it.
Well, you were talking.
Yeah, I was. Well, thank you. I appreciate
And the
that.
meter of earthquake, data that's just too scary. Like I can't picture anything that much bigger. Those stupid hurricane models where like they turn the whole state red is bad enough.
What do you got?
Earthquakes,
Yeah,
they do
this
it
year
even
has
worse.
been great. I'm a fan. I mean, normally I like at least a tropical storm or something to kind of give a nice full day of just rain, nothing too serious though. But you know,
yeah.
I could settle for a completely tropical event-free year. That's, safety is, I guess a good trade for a
Yeah,
rainy day.
and the other like hundreds of thousands of people that wouldn't be flooded in for even just one day
Right,
of rain.
yeah,
Yeah.
all that all those, yeah.
I had to deal with a hurricane last year. That sucked. We lost power for 11 days.
Wow. How do you
Yeah.
keep stuff frozen?
Huh? We didn't.
Yeah.
No way. We
After like
we didn't
day
even have a
2, day
fridge.
3.
Yeah. It's like 102 degrees outside, with like 98% humidity. And so luckily I have like really, really nice battery packs. So we had those and hooked fans up and stuff like that. But we were pretty much doing little barbecues in the backyard and stuff and just toughing it out. It sucked.
Yeah, Texas probably doesn't have as many like ready to go resources as everybody in
Well,
Florida knows we're gonna need.
well, Texas is on a separate power grid than the rest of the United States. It's on something called center point energy. And so if Texas power basically in those storms and stuff, they rely on themselves. And so when that hurricane happened, they actually had to call the other states to come in and help with the power.
Yeah,
And
do what you gotta do.
yeah, I think it took like a couple months in some areas.
So back to the comments of the last post. We
Oh, yeah.
steered right a little bit, but it's all right. We'll read one of the comments. It says, how do you know this is happening? Did someone tell you? Or is this just what you feel like alone at night? I have nocturnal seizures, and every one I've had, I've never dreamed or knew what was happening until I wake up the next day with a massive headache, bites on my tongue and cheeks, and aching body. Does that sound anything like, does it sound like a seizure to me? No, it doesn't, not really. And someone says, if you're unsure if it's reflected in real life, maybe try to record your sleep, see what's happening. But there isn't much else besides talking to your doctor. Yeah, we're not doctors, so talk to your doctor.
Yeah. Get a baby monitor.
I just have the average surveillance. I have
Yeah.
surveillance is what I call it.
Yeah. Which one's yours?
I got Wise.
Oh, okay.
It's really good. It's really cheap for a year subscription. And
Yeah.
Yeah. It notices my every movement and it's sitting right here just in case I have a seizure. It records it so I can watch it back later, or just so I have a video, not so I can watch it back later. But yeah,
Will you give me a link for that?
I watch my seizure videos time to time. It says, so this past maybe 2 weeks, I've started having seizures. I've recently been through a lot of trauma and stress, so I think that might be a contributing factor. They last no longer than 5 minutes before they happen. I tend to smell garlic and get a rising feeling of my belly and pressure building up in my head feeling. Then I go unconscious, but from what my sister has told me, I start tensing up my arms, back, legs, and I'll drool a bit. Then I'll start shaking and jerking. My eyes will roll back, and after that, bits over sometimes. I'll be out of it. I'll be out of it. My lips will be smacking together slowly, and my arms and legs will be jerking and twitching slightly. Then my eyes will be closed. I'll be non-responsive for a few more minutes, and then I'll wake up, and I'll be really weak and out of it. I find it hard to talk and make sentences, so I'll be making a whining noise and blinking once or twice. It'll take me about an hour or so to be back to normal. I went to the emergency room, A&E in my country, last week, and they did a blood test, an EEG, and they said there was nothing abnormal. So I've been referred to a specialist. I'm 16, 56 kilograms, 5 feet 3 inches tall. Does anyone else know what kind of seizures I am having, or can you give me some advice? Has anyone had anything similar?
That sounds like tonic, yeah.
So she said
I
that's
would
what
want to know
she's.
more about the like jaw tensing, a verbitula tongue, stuff like that. How long is recovery? And definitely gonna need an EEG to narrow it down.
But until you see a specialist, I can't tell you what that is. I don't even know if you're having seizures. You're going off of what someone else is saying instead of a video.
Yeah, best thing to do is to take notes of how you feel, what you can remember for hours leading up to and afterwards, and go into the doctor's office prepared to know what you want to actually diagnose epilepsy. See if that's what they can explain to you.
Yeah, I advise you to get the soonest visit possible to get that figured out, because in the meantime you're going to start having seizures, and if you're not medicated, which you did not say if you are or not, or at least I can't remember the speaking of meds, but yeah, you need to get something to stop them. They're only going to get worse if they're unmedicated. At least that's what I was told. I haven't experienced it yet. Seizures from pain. I'm a 50-year-old female. I had my first seizure yesterday morning. I had a sore back for about a week, and before the seizure, I bent down and had a sharp pain in my back, which took my breath away. I went outside to sit down, and all of a sudden, everything went black, and I felt like I was floating. Next thing I know, my husband was asking if I was here. It took me a while to be able to speak. He said my arms and legs were flailing. Eyes rolled back in the back of my head, and I was clamming when I woke up. Went to the hospital and had some treats done, and they sent me home with a referral to a neurologist. My question is, has anyone else had a seizure triggered by pain? Not that I can remember, because I think if I could remember that, I probably would have had something on my triggers list, and on my triggers list is nothing so far because I cannot find it. Alcohol doesn't do it. Weed doesn't do it that I've known. Not sleeping doesn't do it because the medication that they gave me caused insomnia. So yeah, I don't know my triggers. Do you guys get any triggers from pain?
From
I don't
pain?
get it. Well, they
No.
call that reflex seizures. The reflex seizures are the ones that are triggered by sensations like sensory feelings, tastes for some people, sounds for some people, but that's what kind of falls under the category of people who have seizures from pain. They usually have reflex seizures or PNES. Gotcha.
Huh?
I thought you were saying something about seizure caused by pain.
No, I don't have any triggers like pain. Like sometimes I'll get like a smell or a taste or a sound, but that's about it, or just nothing. Or
Memory. Okay. Does anyone else forget what they said and repeat it? Because I find after or before a seizure, or just in general, because of my seizures, I repeat myself so much and I forget what someone tells me. Like my mom told me I would have to stay in Oakville if I get a seizure dog, and I don't remember her telling me that. And her boyfriend and my grandmother both said my mother told me, or I forgot I watched the show already, so I have to rewatch it. Does that happen to anyone else? 100%.
yeah, get used to that stuff.
Oh yeah.
And that's gonna be a long journey of what? I forgot what you said.
Yeah, I know we had an in-depth conversation about this, but I didn't write it down.
Yeah. Sometimes it
So
works in your favor though. So
yeah, rarely it can be to your advantage. But get
oh,
used to family not taking you seriously over that
yeah.
too. But then again, the thing about watching movies and shows over and over, that makes it so much easier if I'm watching something for like the third time in a week and nobody else feels like watching it again. So that's an easy way to get your chill time.
If I haven't seen it, it's new to me.
Seizures from pain. I'm sorry, ma'am. We have not experienced that yet, but that totally sucks. I hope
Yeah.
find something that helps. I got something else here about nocturnal seizures. And since I've always woken up very often at night, as I've had problems with sleep since I was little. Last night, I went to sleep way before my boyfriend, and I woke up to him staring at me, very concerned. And I was so confused because he usually is just sleeping next to me when I wake up. I just said, in quote, "What's wrong?" He said that I was jerking my body a lot and I was far beyond my normal twitching. My joints were already sore, and this happening, and I was in even more pain in the morning. He's a strong sleeper and said that he had already been awake, but wouldn't have, if he wasn't already awake, he wouldn't have noticed. I had trouble falling back asleep that night, but I was able to doze off enough to have a dream about having a seizure. I've been noticing random new bruises in my arms, and I think I dislocated my shoulder in my sleep last month. This morning, I decided to research. Now I'm wondering if it is truly a seizure or something. I need to talk to my doctor about it or one of you until then. Nocturnal
So the
seizure.
the random bruising might not be reason enough to suspect seizure, but if he's a heavy sleeper and he was even looking concerned, something's going on. That's definitely worth bringing up to a doctor if it's something you don't remember, especially. Again, just take note of everything that you notice and feel that's different, and a doctor should be able to help you put all those pieces together to make sure you get the right test. It might be a sleep apnea thing. I mean, maybe not the bruises, but all that can be related. Somebody's asking here, do you change your meds after you have a seizure? If you are stable on your medication, but then have a seizure, breakthrough seizure, does your neuro increase your dose or change up your meds immediately, or do they want to wait and see if it happens again or becomes a problem? After I got the drug resistant diagnosis, they were quick to change the meds. But a lot of the medication they put you on that takes some time to get up to that desired dose, they won't even consider a phone call if you're having breakthrough seizures, unless it's, prompted an ER visit or it's like worse than normal, or it seems like the meds you're getting like a allergic reaction to the meds. That was the only time the doctors would even talk to me after recommending that I get on new medication. Takes you like 3 or 4 months to get to the level they want you on. If you have seizures during that time, good luck getting a hold of anybody. But unless you're drug resistant, they might actually just keep you on that medication and wait until you demand a change. That's my experience. Andrea, you still there?
Yes.
Okay, so were your doctors always really quick to switch up the meds, or how did they handle your breakthrough?
They put me on Keppra first, and every time something happened, they upped the dosage until I would pretty much turn to an angry, suicidal bitch and said, "Take me off this now." And they switched me off of it and put me on Lamictal. And I think I was still having seizures, so they kept upping the doses. When they got to the top dose of that, they did the EMU. Then they tried to put me on Vimpat, but I think that's the one they gave me anyway. When I was getting ready to leave the EMU, they're like, "We're just going to add this one." And I had an allergic reaction to it. And I was like, "Don't you dare give me another dose of that." And so they put me on zonisamide instead, and pretty much the same thing. Every seizure up the dosage, new seizure up the dosage. Because my seizures, the big tonic-clonics is what I'm talking about, not my little focal ones. Because my focals, they told me, were anxiety and panic attacks for the longest time. But then, let's see, where were we? Zonisamide. They put me on
Vimpat.
zonisamide.
You said they just gave you the
Yeah,
Vimpat.
then they put that one didn't work, so they put me on zonisamide, kept upping that one. Then they added they got done with that, so they put me on oxcarbazepine, upped that one to, I think I'm on 600 twice a day on that one. And then they just added me on Xcopri and I'm already on 200 of that. And
Wow. So they're
yeah,
following the same procedure.
right. Add another one, add another one, add another one. Up the dosage, add another one, up the dosage, add another one. That's all they've done with
That's how
me
it is.
so far.
All right, well, I mean, it seems like that is the practice for a lot of people. The comments are saying the same thing. Parent of someone diagnosed with generalized epilepsy, having tonic-clonics. This is one of the most frustrating parts of dealing with the epileptologist. Knowing that there are factors that could trigger a seizure, missing meds, stress, lack of sleep, alcohol. I don't understand why the assumption each time is that the prior dose must have not been working. Especially with teen patients, they may not be forthcoming about stress or sleep or alcohol. So continuously playing with doses seems premature. I know that they see these things statistically and that once you fail 3 or 4 meds, you're not going to find the right mix, but still. And honestly, a good reminder on this one is that I took Keppra in my 20s, didn't work out, started again early 30s, and now I'm all right. So some medications really do work for you in different times in your life. And it's hard to find the right one as a teenager for sure.
Andrea, did I hear you say you're taking Vimpat?
I think that's the one that they tried to give me when I was in the EMU and I had the allergic reaction to it.
Or Cosamide? I think Mark takes that. I was going to ask him a question, but he's not here right now.
Another one of these comments is saying that they had no seizures for
Hey,
10 years on medication.
Sorry, I'm
All
listening.
right,
I've
Mark.
been listening. I'm just feeding the cats real quick. Sorry.
Right
I
on
wasn't able to
time.
turn on my mic. Yeah, I heard that there was something something.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm on Vimpat.
Yeah, you're on Vimpat, right? So I got something here that says, I'm just curious if anyone else here has gained weight when taking the Cosamide. Also, almost a year ago, I switched from Keppra to the Cosamide, totally 100% worth it to stop with the Keppra rage. However, I've been gaining weight since I switched. All in all, I'm about 30 pounds heavier. And while some of it may be personal stressors, we have 2 deaths in the family. I had some work stress and medical emergency all within a few weeks. My eating exercises habits have been changed. And while I used to be able to lose weight with concentrated efforts, I just can't seem to shed the weight. It's not the end of the world, truly. I'm battling years of ingrained diet culture. To say that I'd always rather be seizure free than lose weight, but it's still frustrating. I'm just curious if anyone has been on a similar boat. I know it's a rare side effect, but I really believe it may be contributing, and I'd love to know if anyone else has been in the same boat. Mark, you don't sound like you have any overweight gain problems that we've ever spoken of.
Yeah, if they could send any of that my way, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, for real.
What?
You said you are, and I was going to say underweight.
Yes, underweight. I'm trying to figure out.
I feel underweight. I'm 176 and I'm 6'2". I feel like I want to get to like 200 and be like a solid 200.
I'm 5'6", 128 pounds.
Light, real light.
I really don't want it. I'm 5'10", and at my neurologist appointment on Thursday, I was 113.4. So, yeah.
Okay, now we know what to give you for the peppers.
Yeah.
Cupcakes, hands down.
We gotta
That's what you're gonna
get
be getting. You're gonna be
some
getting
more
some sweets
carbs.
and Publix gift cards.
Yeah, I'm
Buster
trying
will just put together an
Yeah.
Instacart order.
It's not an issue of shortage. It's there's um I don't know. There's been wild swings, gains and losses, and gains and losses, and alcoholism and psychological issues related to all of that still kind of remaining, making it difficult to manage even before I was put on any anti-epilepsy medications. I was already um, in the 120s. So
So it's far from figuring out just what your favorite kind of food is.
it's I mean pub
There's
sub.
nothing out there that you like can't turn down.
The Buffalo Publix chicken tender sub with the provolone cheese and blue cheese crumbles, extra
Slow
mayo,
down, slow down.
obvious.
Hold up. All right, Publix buffalo chicken, you said?
Yeah, what do you add
What else?
to it? You're not sending one to me now, are you?
No. You said Publix buffalo chicken with the
Yeah,
something about cheese.
uh,
Blue cheese
uh,
crumbles. I heard something
Thank
about
you.
blue
yes,
cheese.
provolone, yeah, extra mayo, provolone cheese, and blue cheese crumbles, and get the whole thing toasted.
Yeah, I remember last time you had a
Yeah,
secret.
you need to do the chicken, like chop up the chicken tenders and stir the sauce, toss the chicken in the sauce, and then put it in the sandwich rather than put it in there and then pour a little bit of buffalo sauce over the top. That's not buffalo chicken tender. That's buffalo chicken tender, or that's chicken tender with buffalo condiment.
I remember last
What kind of
time you
bread?
had a secret. We were talking about the
Just white.
chicken you ordered,
Yeah.
and you kept talking about those buffalo wings. And that was the conversation every time we talked about it. He was like, I had to get those buffalo wings.
Yes, I mean, these things are important. When I do happen to have an appetite and a craving, and it's a special sentimental favorite, I need to make sure I leverage as many calories as I can.
I can't imagine like having a seizure and trying to just like, I need to get to this chicken.
Yes, well, I still wasn't entirely sure it was a seizure by that point. And I'm still, I'm still not convinced it was a seizure still. It may have been, my epileptologist kind of brought me around. I was dead set on, I know my body and she can say whatever she wants, but I know it was a seizure. But after the fact, I don't know. I can't explain why it would happen. Um, but it being a seizure, it's an extremely weird seizure, and if that was the case, it would have to mean that there was something completely different off the wall happening. Uh, like I have no idea what part of the brain would even need to be engaged in order for those sort of symptoms to happen, at least with the 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 tingling and the roller coaster sensations that I get. Those are kind of classic focal symptoms for a lot of people. Andrea and I are twins in that respect, right? The coaster drop and the
Oh yeah, I get the weird something happens in my stomach and the weird pins and needles thing.
yeah, side of the
It
body, right?
it's mine's kind of all over. It's mostly in my arms though.
Yeah.
It's mostly in my torso and my arms.
Yeah, I get it on either the left side or the right side. It depends on the instance, but it's always only on one side of the body, which makes sense for temporal lobe, but
Yeah.
the the nystagmus and the I don't know, I guess it would be kind of some like I don't know, Kate, what do you think? Would that be like the clonus that we were
Well, I'm seeing
discussing or
parietal lobe. When I not looking at goosebumps, when it's just the tingling, it sounds like the first thing that comes up is still just parietal lobe, but they're insinuating more nerve damage. This isn't parietal lobe sensations caused by or leading to seizures. So pins and needles might just not be enough to go off of because parietal lobe is not something I hear a lot for focal points.
yeah, I'm on enough Lyrica that if it was any sort of nerve damage or nerve pain sort of sensation, that should suppress it, I think.
That
I
stuff is so hard to get off of. I don't ever want to take that again.
What's it
Lyrica,
made for?
It's for nerve pain. What's the generic of it? Is it gabapentin?
pregabalin.
Pregabalin?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like gabapentin 2.0.
yeah. They had me on that back even prior to seizures because of all my back problems,
Hey,
because of
quick.
all my nerve issues.
Sorry about that,
Yeah,
guys.
those
The dog
ones seem like to
got me for a
really
minute.
get you hooked. That's never easy to get off
Oh,
of.
I was 100 pounds overweight, hooked on pain pills and all of that crap too. Yeah,
Wow.
but I'm just a stoner now.
Yeah,
You have
understandable.
overcome. You have moved forward.
That's right.
You're an example for us all.
I don't take opiates anymore. I'm just a stoner now.
Nice.
Sick.
So you got off the Lyrica, then you said what dosage level were you on that was so difficult to get off of?
I don't remember. I just remember having weird ass side effects on stuff. And that was one of them. I remember having weird side effects coming off of it. I couldn't even tell you what this weird side effects were at this point because this was probably a decade ago at this point.
And the tingling for both of you guys, it spreads. It just starts on one side, right? It doesn't
Yeah, it
stay
just
on that
spreads.
one side
It,
for the whole. Okay.
yeah, sometimes it spreads, sometimes it just subsides, and sometimes it spreads and then generalizes. And I just, time travel and wake up to EMTs in strange rooms.
And that's what's freaking me out is I don't know if I'm doing that yet. And I haven't woken up to any EMTs yet. But I'm just by myself all the time. So who knows what I'm doing in my house?
So you have
Do
no way
you
to map it
ever
out unless you're
have,
like literally recording something.
yeah, do
Not a
you ever
clue.
have like just massively inexplicably sore muscles?
Well, see, that's just been my life.
Oh,
I've been
okay.
on
Yeah.
disability. I'm on disability and I've had, spine surgeries and so me being in pain is not unusual. And, you know, but I mean,
Um,
I know what you mean.
It's not like a different kind of pain. It's like those muscles behind your knee and like in your elbow, like the random ones that never hurt unless
Sometimes,
it's a TC.
sometimes depends
Okay.
on where it's at. Like there's certain spots in my neck. Like I know that, oh, you slept wrong last night. Your neck's cramped up because you slept wrong last night.
I found sometimes those, like when I wake up to a weird neck sensation, it's been because I've been moving it weird because my brain's doing something funky.
Well, it
Um,
could be see, that's part of the problem is like I don't know if it's that or if it's because I have a cervical fusion that's going bad.
What does that lead to?
I, another neck surgery and more neck, a bigger fusion. It's already
Oh, okay, so
fused.
it's like a spine.
It's fused levels, vertebrae, I can't say it. 5, 6, and 7 are already fused. The vertebrae,
Okay.
number 5, 6, and 7. There's a plate and screws.
And that's definitely something that doesn't end. I mean, do you feel like you have to do kind of a physical therapy type routine to
I
maintain
probably need,
motion?
I probably should have,
Understandable.
but you know, at this point, life has gotten in the way. So
Understandable. Never too late though.
other,
Never too late to maintain the range of motion you do have.
I know, but my brain's coming beforehand. It's in first in line at the moment.
What you mean?
Fair enough. You know yourself best.
Something here it says experiences with increasing lacosamide or Vimpat while lowering Keppra. Currently, I'm on 3,000 milligrams of Keppra and 200 milligrams of lacosamide daily. I was diagnosed in the spring of 2024 and on 500 milligrams of Keppra, but over the course of the next 9 months, my Keppra dose was increased to 3,000 daily as I was still having occasional breakthrough clusters. In December, the lacosamide was added and I haven't had a seizure since. My main side effects from Keppra were exhaustion, depression, which of course can feed off of each other, and memory issues. I was much more concerned with getting seizures under control than I was with side effects. Since the lacosamide seems to have been more effective at preventing seizures, I haven't had any since the beginning of December, and I am sick of being so tired all the time. My doctor agreed it was worth trying to increase the lacosamide and lower the Keppra. I'll be up to 300 milligrams of lacosamide daily at the same time, go down to 2,500 milligrams of Keppra for 2 weeks, and after those 2 weeks, go down to 2,000 milligrams of Keppra a day. I was just wondering if anyone else have made a transition lowering Keppra and increasing lacosamide, and what was the side effects you experienced? The one response says husband is going through this too. He's currently on 1,500 of Keppra and adding 100 milligrams of Vimpat and 200 gabapentin while tapering down on Keppra to increase Vimpat to 200. Curious to see what your response will be in regards to your post.
Interesting that they're going on to Vimpat and gabapentin, so that's a combo not really very dissimilar from mine at all. Except that I've never been on Keppra, so I never had that tapered down, but gabapentin and Vimpat together is kind of like Vimpat and pregabalin.
So I do have something here. It says how to deal with severe insomnia from Vimpat. I'm
Well,
sleeping
Rick raised
3
his hand, it
hours.
looked like on the last one.
Come again?
Rick raised his hand on that last one. Have you been tapered off of, or how did you
Oh,
relate?
Yeah, so I successfully went from Keppra to lacosamide Vimpat. And it was night and day difference. I had the mania from Keppra. A coworker of mine had the same symptoms that this poster did, with the tiredness and stuff. But I successfully went from Keppra to lacosamide, and no seizures, and the side effects were much better than what I had on Keppra. So the tapering off of one to the other, the under the doctor's care, I think should be fine.
I'm
What
sorry,
sort
Rick. I didn't see your
of
hand.
effects?
That's okay. You were reading.
You said the side effects were a lot better. What sort of side effects do you notice on the Vimpat?
So with the Vimpat, I'm extremely tired. It's hard for me to put my thoughts together, and a lot of time I would stutter because I would get stuck looking for the right word and I couldn't get past it. Also a little dizziness and unsteady as well, which was much better than what I had on the Keppra.
Pretty much exactly like my own side effects. So that's really good to hear that coming from somebody else. I'm not crazy and I'm not just making it up.
Well, you might be crazy, but you're not making it up.
Well, hey, yeah, I accept that reasoning.
I do got the icebreaker for Rick. Homer Simpson or what's that guy's name? Peter Griffin.
What about them?
Said Homer Simpson or Peter Griffin.
Like, who do I associate with, or who do I like watching? Like, what's
Who you like more?
Oh, normally I would have said Homer Simpson, but I do like Peter Griffin's antics and how they're both dumb in ways of they're kind of oblivious to what's going on around them. But Peter, I think he's able to recall music a lot, which I kind of associate with, and I used to be a lot heavier than I am now, so I kind of look like him more. So I would say Peter Griffin.
All right. That actually was not the icebreaker. Sometimes I just say dumb stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't recall.
Kate has the icebreaker for you.
The icebreaker is, if you could be the best at something in the world, what would it be? Because I've decided to change my answer. That's the reason why I would want to be the best at making. Well, I just I'm gonna broaden it out. Baking. I want to be a good baker. My mom is an excellent baker. I want to be a good baker.
Make me want to bake something.
Yeah.
I should go put this cake in the oven that I have been looking at.
Imagine all the baking contests you could win.
Mm.
And I completely
Makes
took
me
over
want to
Rick.
makes me want to cook the brownies.
Right. I got some brownies in there. Been thinking about it. But I'd have to make a whole tray, and I only want a couple right now. That's the thing. Don't have many people living with me, so those brownies will sit there for a week.
See, there's the difference. I'll eat the whole pan all by myself.
As good as that sounds, I probably won't even want that many brownies tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be telling myself, I didn't want all that. Why did I do that?
Because it was worth it. Because it satisfied that craving and might even, kick in for 2 or 3 days later. Might not be that bad.
Chocolate is good for your
delicious.
health. But no, Rick, what would you be the best at?
Oh, I guess I would just off the top of my head say guitar player. I used to play guitar, and after not playing for almost 3 decades, I forgot everything. So I'd like to get back into that. It sounds kind of, not
Get
really.
back in a band?
Yeah, that would be fun, I think.
Really nice.
Right.
What was everybody else's icebreakers? So, because I missed everybody else's answers since I came in.
Mine was I want to be the best electric car maker. Because it'll save the environment making electric cars. But then if I'm the best at it, I could also be making the best cars. And then that's where I came into the thought of what would I name a car brand? Thinking Kepra or something like that. And the 2026, what was it? Tonic Clonic?
Yeah, okay. I
That's where
remember
mine came
that
from. I thought of
conversation.
car
I did
brands and
not
all
know
kinds of
why
stuff.
we were talking like why we were making up car names. I was just going along with it.
Yeah, the TCEV.
Hey, Rick just came up with the 2026. Yeah, go ahead.
The Myoclonus will be a
When
motorcycle.
you put the 26 on the grandma, it's not a. That's what it was. Yeah.
The Grand Mall. That's like a minivan suburban type car.
That's
Yeah,
a I remember, yeah, I
Yeah, I don't
remember
even
that's the
remember what my
Grand
answer was, but
Tourer.
yeah. Focal Express. Yeah, that was mine.
love
Anybody
it.
else? Mine. I thought mine was pretty funny. That's still in my head. Go ahead. Somebody else start talking, please.
I like the ones that answered that they wanted to be the best like learner in the world. People who wanted to. AJ said it best,
AJ.
but I don't remember what it was.
He said he doesn't want to be
Yeah, saying
the
basically that.
best at everything because he likes to learn things. He said, and if he's the best
Oh
at
yeah,
something,
then I could never
he's not
keep
gonna
getting
wanna.
better. That's what it was.
Yeah, my answer was basically the same as AJ's, but not phrased
AJ
nearly that
phrased it.
well.
I don't want to be the best at anything because then I can't learn more about it.
Yeah. I
Basically,
just said I wanted to be the best at learning because then I could go on and do a lot of stuff with that or something. So, yeah, AJ's way of saying it is way better. Already, AJ is better at expressing the same
yeah,
thoughts that I have than I am. How about that?
right. He said he can't count 1+1 without counting it on his fingers. But he said, but when it comes to trigonometry, and
Trigonometry.
yeah, and he was like, when it comes to trigonometry, I'm a genius. I was like, okay.
I can
Yeah,
find the meaning of X.
there's a point when you're going through mathematics where it stops really being about the numbers so much, and that kind of confuses a lot of people. It doesn't make a lot of sense to a lot of people who haven't gone on to those classes, but it has a tendency to those um who uh uh are subjected to that um to break their brains, their thought process of mathematics. And you can't you can't do the arithmetic, the numbers, adding and subtracting and dividing, calculating tips and stuff. Um, that doesn't feel like math anymore. Like where are the all of the letters and the Greek alphabet and everything and stuff. It's um yeah, it stops being it becomes more about the reasoning, the logic behind um the operations that are being done with the numbers than the actual numbers that um, would be handled with those. So
So a graphing calculator would mean nothing to you.
that I'm sorry, it blurred it
Yeah, one
out.
of these graphing calculators wouldn't mean anything to you because now it's
Oh,
the
it'd be
specifics of numbers
helpful.
is.
Yeah, it'd be helpful. I prefer my TI-89 titanium. It's a
Okay.
bit more advanced. It's got more programming options, but the graphing calculators are extremely helpful. Um,
Okay. I thought you were saying you never even had to like double check any of the work.
oh no. It's um yeah,
I
no,
understand where you go from numbers to concepts. It's
yeah,
just
the
the theory
graphing
basically.
calculators have have the ability to and especially a lot of the newer ones have the ability to do a lot of the symbolic operations. So they can do, you know, sine and cosine and trigonometry functions and more advanced trigonometry functions. Um, uh,
I got
for you. Yeah.
got a
So
question here. You done, Mark?
I will be done if that's what you're
No, I actually wanted you to keep going. I was just waiting until you were done because I was just gonna move on. Go ahead. Hey, Jeff.
Hey,
yeah.
Every time I see you, I want to smoke weed.
gee, I wonder why.
I'm craving a joint weirdly. I don't know why.
You
It's
always have a joint. You always have something ready.
It's gotta have it ready.
Please. I actually have a so Mark, when I'm reading things, um okay, when I'm reading books, it's weird. It's gone from appreciating the story to how the person is telling the story, if that makes sense. I mean, I can identify, okay, this person's going to be the hero. Okay, this person's the best friend. This person's going to be going to be the villain. Things like that. I can identify tropes very easily, like big concepts. Is that like what you're talking about in math?
yeah, sort of. It's like you know, the difference between what you're describing there, like somebody who is um engaging in at a level of like symbolism and character archetypes and um
Oh, we also random thing.
political statement type thing, you know, all kinds of stuff. And look at that versus somebody who's just checking spelling, you know,
Yeah,
spelling and grammar only. You know,
yeah, that would be my
I'm
mom.
I'm not worried about the spelling of the words so much as, and you know, if that's like the adding and subtracting, you know, that's not as important as, you know, character theme development over how many acts of the story, you know, and how that relates to the political environment that the writer was in, you know, kind of
At the
getting
time,
all
yeah.
yeah, diving way deep into a rabbit hole of just a complete
Okay, you
different
sound
level.
like you'd be fun, buddy, to just read a random story with.
Yeah, Twisted and I we're gonna be reading the Brothers Karamazov. Um,
Oh, okay. I need to get that. I'll join you. The
yeah,
brothers,
Brothers Karamazov, Dostoevsky. Yeah, we dove
it
right
sounds
into
familiar.
it. Yeah, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, it was his his last novel and kind of considered his magnum opus.
Right.
So why not start at the top of the mountain, right?
But I do have something here. It says, any ideas? This is definitely a shot in the dark, but it isn't that what Reddit, but isn't that was what Reddit is for. 3 years ago, I had a grand mal seizure and it hasn't happened since until April this year. And it's happened 3 times in a row now. My neurologist doubts epilepsy, but an MRI was completely clear. My first EEG. I have another one coming up. Was also unassuming. Any ideas on a possible cause? I can answer questions in the comments and elaborate as much as needed. I'm concerned because I haven't been able to drive because of this, and I've been negative impact on my life in that way. My neurologist thinks they could be stress related, which would make sense. I'm under a lot of stress. Haha. I think possible causes could be marijuana use, excessive energy, drink consumption, and lack of good sleep. Thank you for reading, and advice is needed. I don't think it's the weed.
What? Okay, so what happened? I was trying to concentrate really, really hard and I couldn't do it.
Hasn't had a seizure since said 3 years, and then April had one, and then 3 since. Doctors telling him he's doubting the epilepsy. Yeah.
Even though there's been 3 seizures in 5 months. So that's questionable. Second opinion. Don't just trust that they tell you it's stress, then it won't happen again. Especially if you have a history.
Know your body. And comment here. One says having 2 or more unprovoked seizures is considered epilepsy. Many epilepsy patients have clean MRIs and EEGs. You might benefit from seeing an epileptologist, a neurologist that specializes in epilepsy. You're on an anti-seizure medication, right? Just a heads up, most epilepsy patients don't find a, in quote, a cause of their seizures. There's things you can do to minimize the seizure threshold, such as maintaining adequate sleep, managing stress, avoiding drugs and alcohol, taking prescribed medications correctly. Another response, I've been experiencing seizures for the last 5 months and they are triggered by strong emotions, being startled and losing balance. I have inner ear damage. I'm currently in the process of excluding epilepsy as a cause. During my EEG, I seized during one of the strobing patterns. I suspect I have psychogenic seizures that are stress-induced. That's the first person I heard talk about the seizures with the photogenic. Are any of you guys photogenic?
No, I had a weird incident the other day though. When I was trying to take my wife out to brunch, and it wasn't photogenic, but we were sitting at the table, and the way the sun hit the ceiling fan blades, it was making a flash on the walls, and that almost set me off, and we had to leave. But I don't know if I'd consider that photogenic.
Lights give you migraines?
Sometimes, yes. It's mostly like the old school yellow lights, like the crappy ones. Like you remember the old school like wood panel walls, like 70s wood panel walls, like those types of yellow lights.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they said it might be energy drink consumption and all that stuff, like good sleep.
Yeah, those energy drinks are sketchy.
Yeah, energy drinks. Those were making me have more seizures when I was on what was it? Briviact.
Oh, hey, I just started Briviact.
Well, those are
sort
uppers
of,
for your heart rate and everything else. So energy drinks
Friend,
are dangerous.
Message from your friendly neighborhood toaster. when it comes to energy drinks, the big thing that most people mistake is that they only drink energy drinks. And well, and it's kind of weird because energy drinks, mom's already shaking her head. Katie's already shaking her head. She's like, that's a no. But if you only drink energy drinks, you're actually going to have the opposite effect of what you are looking for. Because if you overload yourself with salt, you dehydrate yourself. It's weird, isn't it? So always drink normal water and like
In a way.
balance. It's a balance. It's a balance thing. Kitty.
Yeah. This
Okay,
one's mine.
Mr. Thorne. What's his name?
This one is Shippo.
Hippo?
No, Shippo. Like
Shippo.
Shippo. It's from an old anime, Inuyasha.
I know this.
Mm-hmm.
Memory Spark. Yes. She's a cutie.
Yeah, it's a boy. His brother's
Boy,
someone.
sorry. He's
Yeah.
a cutie.
Yeah, his brother's over there. I'm still in the process of unpacking, so the place looks like crap, but he's over there.
Hey, congratulations on the new place.
Yeah. We've had it for a minute. I've just been unmotivated.
You can just blame the seizure meds.
Yeah. I can't even do that to myself. I've been trying to tell that to myself, and I can't even do that.
No, I mean the fatigue. I mean it's not just physical fatigue.
Oh.
Experience the mental fatigue and
Mm-hmm.
overcoming mental inertia. Yeah, it's don't beat yourself up too much.
Maintain a balanced diet. You'll still find the motivation.
Yeah, I've been trying to do a lot of fruits and like nuts and stuff like that. I was told by my doctor not to have like big meals, but kind of more or less kind of like snack throughout the day and have your meals, but don't load up.
And that is a perfect theory if you can stick with it.
Yeah.
Nobody else is just like hooked on soda, right?
I'm not
I
actually a
didn't think
big
that was possible.
I know one person, I hope.
I do like a Dr. Pepper once in a while.
I will drink as much Mountain Dew as is made available to me, and that goes doubly so for Mountain Dew Code Red.
I
It is
Yes, but you're not diabetic, are you?
It is almost pathological. It is like I want to be diabetic. I will drink that much.
When I was a teenager, I like what's that one? The Voltage Mountain Dew?
Oh.
Gray, purple one?
The purple
Code
one,
Red.
the bluish purple one.
Yeah.
Oh, Code Red must have been later.
Code Red was introduced in 2001. It's the longest running Mountain Dew flavor aside from the original Mountain Dew, which, by the way, was invented originally as a mixer for moonshine whiskey.
That I knew.
I did not know that.
What I was gonna say was about the soda too, because I usually don't drink soda. I usually drink all water. But today I had a Sprite, and it doesn't have caffeine in it, so that was a thing. Like I didn't have the caffeine part, so the soda just as bad because without the caffeine? Is caffeine the reason people don't drink soda?
It's the sugar.
Sugar?
It's the sugar.
Well, both.
Well, yeah,
There's
okay,
a
both.
lot of people. There's a lot of people who really like strongly, vehemently avoid caffeine, and to those people, it's. But I mean, coffee has a lot more caffeine than even an entire can of Mountain Dew.
But does your
But
gut suffer as badly with less artificial sweeteners? It's the caffeine
Probably.
and the artificial sweeteners. So some
I
people
drink
can
the
withstand the
sugar,
caffeine, but
drink the sugar version.
Oh,
The
for
artificial sweeteners.
yeah, for Rick, you pronounce my name Achilles. It's from a
Alias. Okay.
yeah, it's from a book by Brent Weeks.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, it's a book series. They actually he just came out with a new one last year. So there's 4 books total, and then he has another series as well.
Oh, very cool.
What
Yeah, so fantasy.
Okay.
Mhm.
What type of fantasy?
So the one series this name is from, it's about like magic and assassins. And then the other one, it's about like mages
Night,
where
Jeff. Peace out.
where they get their powers from the color in their irises.
Okay, now that has intrigue. Okay, so let's say Pookie has brown eyes. Pookie has brown eyes. So what power does he have?
So he would have like over the earth and things like that, and different tones. Different tones give you powers over different branches of elements and things like that. And there's like basically like their chosen prophet is someone with like prismatic irises and things like that.
You were sending me the name of these books.
Yeah.
I'm going to the library soon.
Yeah.
I was assuming
Please.
since
It's
your
put a please in there.
1992 was in your name, you're born in 92?
Yes.
The post says, auras, what are they? I have seizures and I get very odd feeling before it happens, but have no way of explaining it apart from it feels like deja vu and I feel a little sedated. And I guess I can.
hey, now we're testing out a trigger. See if
What
those
are
words
they?
can bring it back.
Sorry, I'll be careful.
The person
Hey, guys.
says,
I'm gonna take the dog out, so I'm gonna hop off and then we'll watch some TV with my wife before I try and head to bed because it's getting late over here. I'm 2 hours ahead of you guys.
oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, 2
All
hours
right,
ahead.
glad you joined us. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'll probably join again with you guys on Friday as well.
All right, we'll be
See you
here
then.
every Tuesday and Friday until the end of time.
Nice to
All
see
right.
you.
All right. Have a great night.
Can you guys explain auras? That's
Never
what they're
had auras,
for.
but it sounds like they're rarely even considered. Like you said, it was always assumed to be a precursor to a seizure. So a lot of people think of them as less severe, nothing to even mention or record to the doctors a lot of time. But it's definitely something to make note of.
Hell no, I'd rather have a fallout seizure, tonic-clonic, grand mal, whatever the hell you want to call it, than that doom feeling.
Yeah. Now when I think about it, I think that's happened to me maybe like 2 or 3 times, not too many. But I think I do remember going through some emotions like that, and I thought it was emotional, and I thought I just need to get away from people. I went through a situation like that before. It just all came back to me when I started thinking about it, the impending doom. Yeah, I had that feeling after I filmed the deep fryer at Krispy Kreme. Very not cool. Not cool at all. Can you explain your auras? Anybody?
Are you sure it might be triggering?
Go ahead. I was just playing. I'm not triggered easily.
Well, you got the sense of impending doom. Before my surgery, though, I would have visual and auditory hallucinations. A lady wearing a pinstripe suit and the sound of the ocean, followed by people saying, "The Taco Man is coming! The Taco Man is coming!"
Wearing Alice in Chains zoomed in with a crucifix and a medical tag.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, rock on.
Rick, what were you gonna say about auras?
I was
Oh,
gonna
did I cut
say,
you off? I'm sorry.
you did not. It's okay. All I did was raise my hand. It didn't start yet. So my auras were, I would get sweaty, feel like really hot all of a sudden, and almost ready to collapse. Like my legs decided to turn like all like loose that I was gonna fall. And I guess the best way to describe it is people around me, it would sound like they were underwater and far away. Um, and like even like dog barking sounded like he was distant, and it was just very distorted sounding. And everything seemed to slow down. Like if I heard a clock, it would go swoosh, swoosh. And within like 10 seconds, felt like 10 minutes, it was gone. But nobody knew what was going on around me. And I thought it was very obvious. I was sitting at a dinner table once with my sister and a bunch of people around, and it hit. And I thought for sure, like, oh, here we go. I'm going to hear it. And they just kept talking and nobody noticed. I'm like, oh, okay. So that's my words.
Welcome back, Andrea. We got an icebreaker today.
And
I'm
welcome
just
back,
kidding.
Jason.
Jason, you there? Jason's probably asleep.
Oh,
Yeah, it's bedtime
I
for
was gonna
Jason.
say I'm here. I'm just having technical issues as usual.
All right, it's good to know. It's
I'm here.
technical and not you.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Just like I've been like on my, I've been in my bed for literally like almost like 2 hours and just took a nap. So I just woke up from it too.
I've been in this chair for almost, what is it? Almost 7 hours.
7. Yeah.
It's getting rough. I got a back
Welcome back.
massager on the chair, luckily. And I love it, you guys. It's great. But I got something here. Since I feel like Alice, trying to figure out what kind of seizures or auras I'm having, feels like I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole. I barely understand what's going on, and I have to, by somehow, explain this to my neurologist in August. I already feel like he's dubious of my other symptoms after just one appointment. Every test seems to come back in quote normal, even though I know something is definitely not normal. How do you convince your doctors that you're going through something, not making things up for the hell of it? I tried twice to talk to my doctor about how I thought the tenazidine he prescribed was making things worse. Left messages for the nurse to call me back, but they never did. I was taking the meds 3 times a day, but I've weaned myself off to just once a day. How can I figure out what's wrong with me if he only will see me every 3 months and doesn't return phone calls? I really feel like none of my doctors give a crap. There was a few questions in there, a few question marks over here and there. So if you guys caught any, what do you do? I'm
I
going to
take
figure out what's wrong if you only be able to talk to him every 3 months and he doesn't return calls. There was a few questions. If you guys caught any, please.
Go ahead, Andrea.
I was just gonna say I take tenazidine or tizanidine. Is that what it was? Tizanidine or tenazidine?
Tenazidine.
Oh, okay, because I take tizanidine. That's
Oh no,
they all
it's It's tizanidine. However you say it.
Tizan.
Yeah, Tizan.
Okay, yeah, that's a muscle relaxer that I have taken for my back for years. And
Ooh. Mm.
I don't know. They've never said anything about it with my seizures. And it hasn't been unusual at all for me to only see my doctor every few months.
Tizanidine. Said it.
You did. Good job, Picky.
Yeah.
There you go, 10 points.
It's
So at the risk
medications
of sounding
and
harsh, it's kind of a get used to it on this one because, like Andrea said, it's not unusual at all to not speak to a doctor or like any of the staff less than every 90 days, even when you're starting a new medication or they, switch up the treatment. That is not at all unheard of. If you want a more involved practice or somebody, one where you can get a hold of somebody on patient portal or, a nurse line or something, get another opinion. Maybe bring your PCP on with, these kinds of treatments. Just let the, call the office, let them know that this is the medication I've been prescribed, but I might not be able to get a hold of the neurologist office on the weekend. So, sometimes from what I remember at other facilities, the primary care was more likely to have somebody accessible more often than the specialist office, even though they're not, there for anything but, some reassurance or answering basically emergency questions. It might be what you need if you're in one of those areas where you can't get another neurologist right now and just need that support from a medical professional. So if you can't get a new doctor, otherwise, definitely try to get a specialist who you feel like is attentive to your care, because that is what you deserve and what you need.
I didn't understand when he said he feels like Alice. What is Alice?
Like Lost in Wonderland, maybe?
Oh, Alice in Wonderland. Oh, that was the last thing that came to mind. Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, Alice in
Yes.
Chains was on your mind, that's all.
It never occurred to me before just now, but is the Alice of the band name supposed to be Alice in Wonderland? Is it a literature reference?
That was the caption. I feel like Alice.
Alice
no,
is
I'm
supposed to be a
just
poetic reference to the sweetness and beauty of the lead singer Lane Stanley's name, and a poem by his mother, contrasted with the band's name Chains to evoke their dark heavy metal style. Name originated from Stanley's earlier band, Alice in Chains, which was formed from a backstage pass referencing Alice in Wonderland and a desire to put her in bondage, which eventually led to the name.
very cool.
I like learning stuff. That's something great to know. Hopefully I'll use it one day. One here says, oh, was I having seizures? So I'm 18 and I haven't had seizures that I know of, but but I haven't recently started smoking weed. My girlfriend is 21 and has been getting weed from a dispensary, and we've had that a lot here in Colorado, so I know it's safe and not laced or anything. And I've been perfectly fine using pipe to smoke or just not having it too fast. Also, I have a history of low blood pressure, and I also likely have POTS. Just haven't got it diagnosed. For the first time, I think I had a seizure when I hit the bong and I got too high. I felt out of it, and it was like things were happening in stop motion, but I don't remember muscle jerking for that one. I was aware of the entire thing and just kept forgetting everything every 5 seconds apart. But the second time, I was more aware of my symptoms because I wasn't just freaking out. I was wondering what was going on. This time, I hit my girlfriend's pin, but tried hitting the blinker. Dumb, I know. Anyway, we went out to eat, and then it started happening again, where I could hear just fine, but things I was seeing happening after I heard it. Then my legs and arms were jerking, which I'm used to. I do it this sometimes before I sleep, but I couldn't stop my legs from jerking. And then my brain felt like it was just being grabbed and squeezed. I didn't hurt, just felt pressure. Side note, when I got home, my cat was very concerned. Maybe I didn't feed her, but she also stayed with me in bed the whole time I slept. Was that a seizure? Or is that
Definitely need more context on that one because it might be worth looking into if it happens again more than once. That could just as easily have been zoning out when you're bored. I don't know how to describe that one. What do you think?
It could have been just greening out because he said they went to the limit. I'm guessing that meant because a lot of vape pens have a limit of how long you can go before they stop.
they do?
At least I thought so. Mine does.
Mine has a number, and each second the number goes up. I don't know if there's a certain amount of seconds because I only got to like 4, but
8 seconds.
Yeah, most of them, they should have a timeout to stop the coil from burning out or from burning your oil.
What did I miss?
Pookie took a monster hit from the vape pen and had to step away to cough.
Understood. Next post. Clumsy. Does anyone feel extremely clumsy at all times? I know that seizures can mess with you a lot and meds slow your brain down, but I'm a hot mess. For example, today at the grocery store, dropped an entire case of eggs, and then I slipped on them and fell. Then I forgot my wallet in the car, had to run and get it, only to find that I had it in my purse the whole time. Then I spilled my entire iced coffee all over the poor cashier and the cash register. Now my doctors are going to double my dose to try and stop my increase in seizures. Send help to the Hot Mess Express over here.
Sounds like me at the grocery store.
But with the
I like
caffeine, I mean, you
that
bring in the iced
name, the Hot
coffee.
Mess Express. That's got a nice
Oh, that's another car.
a rhythm to
That's
it,
another one of
and
Bookie's cars.
the rhyming.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good wordplay.
That'd be a great shirt, honestly.
Oh yeah,
For
that
band
could be
name.
merch for sure.
Yeah, that'd be
Rick
good.
contributes Hot Mess Express attributes to a minivan. So the comments on Hot Mess Express are talking about, yes, I feel clumsy too. Tend to catch myself just before I'm about to drop something. The one thing that frustrates me to no end is when I go to pick up something, I have to grab at it 3 or 4 times before I can pick it up. I'm just grabbing air. My fingers are almost there, but I have to repeatedly try to pick it up. Anyone else have that problem? That's
I
my
wonder if that's
post-ictal
like
problem.
Yeah, I have a question. Anyone have things that just like phase through their hands, like it's literally in their hand one moment and clattering on the counter or the floor the next?
Not consistently, but that does happen with a lot of different things all the time. Charging, like what wires for the charger that.
Oh, that happens to me in my post-ictal phases all the time.
So does anybody have the type of reflexes? I call them cat-like reflexes. My phone will stop dropping, so I go to grab it, but I actually slap it and it winds up hitting hitting the wall really, really hard. So those are my cat-like reflexes that I've developed.
That's one of the biggest
No,
reasons I stopped getting the pills out of the pill bottle. That happened with the bottle, the medication bottle, too many times.
And does it always happen when you're over the sink and there's like a little bit of water in the sink? So like when your pills fall in there, now they're like, oh, now they're sitting in water.
The cat
Or the
like
washer.
non-reflexes. You just smack everything and throw it everywhere.
Yep, yep.
No, I was actually as part of the neuropsych battery that they did that led to it was part of my initial investigation into seizures, but it ended up leading to my autism diagnosis. And part of that was um, they tested my reflexes as they described it to be that of an 80-year-old man um, back when I was 16 years old. Um, so I have never had cat-like reflexes. I have,
That's
um,
interesting.
yeah, yeah. Um, it sucks for a kid at the time whose life was really just sucked into video gaming. Um, I was never gonna be competitive in any multiplayer gaming, and but at least I kind of knew why. Medically there was a reason that I was always the loser at every party. Uh, Um, but
I'd give you a hug, but it sounds like you've come to terms with your childhood.
I'm okay with it. I like me now, and me now
I like
wouldn't
you now.
exist without that childhood then. So, it's the character building back then was worth it. Uh, but uh, I've never noticed any change in my reflexes, though. I think maybe because of that, I've always been so far at the bottom end of the reflex bell curve that any sort of drop or increase, anything at all is just kind of, well, he's still at the bottom 98th percentile. Uh, So, or the second percentile, I guess, would be the correct way to express that. Um, so, um,
I've always
that's
had
interesting. So,
fast reflexes, but poor coordination, if that makes any sense.
yeah, it makes sense. It doesn't work the other way around, though. You can't really be too coordinated if you're not also good at reacting to stuff to be coordinated for, you know. If you mess up, you're done. There is no reflex time to make up for any mistake. Um, this is interesting. I'm going to be paying a lot more attention to how quickly I step out of the way when I drop something towards my toes, because that is the learned response. I will not catch it. Don't even bother. Just watch and make sure your toes aren't in the way if possible.
I got something here I thought was really interesting because I didn't know if I asked the question too, basically. It says, can you be diagnosed with more than one type of seizure? I'm diagnosed with TC in May 2024. Currently on Keppra, 500 milligrams twice a day. I guess what I'm asking is, can you have two different types of seizures? My partner is convinced that there is another seizure happening or a condition at night. Basically, if I'm really tired, just right before I go to sleep, I'll start jerking my foot and my leg and my whole body repeatedly for 10 minutes to an hour. I also let out little moans and groans. I've kicked and punched repeatedly in my sleep to the point to where my partner has gotten out of bed because it was too much and he had to sleep in another room. I've never wet the bed at night, but I've bitten my tongue. I've never woken up feeling stiff and sore like I do after a TC. Is it normal for people with epilepsy? Because we're having this at night doesn't bring on a TC. It's more persistent than TC. These nights episodes happen every night, almost every night. I feel like these nightmares episodes do not necessarily bring a TC because I have these episodes every night and I normally have only feel one. I miss my medication, take it late under high stress. Maybe this is just normal for people with epilepsy.
Missed medication definitely will cause some problems.
I
So
like
does the stress.
caption. The caption was really interesting, but can you be diagnosed with 2 types of epilepsy or more than one?
2 types of seizure? Yes, definitely. If that was the question, I don't know if they phrased it. I don't
What
I
if
don't
you
know.
have focal
Chester's head nodding. If there's something.
So if you have focal aware seizures, could you have a tonic?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So they can label you as a oh man.
Yeah.
I have temporal lobe seizures and I have focals and I have tonic-clonics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, me too.
it's weird. Sometimes the word epilepsy and seizures are kind of interchanged, even though they shouldn't be.
Right.
Like I have temporal lobe epilepsy, but I have both grand mal, tonic-clonic, whatever you want to call them, and focal seizures. I also may have catamenial epilepsy. That's something I'm going to be discussing with my neurologist next time I see her. But it's still epilepsy and still seizures. And it's still presenting in this side of the head, but catamenial epilepsy, it refers to when women seem to have seizures focused in on their cycle and their hormones.
So one of the comments here says, oh yes, even different types of the same kinds of seizures. My TCs are controlled, but I have focal aware seizures. But even with those, I have 4 types. The brain is so little understood. You can definitely have more than one type of seizure. My wife gets TCs, focals, and occasional petit mals. I get focals predominantly with occasional TCs, only one trigger. Triggered AFAIK, a fike.
As far as I know.
Huh?
As far as I know.
Oh.
You with these acronyms.
Yeah, I'm pronouncing it like it's a word. But AFAIN. And some petit malls here and there, basically.
Oh, okay. So they're just listing all the seizures that they think she has.
Yeah, so we've come to the conclusion that yes, you can have more than one type of seizure.
I think
Job
they end up
change for
calling
the
that
seeker.
dual diagnosis though, if the sometimes.
Keep going.
That's the thing though, it wouldn't even be a different diagnosis. That's still the diagnosis of epilepsy. It's not a comorbidity, but you do have different kinds of seizures. They do come up with that really long on the chart or on the after the summary, the after visit summary. Sometimes they do list a really long diagnosis for like the surgical consultations and ones like that, they're the ones who probably just come up with more diagnosis to be really specific, even though you're still being treated for epileptic symptoms. And seems like some specialists like to call it a different diagnosis. But I don't see the point if it's not, just for billing purposes. It's epilepsy, all kinds of seizures. Good to learn about all of them. What did some of those comments read?
Oh, you have comments?
Okay.
Oh, I thought you said you had comments from.
No, I can find another.
I got one. It says, has anyone else ever experienced seizures only around anniversaries or an emotional traumatic event? I've only experienced 4 grand mal seizures, and they've only ever happened a year after losing a very close family member, very unexpectedly. One not on the exact anniversary, but near. And then the next year experienced 3 near the anniversary date. I was then started on meds and have been having seizures, have been seizure free for 4 years. I've deduced from reading that I may have been experiencing partials for a whole year plus prior to my first grand mal, and that I was passing off as panic attacks since I had gone through something too traumatic. That made the most sense. But the way my panic attacks presented were also very similar to what I've read about partials and auras. I have also been free of those since starting medication. But the one thing difficult about how my anti-seizure meds also have an anti-anxiety component to them. Anyway, I'm very lucky to be seizure free, and I've adjusted very well to the medication, but I still wish to know more about them and their link to emotional trauma. It's hard to find much info on this. So around like holidays and stuff is what she's saying, like events coming up. Can you be anxious and have a seizure? Maybe that's what I was taking as. You to be anxious around that time.
Yeah, I mean, not only around that time, but I definitely have always, well, not always, but for a good while have felt stressed around the holidays, and stress can certainly lead to seizures. And I have cat, one of my cats passed away a couple years ago, and I had seizures right around the 2-year anniversary of his passing earlier this year. So I don't know. I mean, it may just have been coincidence, but that seemed like interesting timing. I think I had some around the 4th of July too. I don't know. I don't know why that would be stressful, but yeah, it's definitely possible.
And it doesn't always have an explanation. 3 ER visits on November 5th for me. No idea why. So it definitely, some people just have worse times of the
What,
year,
like
maybe, or worse months.
sequential? You said 3 ER visits on November 5th? Is that what you
Right. So it
said?
was every year from 2020 to 23. Yeah. Yeah. 2023 was the first year that I didn't go to the ER in November.
That is bizarre. I wonder if the anniversary of the first time is just enough of a special event for your brain to
I was definitely still
decide
paying
to
the bill.
throw you a party? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was definitely still paying the bill from that first ambulance ride. So that could have been it. We'll see. I think collectors are still calling, so we'll see how that goes this year. Oh, helicopter ride. At the risk of triggering you, how much was that?
117,000.
Oh, that is terrifying.
Yeah, I'm still
Tell me you
paying
got a picture.
it. No, I wasn't in the right frame of mind to get pictures.
Yeah,
They-
yeah.
I mean, I did have an
Didn't get a
argument as
good
they were
view
putting
or
me in there.
anything.
I was having an argument with them putting me in
Okay.
there, but
I don't know about
That's
the
the closest you got to
helicopter
a good
ride.
view.
The only
I don't know.
comment,
I would want to refuse that.
one of the few comments to the post about seizures around anniversaries, someone said PTSD type seizures. That would suck.
yeah, I guess some people have repressed trauma around the holidays. They might not necessarily realize it.
Rick,
This
any
was
chance you got to
says
rate that ride on Google or some kind of site?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What would you give them, like a 3 out of 5 stars on the
Uh,
helicopter?
well, it was actually a very smooth ride, so that might be a 4 out of 5.
So that's for the pilot. But the paramedics,
Yeah,
you know,
paramedics get a 3.
shouldn't get any more bruises.
Yeah.
Whether you're confrontational or not.
Right.
Well, glad you're okay. Especially glad you're with us now.
Thank you.
I got something. It says creativity and epilepsy. Would love to hear from others, especially those who experienced their first seizures in adulthood. Do you think epilepsy awoken a creativity bone in your body? I think the part being alone and having more time alone made me a little more creative.
We have a lot in our group that are creative. So who knows? Maybe that's another common thread.
Tons.
All kinds of artists. What were you saying?
There's tons of creative people in here. Everybody amazes me. All the little things I keep hearing about that they do.
With creativity, for some reason, I went to the art store and I just got a bunch of paints and the things to hold the paint. Never got that before. I just always put some on a paper and do it. I got so much different paint, and my kids have used it more than me. But I actually did do a little painting. I did every now and then. But yeah, I did one project and kind of just let it. Didn't need all that stuff that I got. I went there and overdid it just because I was bored. I was like, let me start doing some art. So to this comments and creativity and epilepsy, the first one says, I wish mostly just fucked up my life. Another one says, no, but I have less time and energy to pursue more intense activities. I value my creative outlets more now than I did prior to adult onset epilepsy. Is that actually a thing? Adult onset?
Just rarely diagnosed later in life. And if they diagnose you with adult onset, I think that insinuates that you actually developed it later. But 9 times out of 10, we hear it was diagnosed later, but they've probably been living with it for decades.
I was gonna say I wasn't diagnosed until 2020 and I'm, in my 40s. So, but looking back, all the things I'm learning, I'm thinking, wow, that could have been seizure related. That could have been seizure related. I wonder about that. It's nothing definitive but just makes you think about it and wonder.
Well, I'm seeing now the adult onset epilepsy might be useful when the seizures are a result of like stroke or brain tumor, the traumatic brain injury stuff, and like those kinds of things where you know the cause of the epilepsy is a disease or a, you know, event.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that could be a thing. But check this out. It's saying that they begin with that diagnosis after the age of 20. It really
Or
does
over
think like
18.
I guess so.
If you're over 18, you're an adult. You're not a
Even in the
juvenile
medical
anymore.
community.
Bye-bye. I'm not kidding.
Not allowed to put JME on the chart. Can't put juvenile anything. Guess so.
Yeah. A few more of these comments before we move forward. To the creativity in epilepsy. One says, I love to write. It fell below the wayside for a long time, but I'm back in action. Thanks to my friends who don't mind me playing around with their lives. Of course, you guys know who that is. Another one says, I have written poetry for years. Once I was diagnosed, experienced epilepsy, I ended up finding it to be a good source of inspiration for my poetry. I was the most overachieving, creative, and just all around awesome person. I'll brag, it's okay. Now, I'm lucky if I don't drool on myself today. I'm still cross-stitching badly, if that counts. Yeah, that counts. Okay, you know how to cross-stitch?
I did crocheting for a little while, but that's the closest I got to anything artistic.
What's the
Piano.
difference?
I like playing piano.
You like playing piano?
The only thing I remember from like 4 years of lessons is the Flintstones, but I did finish. I still know how to read music, and I can. I think I still have the sheet music from that song in the Titanic. Whatever that was, I knew how to play that when I was 12.
Okay.
So that might come back.
I'm trying to think of something. Yeah, you gotta teach me how to play the piano one day. Because I do want to learn how to play the piano on top of skydiving. But
I think I still have all the sheet music from what I learned, so we can check that out. What is the first song? I don't know. You guys think music or art is more, I don't know, you just go through phases in learning it, or was everybody more inclined here to play music before doing art? Because those art supplies are expensive, so that's something it seems like might be a little more complicated to keep up.
Dollar Tree.
But then you end up getting the stuff that smudges. I feel like if you or the paint that's like watered down, or the what's it called? Those erasable
No,
markers, dry erase markers that just are faded when you get them.
nah, you got to get the right paint. The one I have are perfect. I could paint a wall with this paint. But
Okay.
yeah, painted all kinds of stuff. Clothing. I don't know why.
So was yours music or art first? Painting or music?
I think it was music first. I do have something. It says focal frequency keeps increasing. How do you treat yours? I used to get them once a month for several days. Then my neuro prescribed Klonopin to stop them. The drug works, which is great. However, now my seizures are coming once a week rather than once a month. Recently, my Vimpat was increased by 100 milligrams. So now I'm on a 400 milligrams, but I don't think it's doing anything. For focals, I take B12. My Nature's Made. Shout out to Nature's Made and their gummies. And yeah, check them out. My B12. Shout out to Nature's Made in particular. Yeah, I take them and I haven't had focals in a really long time. And I stopped counting the weeks and months because I can't remember the exact number, so I don't know. Rick, you take Vimpat, right? Do you take Klonopin as well?
No, I do not.
What's your rescue man?
Sleep. No, I'm fortunate where the Vimpat's enough. I'm getting off of it because of the side effects, but I'm fortunate that I haven't had any breakthroughs. And I also take B12.
Shout out to Nature's Mate.
Yep.
One of the comments here says, take 3,000 micrograms of B12 daily. Have dramatically cut down my focals to almost none from 2 and 3 a week. Someone else says, some of my friends take B12 and I swear it cuts down on the frequency of theirs. I haven't tried it yet because mine are mostly catamenial right now, triggered by my period coming on. You said yours would used to be once a month. Did that happen to coincide with your menstrual cycle? Not sure if you're AFAB. I don't know if that is.
Assigned female at birth.
So the other person responded, I'm going to try the B12 because why not at this point? I thought mine was hormone related. I got them literally every 30 days or so. I take birth control pill continuously so I don't actually feel bleed. So it was hard to tell. This game isn't fun. The game we play isn't fun. Another comment says, everyone is different. For me, Klonopin is the answer. Why it has worked so long? I don't know. I don't have Klonopin. I have what's it called? Nasalium. And since I can't do it to myself, it's still here, unfortunately. EMU stay coming up. Any advice? This will be my third EMU stay. Last one lasted for 24 hours, 14 events, non-captured on EEG this time. I think it will be the same, but I am a bit nervous because I was taken off of the meds last year. My doctor wants to capture and quote bigger seizures. Thing is, lately, past 2 weeks, I have been feeling a bit better seizure-wise. Still having a lot, but not as many as they've changed. I don't want to open up Pandora's box. How did your EMU stay go? My EMU stay, I left. I don't suggest leaving.
Don't expect to remember the best ones because you'll be having a lot of seizures. I stopped taking the meds 2 days before check-in, so I made sure that they would get something on record, and that went well because they got plenty of seizures, enough to that I didn't have to stay for more than 3 days. And that was enough for the surgical team to make their decision. So the more seizures you have, the better, even if that's never something you look to accomplish. It will actually feel like an accomplishment.
I have one that says, anyone stay on low doses of their meds? I'm recently diagnosed with focal seizures. They started me on Keppra, and though I was scared after, reading all the horror stories online of Keppra rage and brain fog, etc., I've been pleasantly surprised to find no ill side effects yet, and even say my brain fog and fatigue are lower starting since 2 weeks ago, possibly due to no longer having nocturnal seizures, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just one of the lucky few who tolerate Keppra well. Anyway, I'm currently on 500 milligrams a day, taken before bedtime each night, and overall I feel great. I don't think I've had many focals since I started it. I know it's not early. I could have one anytime. It's not working right now, and my stress levels are relatively low, so I was having only about 1 or 2 a week before Keppra, but the brain fog and fatigue would have lasted days after, so I was basically always tired and foggy before taking Keppra, and while working and during stressful times, I'd have multiple a week. Anyway, I just noticed a lot of people are taking 2,000 milligrams a day and more, so I'm wondering if there's others out there that maybe got to stay on a lower dose. I'm afraid of raising my dose or switching meds if my seizures start up again. I'm just pleasantly surprised to already be having relief on just 500 milligrams. Anyone else stick to a lower dose of Keppra other than an anti-seizure med? No. When I got off Keppra, it was straight to something else. That was it. I went straight from Keppra to lamotrigine, and there was no advice to titrate or anything like that I remember. I just remembered she said, "Don't take these, take these," and I don't remember what happened either. But
The first round of Keppra, when that didn't work, there was just too many breakthrough seizures, so there was medications added on. Once I got to 3, they told me to get off the Keppra so I could increase the dose on other medications. The second time I went back on Keppra after the second pregnancy, they started at a higher dose, tried to increase in 1 month to get to 3,000, and I didn't like it. So did that for a year, added clobazam to that, found out clobazam was going to be a lot harder to get off of, so decided to down on the Keppra sooner. Once we had a shortage of clobazam or something made me want to stop taking the benzo as soon as possible, I went back to taking less and less of that every month. And now I'm on a low dose of Keppra all by itself and feel much better with it. I still feel the seizures that Keppra is accomplishing some seizure control, but without half of the negative side effects.
So at this point, then it sounds like you would consider the Keppra more of an adjunct.
Yes, I consider RNS the primary seizure control part of my treatment. Keppra is definitely a backup for, I don't know, I wouldn't even say whether it's for the focals or the tonics, because I'm definitely having a lot more focals than the generalized ones, but that is kind of where this is supposed to, the implant's supposed to do its part. So I guess safe to say Keppra is more for the partials, the focals. I can live with 4 a month. So my
for a
version of
month,
controlled, yeah, my version of controlled might not be the same as everyone's, but they're less than 2 minutes at a time, and it's way better than it used to be, and somewhat predictable.
government says I'm very
And that was my
confused.
first story.
I need help figuring out if I possibly had a seizure today. I can't remember specifics, times, order, symptoms, onset, as my head felt like it was stuffed with cotton and I was pretty disassociated. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the first thing to happen was what felt like brain zaps, but it was super strong. With every zap, I felt electricity was shooting through my head, down to my limbs, and each one was accompanied by a lapse of inner consciousness. That I'm pretty sure wasn't noticeable for those around me. It was almost as if I had a CD in my brain that kept skipping. At some point, I started feeling extremely anxious. Off as well, but I'm not sure when it got to its worst. I'm always anxious. I also started being less able to control my muscles, and walking felt very strange. I was having some trouble talking, forgetting words, stuttering, saying a word other than what I tried to say. Then I started getting involuntary muscle spasms, not large. They had pauses in between, etc. And it was basically just leg or arm doing something I didn't ask it to do every few seconds. It's been 5 hours, I think, since it started, and it's gotten better. Less intense, but I'm still getting zaps, and I'm very shaky. Is this still feeling really off? Says the feelings of anxiety and doom are making it hard to seek out any help, but I'm doing my best. I don't know if that exactly sounds like a seizure. That could be a lot of things. This is
Yeah,
where
I'm
you
just
got to know your body.
feeling the sound more overwhelming. That's what they described the most. Was not the physical, but like the psychological feelings.
You guys want to know something really surprising?
I was hoping you guys weren't noticing that I was dozing off over here. Pick up, maybe do a morning show.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.